The content presented on the following show is intended for satirical and educational purposes only. The views, opinions, and statements expressed by panelists and guests are their own and do not necessarily reflect those of the host, production team, or channel. Additionally, any third-party content featured in this program is used in compliance with fair use under United States copyright law, which allows for commentary, criticism, news report, teaching, and research. Viewer discretion is advised, and we encourage independent thought and discussion.
People all over the world that looks like us, but their lives are a lot harder. Wakanda has the tools to liberate them all.
Spartans! What is your profession?
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. The gates are open, the crowd is roaring, and the arena trembles with anticipation. Here, words are weapons, wit is armor, and only the sharpest minds will stand tall. Many will enter, few will endure. Prepare yourselves for Warfare Wednesday.
I can't just stand there, Jojo, and let the thing clap like Toto. No residuals to the popo, left a red dot on his top like Tokyo. I feel invincible, untouchable. I feel invincible, untouchable. I feel invincible, untouchable. untouchable. I feel invincible, untouchable, untouchable. I feel invincible, untouchable. I feel invincible, untouchable, untouchable. Cordial, 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 cordial. I can't just stand there, Jojo, and let the thing clap like Toto. No residuals to the popo, left a red dot on his top like Tokyo. I feel invincible, untouchable. I feel invincible, untouchable, untouchable. I feel invincible, untouchable. I feel invincible, untouchable, untouchable.
Doctor?
Cordial, 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 cordial.
Spartans! What is your profession?
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. The gates are open, the crowd is roaring, and the arena trembles with anticipation. Here, words are weapons, wit is armor, and only the sharpest minds will stand tall. Many will enter, few will endure.
So LB, I'm gonna ask you a question. Let's go to economics.
I'm still talking, boo. It's not as easy.
I am not your
as
boo.
It used to be
LB.
before I let you have your time. I never interrupted your blob face looking ass for 1 second.
You know what? You're LBs. I'm gonna let you eat up the clock.
Anyway,
For a second.
it's necessary that
Go ahead and eat. You like to eat since you want to say you just ate. Go ahead.
Now, if you guys could turn with me to your Bibles, okay? Ecclesiasticus, chapter 25 and verse 22. A woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach. Okay, this is in the Bible.
So when we start using the Bible and applying it to certain lifestyles, when do we stop it? You digging these girls down, Mr. Fantastic?
Yeah.
Oh,
All right, let's do this.
What you talk about?
Let's do this here, man. Let's do this. Do black people suffer from profiling from the police at an increased rate? Right? How does a cop know that I'm a Nigerian American when they pull me over?
When you start talking.
So, exactly.
this thing that goes into my relationship, and you look at them from the outside, wouldn't be able to understand. You get what I'm saying?
But that's fair. Like, this is totally fair. But this, I am talking about power dynamics, right? I like what I've been trying to sell to these people, and I trying so the manosphere can actually wake up for the reality of things. That women have the power. They do, respectfully. You can't even tell a woman how to dress anymore. It's over.
Prepare yourselves for Warfare Wednesday.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Friends, we are here gathered today to hold one of the most controversial debate topics we ever had. We're going to start with black people can't be racist. And then we're going to go to the main event. Black people should pay reparations to white people.
Brother.
I hope y'all are ready. The first episode of Warfare's Wednesday starts now. Let's have fun.
Welcome, everyone, to the official debate section of the Charter Review.
All right, I didn't come here to argue with you.
Oh, yes, you did. We're having a debate. Debate ain't nothing but an argument.
Doctor?
Can we relate? Can we relate? Can we debate? I want debate. I talk the cake. All about cake. Can we debate? Can we debate? Can we relate?
Your rebuttal, Mr. Carville.
We have no response. But that was perfect.
It's time to
Once again, friends, welcome. You guys can make sure you get the popcorn ready. You get everything ready because this one is going to be a doozy. I want to introduce my friends and debaters today. On the left corner, Marte Rels is in the building. Salute to you, Marte. Appreciate you being here. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, a friend of the show, Day One, OG J Speed in the building. Thank you very much. OG, ready to go. Appreciate y'all being here. Before we start the show, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping. Thank you very much to the brother Eclipse for being the sponsor of the show. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. Salute to you. Thank you very much, Eclipse. I appreciate you. Salute. And just a little bit of housekeeping. Tomorrow, Black conservatives versus white liberals. We're going to have a show tomorrow. Black conservatives versus white liberals at 5 p.m. Eastern. Join us. It's going to be a fun one. I appreciate you. On Friday, we have the super panel. We're going to shake things up a little bit, talk about a little bit of politics. We're going to start the show talking about what is happening on DC. And then we're going to go talk about the male birth control pill. Would you take it? Will this change the power balance when it comes to reproduction, and what will happen? And of course, on Sunday, the infamous ladies first show. The YNs are dressing in skirts. Is it a threat to masculinity, or is it a brand new world? So, friends, I appreciate y'all. Saturday, I might take the day off, but I might do the Saturday SmackDown if somebody has a banging debate to propose. So, stay in touch. I would appreciate it. Let me just read the super chats that came in, and then we start the show. Jay, CEO, I appreciate you. Thank you very much for becoming a member of the Untouchable Empire, baby.
Empire, baby.
And then we have the lovely Kelly with a $20 ball. Thank you very much, Kelly. I appreciate
Here you go, sir. $20. Get yourself some food to eat.
If by food you mean drugs, then hell yeah, bitch. I'm about to get fucked up.
Kelly says, let me go ahead and pay my dues before someone piss me off. Keep doing your thing, fatty. Thank you very much, Kelly. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the $20 ball. To you, I appreciate you. My brother Matron in the building, and he became member of the Untouchable Empire, baby.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
And finally, Kelly comes through with the 4-month donation saying, share this video. Fatty deserves way more than 10K. We are already getting to the 12K. That's been quick. We are 250 away from the 12K. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you very much to everybody that is rocking with us.
So, you think you're untouchable?
Rules of the debate, okay? Opening statement, one-on-one, closing statement as usual. Super chats, $10 and up. Every 30 minutes, we're going to stop to read them. If there are questions, we're going to ask the questions to both sides every 30 minutes. So meaning at 1 hour and a half, 1 hour and 30 minutes. So $10 and up, y'all can ask questions to the debaters. And then in the end of the 2 hours, in the end of the clock, I am going to open the panel so everybody can come up and challenge the main eventers, okay? You can challenge them one at a time. I'm only going to allow 4 to 5 people to challenge them, okay? It's 8 minutes each. I don't want to drag this until the end of the night. So what we're going to do is the 5 people that pull up first, they get 8 minutes. After that, the people that pull up afterwards is open panel. Everybody can get it, Royal Rumble, okay? the last thing, and again, a little bit important. And remember, okay, the open panel is going to be messy because I know people are going to come in for Mr. Marte. So let's be responsible about it. Let's not make this video go private, okay? Open panel when the closing statements happen, when the clock turns 0.
The wait is over. The gates are open. All who seek the panel, enter now.
And last one, the infamous Shadow Realm. With $100, you can open the Shadow Realm where everything goes.
I bring no death.
I almost dropped my juice. So we good to go? I appreciate y'all, friends. Once again, the rules are in. Any question from the challengers? Are we good? Any question?
Feel good.
So
wait, hold on, fam. Are you gonna close the cage on us like the other time?
I will definitely close the cage on y'all. So friends,
Hey, fatty. If you go close the cage, tell this guy don't be touching on me. I ain't like that. I don't go like that.
I don't respect my old elders. He's gonna get it tonight. So go ahead, let's start this.
Oh shit, the animosity already in the air. So friends.
Oh, OG, you was talking that shit before.
Little light skin.
Lock the cage doors at this time.
Get the fuck up. Simon says, get the fuck up.
No, you're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Ah!
It's time to do.
Friends, the floor is yours. I don't remember who decided to start, but the person that gets the first opening statements is going to go last.
We was going for old ass age before good beauty. So go ahead, OG, take the floor.
Oh, damn, that's crazy. Here you go.
That's good. You got a little manners behind you. Don't forget my marching band.
Absolutely, OG.
Well, family, we are here, right here today. And we are here to put this old argument and debate to bed today. I can guarantee you, but one thing I can guarantee you, usually I debate people my equal. This really won't be a debate today. Everybody else I teach. And little light skin over here to my other side, this is the day that he gets spanked. And I understand he's not used to being spanked, but I can guarantee you today, after today, everything he thought to this point in his life will be a mystery. But I'll be bringing actual facts so he can walk among us and be our brothers. I have nothing personal against this brother. I really don't. At this point after the debate, we probably be on the same team. Well, that might be taking it a little further. But I will make sure today that he would understand that black people cannot be racist. There's no way, because nobody has never explained it to him. We have made this argument with so many ingredients. There's only 3 ingredients to make this cake. And after the day, you will have a great understanding and knowledge of why black people cannot be racist. And if I could, you know what? I'm going to be lenient today. I'm going to let him take the mic, because I see him jumping up and down. And that might be that white side coming out, because a black man go first. But I'm going to let him have it. I concede the rest of my time to him.
This is crazy, because you open up, you can't say no Diddy because you was talking about spanking me while playing seductive music and then trying to seduce Fatty with the ingredients of a cake. That's wild with the Tyler Perry music in the intro. This is crazy. Now I'm really not going to respect my elders tonight. Oof, that's crazy. I mean, cover up your drinks when you're around him. You might be waking up, farting Vaseline smell. Anyways, I feel bad for anyone that falls for modern black cultural ideals of racism. Because the point of redefining racism, according to modern black culture, is to redefine things in a way that holds white people accountable for the radicalized and racialized state of America they think that we have. That's what he's going to refer to as racial and racist ideology during this whole debate. He's also going to utter fallacies of what racism is, and I could disprove this during the debate. Furthermore, to go on to my diatribe of the rest of the debate, which I'm going to tackle my opening statement real quick, our history shows that white communities were betrayed by broken promises. In colonial days, countless whites, indentured servants, mostly poor folks from England, Ireland, and Scotland, crossed oceans chasing dreams of land and freedom. Instead, they faced brutal labor, starvation, and betrayal at the end of things. After years of toil, many were cast aside with nothing, their hopes stolen by a system that favored the wealthy. Even they were disenfranchised. Even the 1862 Homestead Act, meant to give the land to the poor, ended up in the hands of spectators, leaving families in places like Appalachia trapped in poverty for generations. These aren't just stories. Old Man OG, Ghost, Dusty. There are scars on our shared history. Historical precedences show reparations can apply to any harmed group. Any. America has paid reparations before, not just for race-based wrongs. In 1988, Japanese Americans got $20,000 each. That's $20,000 for you. For wartime internment in 1990, most white victims of nuclear testing received compensation. If Black Americans have caused specific harms to white communities through policy outcomes or economic shifts, justice demands accountability. A 2021 Pew-reviewed survey shows 68% of Americans oppose race-based reparations, often because they want fairness for all. Let's apply that principle here. All this is from peer-reviewed research. So asking Black Americans, and I'll end my note here to say paying reparations isn't about pointing fingers. It's about recognizing that pain crosses all lines. White families who lost jobs, homes, safety because of policies or trends tied to Black communities aren't villains. They're also victims too. Ignoring their suffering fuels resentment, tearing us apart. The reparations program, funded perhaps by targeted taxes or community trust funds, could mend these wounds and show that justice isn't a one-way street, which you want. And you'll argue this during the debate. Actuality, I'll go ahead and concede a point saying that nobody should get reparations. But since you want to ask for reparations, I'll say give whites their just due. I concede my time.
Mm.
Let's get ready to rumble!
What a waste of education. He
what
reads good.
Education.
OG, give me just 1 second, friends. Give me just 1 second, OG. I'm going to keep dropping both of these gentlemen cash apps in the chat. So if you could support them, they are going to give us a great show today. Please go ahead and bless them with a cash app, $5, $10, $20. Let's make sure we at least give them a nice lunch and a nice dinner tomorrow. Okay, friends? So once again, let's support them. And I guess it's time to go.
It's time to
OG?
Well, as I said before, what a waste of education. And this is what happens, and this is why we practice so hard on this part of the internet to tell brothers to protect your seed. Because this is what can happen when you start mixing things. They get confused. The most confused people I've ever seen in my life are people who are mixed. So he would like to tell you that the same people who invented racism is the same people that can give you the definition for it. Well, that's like being on a football field and letting somebody, you call a play, but you tell the other person on the other side of the defense what your damn play is. Well, we ain't gonna do that today. I understand little light skin is usually having his way, but I'm gonna prove to you. I'm gonna put on the screen right now, there's only gonna be two things put on the screen, and I'm gonna make this simple because we have made this too complex. It's easy. And I'm gonna show you why black people cannot be racist. So let me pull my screen up. Alrighty. See, he wasn't really prepared for this. He thought I was gonna go back to some bullshit. Let me see.
I mean, you started off with the A-track player, but let's go ahead and get started. I'm waiting.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
That A-track gonna whoop your ass today.
I'm still waiting.
No Diddy. No Diddy.
Oh, it's all Diddy. Try to romance us with the opening statement. Go ahead.
Okay. See, before we start to use the word racist, it's a construct. It was made up, just like the N-word. So what we have to do is dig deeper and try to figure out what do it really mean. And as you can see on the screen, racism, racist, and racism has components. But it has three components. And the last component is the system of racism that has 9 components. And we'll get into that later on in the show when I'll prove to you that this Negro have lost his mind when he think we should be paying white people for doing work. That's like you going to your employer right about now, and instead of you getting a paycheck, you pay your employer to let you work. But let's get down to the business of this. All right, Fatty, can you put it back up again so they can quite understand it? Okay. As you can see, racism is a system of belief and practices on racial prejudice, preceding racist acts of an individual. In essence, racism is a system of a belief, of ideology, and practice that is assigned to value of social status based on race. Racist is described as an individual who holds those beliefs and action and commit driven by racism. All right? So therefore, racism comes first as a underlying ideology that gives rise to what? Discriminatory action and individual class as a race. So now when you understand that, to be a racist, you have to have power as an overall to another group, because you can't separate you can take it down now, Fatty. You cannot separate the 3 ingredients that makes that cake. When you do, that's when the confusion comes in. And when you understand that, there's nothing of the 9 plights of power that any black person, I don't care how many times you go to church, your little black church, you cannot ever harm a white church. I don't care as far as economics. There's not enough with black people being second in as millionaires.
How many entitlements are you going to run through? Are you going to give out 5 different points? I mean, I'm
a little light skin. I understand you're not used to. Okay. It's my time. It's my time. We're not playing chess where the white people move first.
Can I ask it? No,
you
you're
can
not
ask me a question. As when I finish with this, you can ask me a question. When I finish with this, wait. Okay. Wait a minute.
You're not about to get
when I finish, you can ask the question.
Wait, hold on. Finish 5 more points?
No, it's not 5 more points. I'm gonna put it all together for you, and nice and simple. Don't worry about it. Brother. What you trying to flank me right about that? Let me finish, and then you have time to talk.
Can you at least let me address a point before you give 5 more? This is crazy.
Okay, well, you know what?
Yeah, this monologue going on forever.
Go. But since you want to interfere, I'm gonna be on my best behavior today.
I have a question.
Well, go ahead.
One of your points before you get to the next.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, if I identify as a cat, would that be a social construct?
If you identify yourself as a cat?
Yes, I identify as a cat. Would that be a social construct? Would that be made up too?
Yes. Depends. Okay. Depends because it's based on. Wait. I'm answering your question.
Okay.
Because it's based. Wait. I know I said yes, but can I add something to
it? Go ahead. I'll allow it.
See, this is
what. You want to take forever to answer the question?
This is what privileged people who has 25% of white in their body. They believe they can just handle everything. Hey, brother. Number one. If you identify as a cat, that means
one mic, please. And if I need to put the 1 minute clock, I will do it.
That means it's based on belief.
One second. OG, finish the point, and then Marte can reply. Go ahead.
Okay, that means it's based on your belief, not actual facts.
Okay, so it's a construct that's based on my social belief, right? Or my own perceived belief.
Right.
Okay, do I need power to tell you that I identify as something? Do social constructs need power?
It can be, and it cannot be. Depends.
Oh, so it's conditional.
Yes, it is very conditional.
Okay, so definitions are not an absolute. Definitions change all the time. So when I talk about racism, if somebody identifies as this, how could you say that would you call them a liar if they're not the thing that they say they are?
Well, as I stated before, if you had been paying attention versus trying to listen to react, you would have understood what I was saying. You, as a person who invented the construct of race, because racism comes from the what word? Race.
Race is a construct too.
Right. He made up these constructs, right? So I'm on the other side of that because he made a power move. Whoever came up with it made a power move. You don't have. Let me finish. You don't have the right to tell me how something affects me, because then you become you become the dictator of your own construct.
This debate isn't how it affects you. I'm making an is claim. Is this something that can happen? Not ought it can happen. Not ought it should or anything. I'm making an is claim, not an ought claim. So if I'm telling you that I'm a cat, is that the case that I believe that I'm a cat? And can you tell this person, am I wrong to think that I'm a cat?
Most certainly you're wrong to think you're a cat.
I can be wrong that I'm a cat, but is that subjective? Is that malleable?
But we're not talking about a cat.
Well, hold on, though. We're not talking about a cat. Matter of fact, let's divert to my clip. Fatty, can you play my clip real quick? Fatty on BP time, by the way. So, little quick commentary. Hey, but you know what? If you have a black woman or a black man that outwardly says something, would you believe them or not? Probably not, right? But in most cases, if people have the motivation behind this, it's more believable, right? Even if it's a social construct. So, Fatty, whenever you got that, you can pop that up.
Sorry, I was muted. What clip are you talking about? I'm looking at the bottom. I don't see a clip.
I sent it to you on IG.
Uh-oh. Give me just 1 second.
This is surprising.
Yeah, you're actually in a
and please, next time you come on the
you asked for.
Next time you come on the screen.
One sec. There's exclusives. There's when the 2-hour mark ends, we're going to open the panel for the challengers. So if you feel strongly about anything that is being said, you can definitely join the show and challenge one of the people. Let me see, where is Marte? Because my inbox is looking crazy.
Fatty, you want me to send this to you to another?
No. I'm here. It's just to make sure, because y'all know I sleep before the show, so I probably got something while I was sleeping. Are you sure?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me look back again real quick. Apparently, okay, resent. Hold on real quick.
And you send it on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Give us just a second, friends. Once again, friends, questions $10 and up are going to be answered.
I resent it again. I don't know if you want me to send it through another means or channel of support, so that way Timu Samuel Jackson can understand through video context what I mean when I say that. I'm
waiting for the notification. But if you can send me that on X, maybe. Oh, easier. You want me to download it and to play it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
this is very surprising. I'll tell her who's
I'll
not.
send it to next time.
Organized.
Just to make sure,
oh boy!
In a minute.
I'll tell her who's not organized. Now that's hell.
No, I sent it before. I am heavily organized, but you know how
you didn't organize. You didn't organize that, that razor blade.
It's my fault because
today.
Oh, hold on. What did he say? He said it's his fault.
And I thought it was just a joke.
A non-tether said it's his fault. Y'all had the debate.
I have the video now. Give me just 20 seconds and we're good to go. Because I thought the video was just a random video. It's
on X too. I sent it to you on X, by the way.
No, it's fine. I got it there.
And make sure you get the last statement he said, so that video will make sense now.
And by the way,
I'm trying to help you out.
OG, if you can drop the image that you send me, that is down there, I would appreciate it. Okay, here we go.
It's dropped, right?
It'll be white. No, that's not okay. It's terrible to be white. Okay, what do you think?
Yes, sir. No, y'all got too much.
So why is that? Why is it not okay to be white? Y'all have the race as a people. Y'all have done too much. I would rather people. Yeah, as a whole.
And it's a group of people.
Too much good or too much bad?
Too much bad.
What should I do about that, you think? Try not to be white.
You're right.
That's all you can do at this point. Try to be at least white as. A lot of people that we would speak to today would call what you're saying racist. Yeah, I am racist. Are you serious? 100%. So you just don't like white people as a whole? No.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get back to it.
So go ahead, Marte. Why did you play this video?
Why you waste our time with that?
Hold on, Fat. Hold on. Since race is just a construct, and you've already admitted that constructs don't need power to exist. You've already conceded this, so power with being racism is already thrown out. So you can't say racism needs power. Here's the thing, though: is she lying when she says, "Yeah, I am racist"?
Well, I can find a crackhead who can say that he was born as a lizard, but that has nothing to do with what I showed you.
I'm
the
talking
definition.
I'm talking about belief systems.
I'm going to listen what I'm saying. Listen again.
Belief
when you start, wait.
Across the board.
When you start talking about belief, that means you don't have enough actual fact to know it's for real. When you got to use the finish. When you got to use the bathroom, you don't have to believe it. You know it. So you don't have enough actual fact to know it to be real. That's why you got to believe it. No, that video.
We need one mic at a time, friends.
Using a construct is not using the restroom is not a construct. Stay on topic. We're talking about constructs. Does that white person believe her when she says, "Yeah, I'm racist," and she uttered a racial remark?
I don't know what's in that white person's mind. But I can tell you,
she's racist. What are you talking about?
But see, to be a racist, If you had to just listen, see, this is the problem with you. If you listen and have followed along the 3 things that I read from the beginning, you would have known. You would not have to come back and say, being a racist, you can't have power. I said you got to have power. It's an ingredient.
Social construct, and social contracts.
I'm saying social construct was made up by the people. But
actually proving your point right now.
No, I'm not proving your point. You won't let me get the second part in. The social construct that was made. The social construct. Okay, you go.
Give me the answer.
One second. I will ask again, please. Y'all have 2 hours to say whatever you want to say. If you can't talk one at a time, I'm going to put the 1 minute clock. Okay. So please.
I'm trying to respect my elders here.
Let's be civil. Well,
you're doing a bad job of it.
Go ahead, finish your point.
Okay, let me finish my point. Okay. To even come up with a social construct and to have the power to push it, that means that if I told you that the sky was green and I had the power to push you and make you believe that and threaten you believe that and held you to it, and I had power over you, even though you look up and said it wasn't green, but your power over me, it's going to take effect over me for me not even like political correctness. Think about political correctness.
That's a fallacy. Hold on, let me interject. That's a fallacy because transformers in LGBTQ community have transformed bathrooms so that way a certain section can use this. They have no power. They're literally minorities, and yet we've all bought into this social construct. That's a fallacy to say they have to have power in order for people to buy a construct. We've literally done this in society by using LGBTQ reform. Why do we have rainbow colors in classrooms? When
well, let me interject. You say what you said. You don't have to go. You don't have to go on this.
I will say it again, respectfully. Let each other finish the point. Go ahead, Marte, finish the point. And then
I'm trying to respect my elders here for a second, real quick. Matter of fact, here, I'm going to finish my point, okay? I'm not going to be too long like you are in your intro. So when it comes to minority groups in America, for some reason, they have so much power. Oh, they don't have power. But for some reason, we bought and pleaded for minorities, which have the most influence for some reason, because we're beckoning to an age and overcorrecting fake virtue that isn't there. This is really what it is. It's made up shit that people do. They make up things all the time so that way we can concede to false narratives. Case in point, I believe I'm a woman, so I can use a woman's restroom. What kind of institutional power do I have? I have none. This is a made-up construct. Now, all of a sudden, these bathrooms, I can say I can wear a skirt all the time. We have men right now wearing skirts right now. This is a new thing. I believe Fatty's going to have a video on this. That is a social construct. Fashion is a social construct. All these they don't require power. You've already conceded the point that social constructs don't require power. Therefore, racism, you can even say that if somebody believes something, if you want to sign up to it, it doesn't take power.
And I interject because you going on this, you just everywhere with this shit.
I landed my point.
Okay, well, let me let you fill it up again so you can land it again, okay? Again, you want to talk about the alphabet people. All right. The alphabet people don't have power. It's the person that I'm listen. It's the person I'm speaking of to give them power. So you're really making my point. The people who make the laws of this country, all right, based in the Constitution, number one, that we had no input in it. Matter of fact, we had to make an amendment to the 14th. So we could be recognized in the Constitution that's supposed to cover everyone. So you are making my point because they showed from the beginning that we didn't have power. That's why they had to make amendments. And so who was these? I didn't interrupt you, brother. I didn't interrupt you, brother.
I didn't finish, Marte.
I didn't interrupt you. So what I'm saying is for them to have to make amendments shows that there's a special underclass that they don't recognize as being full human beings, because the first part of the Constitution. Excuse me, sir. I didn't interrupt you.
My bad. That was my fault. Go ahead.
I understand you got this thing, little light skin.
Remix. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me finish. You keep trying to throw me off. Let me just finish my point. That's all I want to do. I want to have a nice, clean debate, but I want to be able to finish my points off. Okay? I'm saying, as I said with the clouds, as I said with the Constitution, we didn't have any input in that. They had to make special provision. That shows you that a person has power over you. That's not nothing mystery. That's nothing fictitious, because they actually have an action behind it. So you keep talking about social construct, just the word itself. Yes, you're correct. But when you can have power and action behind it, it becomes more than just a social construct.
I have a question. Are any of the statutes in the Constitution radically racist? Also, besides that question, I don't even want that answer because we both know the answer to that. Also, the question that I really want to ask is, today in 2025, is there a place where blacks are barred from joining or continuing, and where whites and blacks do not have opportunities right now?
Well,
name one.
Well,
name one system of power right now where blacks are barred from entering.
Do you want me to name it, or you just want to be my background rapper?
I'm waiting right now. Okay. Can you stop
so
stalling?
They have, believe it or not, in America today, they do have white-only towns. That's number one. In California, it's supposed to be one of the most
only towns too.
Listen, but that mean white people. You can't name me one black.
Only town.
You can't name. This is what I'm finna say. You cannot name me one place on this planet that you can be black, so black you don't even have a shadow that white people can't go to. But I guarantee you, listen. I guarantee you got some places right here in California that is supposed to be the most liberal place on this earth. That there's places your ass may not be in sundown. Right here in California.
You that there's places in California that you can't be white and walk through at night. There's places where you can't walk through wearing the wrong color in California. Whites have the same issue going the other way. This knife cuts both ways. All you're doing is victim identity politics right now and pleading to a place in history that no longer resides in the future. This is not only crazy, but all you're doing is saying, oh, I have a victim ID. That's worn out. It doesn't work nowadays, because when I ask this question where whites are barred, or, where whites are barring blacks, you haven't named one. I'm still waiting, because when we talk about your whites, matter of fact, I'll ask you this question because you've already posited this. Can you tell me the town or city in LA where blacks can't walk after dark?
It's a little town outside of Malibu. I'm pretty sure you don't know it, but
I'm waiting for the name.
It's you just like I say,
the most liberal state in America.
in America, listen to me. And as you know, excuse me, sir. I don't interrupt you when you talking. You just have this superior mindset that you it don't make any difference. I don't.
You don't have a name.
Even if I don't have a name, Mustard Mouth. Okay. Even if I don't have a name, wait, I just told you. Wait. Can I finish?
Do I have to put? Hey, 1 second.
You gotta put a minute up because he cannot control himself.
This. I said before the show we're going to do this. Okay, 1 minute clock starting now. Respect the clock, please. Be precise. Go ahead, OG. You have 1 minute.
For to be 2,025 people. And I'm going to try to say this as calm as possible. He can't explain redlining. He can't explain Bank of America getting sued. He can't explain the difference in sentence and crimes. He can't explain all these things. He keeps calling us as a concept. That means these things are steered towards a group of people. Because if it wasn't steered toward a group of people, we wouldn't have to go inside and change it. That's my point. You can have all the social constructs all you want. If it has no power, that's all it is. But when people who come up with these social constructs put power behind it, are the three ingredients I showed you from the beginning, that's when it becomes reality. And what he don't want to understand, that what we live as black people is reality.
Aren't they?
None of that answered my question about this made up fictitious town that I asked, which he posited. All he's doing is running a line of just fallacies right now. He's a fallacy factory right now. So the thing is, he's already conceded the fact that, you know, when you talk about constructs, they don't have to have power behind it. For me to identify as a transformer, I don't need to have power behind this yet. Somehow we've bowed down to their metrics of using bathrooms as one gender. Even though this guy isn't really a woman, he could still use this. Where's the power? But we're bowing down to that. But we also respect this. Power doesn't need to be alive or inbred or I'm going to say inbred because this is a gross construct of men thinking that they're women, you know, but I'm just telling you right now, I don't see this right now. All you're doing is making vague terms and then dancing around this whole topic and really not answering the question. You've literally conceded this whole debate when you said, oh yeah, you don't need power behind constructs, but then you do. You're like a contradiction machine.
OG? You muted. You muted, OG. Unmute yourself.
And I do that to respect the other panel person who consistently who wants to interrupt. So I make sure I don't interrupt him and let his get a full thought off. For a person that I believe that this is probably what goes on in our own community, that you seen earlier the videos that he played. Knowledge is power. And when you understand knowledge is power, you can't be blind to things you see, like Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles. These are things that are actual facts that is happening in America. And we see it on the news over and over and over. And I will, before we get through with this, I will pull up the white-only towns in America. And even though that's illegal, but we do have them. All right? And so I would satisfy his taste in that. But he's got to deal with what black people have to deal with on a daily of their life, regardless of if it's a construct or not.
So I went through and I was just very curious to see this, even though I'm not going to present this on screen, but I'm just telling you, anybody, whoever's in the comments section could read this. I literally tried to look up sundown towns in California. These were previously sundown towns like Glendale, Burbank, South Pasadena. They had a history of being sundown towns, but no longer sundown towns. So right now, I literally tried to look up sundown towns in California. Doesn't exist. On Google, it's saying yes because there's a history. But my question, which never got answered, by the way, was in 2025, is there a system that bars African Americans or blacks from participating in it right now and disenfranchises blacks to cooperate in this and is racist? Can you answer that question? Because I still haven't got an answer. It's my time. Go ahead.
Okay. I can start with one of the biggest things that most of us don't know. Brother, I don't do no expression. I don't do no animation. I don't know what's going on with you. You acting like you on your period or something. I really don't know. When you're talking, I sit there and try to listen to what you say. Do y'all know in this chat room right now that black people cannot serve in the military force by being a citizen? It's an executive order that allows us, no other race in America, none whatsoever, outside of black people, that have to have an executive order to serve in the military. Now, anybody in the chat can Google this up right now. It's an executive order. We don't have the citizenship as everybody else to serve in the military without an executive order. If we was really citizen and if they was treating us fair, we wouldn't have to have that. So deal with that, my friend.
So I have an answer for you. I'll actually show this on the screen. What does this say? Oh, hold on. It's backwards. I'll read it.
No, it's good. It's good. Let me read it. No statement that no, the statement that black people cannot serve in the military, U.S. military is incorrect. Black citizens have served in the U.S. military since the country's inception, though they have faced periods of discrimination and limitations on their roles, while the military has not always been fully integrated and has had a history of racism.
So, I mean, Fatty, this is where you drop that mic. But anyways, I'm just telling you right now, you're a fallacy machine. All I've heard was fallacies. I've not heard this California town that's sundown that actually I saw in the comments section debunk that right away, like Glendale moving forward and South Pasadena, no longer sundown towns. None of that exists because under liberalism in California, Gavin Newsom's opened the fray for so much degeneracy that LGBTQ have had more power than anybody else in the states, barring the rights of everybody else. Matter of fact, if you want to talk about inequality, those people we're oppressed more to them than any other race. So it's right now the problem isn't racist rhetoric, it's classism. That's most of the problem. Therefore, if you're going to say that racism even doesn't exist and it's there's no qualifiers for this because we're talking about malleable human language right now, and you would have to tell me that the black woman in the video that I just showed is lying about being racist. She literally was on camera saying, tough, try not to be white. And somehow this isn't racist. And then she identifies as a racist. So you're telling me that LGBTQ people have more power than black sisters in our race? This is crazy. I concede all this time. Go ahead and try to give me an answer that you haven't given me at all. Yeah, I'm still waiting. And wait, hold on. The reason why I have these theatrics and while I was doing this is because you went on to not answer my question that I answered at the beginning. Go ahead.
The debate is not to answer your question. The debate is to give you information, my brother. Fatty, could you share my screen, please, and read that one?
Absolutely. I am a good reader. So, here is Fatty with his enunciation. Let's see. Oh, here you go. Yes. Okay, so it is the executive order to have black people to serve in the army. Yes, there was an executive order, especially Executive Order 9981, issued by President Harry Truman on July 26, 1948, that mandated equality of treatment and opportunity for all persons in the armed service without regard to race, color, religion, or national origin. This order effectively ended racial segregation in the U.S. military.
And the reason why that's so important, because I know we got very smart people in the chat, and we're gonna have very smart people who's gonna look at this. Everybody know that another president can come in and kill an executive order because it don't become law unless it's the Supreme Court or Congress. That means that every executive order that Donald Trump is making today, the next president can kill it. That's what an executive order is. Do you understand how law and policies are made in the United States? Could you answer that question? Do you understand the executive order is one of the weakest that you can have to give people permission to do anything because the next president can kill it?
Oh, gee, that's got nothing to do with the statement. When you're citing something back from that year, I'm asking about 2025. I can actually concede that 3/5 of a man was a big ordeal and all this other stuff, right? That's got nothing to do. That's not even analogous to what we're talking about right now, objectively, about being called a racist or identifying as a racist or telling this person that they can't use these identifiers. Once again, that's got nothing to do with what I want to talk about, because in modern day, we don't see any of that. You've yet to answer my question of which systems or any groups are blacks barred from. I'm talking about public systems from entering and participating in. We don't see this. I'm still waiting for this town. Have yet to hear this. This made up fictitious town. When you're talking about things that happened back in the day, I'm talking about now, because in modernity right now, you just saw a black woman on this video. Last time I'm going to mention it because I feel like you're never going to answer this. She's identifying as racist, telling this white man she's racist and saying that try not to be white. That's crazy.
Again, a debate is made up of given information. And if you want me to answer your question, I ask you a question. I ask you a question. Did you understand what an executive order is? It don't make no difference if it was made in 1948 or 2025. It's not voted in by the Senate or Congress or the Supreme Court as for its Constitution. It is a policy that a president decided he wants something to happen at that moment. The next incoming president could take that executive order and kill it because it's not law by Congress or the Supreme Court. And if you don't understand that, everything else is going to confuse you. Now, you're the one that asked me, is it anything today that is unfair? And I'm just proved to you, there's no other unfair. Wait a minute. Bias or racist. For you to go and get brother, I don't interfere with you. Go ahead. You want to talk?
Let me put the 1 minute clock again. You guys were doing good. I was like, oh, they are already talking with each other. Now let's go again with the 1 minute clock. Go ahead, G. Finish your point.
He can't help himself.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's go.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, when you start to understand that, you understand how laws are made, how policies are made, how things can be unfair, how that Bank of America gets sued by their banking policies. You'll understand redlining. You'll understand all of that. All of that has a direct effect because it has power. There's nothing black people can do that would shift the power that would affect white people as a whole. You don't see that. And I understand why you don't want to see that.
Marte?
You're, like I said, you're a contradiction machine. A debate isn't about questions. It's about information. Answer my question. I need my question answered. Doesn't make any sense. You've been doing this whole debate and you still can't answer my question. By the way, saying that executive orders can be changed all the time. What if Trump made an executive order that all white people or anybody else should eat bananas, the national fruit of the nation? It's no longer Ecuador. So what? I can concede this. What's that got to do with the whole topic? That's analogous. The only thing you can plead to is some what if testimony of maybe this could happen. What if that'll happen? Yeah, I'm making an is claim, not a not claim. I'm saying, is racism the thing that we're talking about that this black woman can identify and uses as an identifier? And does this white person believe that she is racist? Does it really make sense? So when we're going along this whole train of logic, I'm asking you a question. Do you think the white person believes that she's racist when she says this and proves this? You said, well, I don't know. She's blatantly proven this.
You know, this is the trickery of this whole debate. The first thing he said when he came in, debate is about, you're not answering my question. You're not answering this question. You're not answering that question. Brother, you are the one who asking all the questions, and you're trying to get upset because you keep moving the goalposts, and I just won't follow you. I'm sticking to the 3 principles that I started off with. You're the one who is trying to give me all this damn salad, this jaw wrestling you want to do. I'm not trying to do all that. I'm trying to keep it simple. You asked me that could I come up with anything that affect black people in 2025? It's not about if, it is. Executive order is what it is. Matter of fact, let me give you an example. Some of the things that Donald Trump came into office when he first came into office on his first term was to get rid of some of Obama's executive orders.
Okay, I can even concede this. How does this disprove anything? Like, that's not even analogous. Just because he's black, he's a president. We can do this with anybody else in our past. Matter of fact, if Kamala was president and she got rid of Trump's executive orders, can you prove that this is racist at all? That doesn't make any sense. And that's not even analogous to anything that we're talking about. When you say that executive orders can prove racism, that doesn't make sense when you say, well, he has the power to do this. Great. This can apply to anything else. Like, to me, that doesn't really make any sense. And when you're saying I'm trying to keep it simple and stay on the subject, you're talking about executive orders. And what if he changes all that? That's literally moving the goalpost. All I'm asking is questions, and I'm being consistent with my questions. I'm asking you, and matter of fact, this is the craziest topic that I've ever debated, and most controversial, by the way. I still haven't had the answer. When I ask you for anything where blacks are barred from, like cities, towns, or anything, you haven't answered that question yet.
You know, remind me of the Rodney King case. When they were whooping his ass, they made us try to believe that, well, why is he moving? Why won't he stay still? Well, you knocking him upside the head and hitting him in the nuts with your billy clubs. Well, the average person go move. So this is what this person over here is doing. He asked me to do something, and then when I give him answers of what, he's never attacked. He never attacked. I can go back to Jim Crowism. I can come back to Bank of America, and I can go on the red line. Why he's not touching none of them subjects? Why won't he touch the Bank of America? Why would he not touch redlining? Because he wants to stay away from that. Because that is reality. As I keep saying, I'm going to keep it simple, that black people have to deal with on a daily basis.
When I asked you for a modern day example, you keep beckoning and referring to something that's already passed, that's not relevant today. You can say that there's effects of this, but I'm asking you for an example. You've yet to give me one. Like, literally, either you're trying to lose this debate and give me an easy W, or you're cosplaying as Timu Samuel Jackson right now. Not really a good portrayal of this. And then, not to mention this, here's the big whole picture. When you talk about redlining and all this other stuff, that's simply obfuscation. We're talking about, can black people be racist? We'll move on to that. I haven't avoided that or did any avoidance of that. Therefore, you can't prove that I've avoided that because I haven't talked about this, because it's not analogous to black people identifying as racist or if black people can be racist. That makes no sense. You literally went on a diatribe and wasted a whole minute of time for no reason. I'm still waiting for 2025. Can you prove an example where black people can't be racist? You literally saw a video that I just showed. Are you going to continue to deny this even though she identifies as racist?
As I said before, and I understand why he don't want us for this to be simple. I'm not going to sit up here and play his word salad game. I'm just not. I've been into this game too long. I got probably hairs on my ball older than him and probably got more knowledge than him. No diddy. But I keep saying the same thing because just like I say, I'm going to keep it simple. There's nothing that you or I know that deals with economic could affect white people. Nothing that black people really don't even own banks, institutions, insurance companies. Yes, they might own small ones, but it wouldn't affect white people. To be a racist, you must have power. Do you understand that? If you take the power from it, it just become a word. You must have power to enforce it. So nothing I say on this panel, nothing you can do could have wake up Thursday morning and affect the economy of white people. Nothing you could do. Nothing you can do in your church. I don't care how long you shout or not shout, that you can wake up and it affect white churches. But the Pope can come out and do something and it affect every church. This is what I'm telling you. When being a racist, it's a word itself, but you must have power to implement the system of white supremacy for it to have effect. We don't have that power over white people. We just don't. I'm finished.
You've given an example, the religious example of the Pope. That is an example of racism. You brought up Rodney King. Insert O.J. Simpson. City didn't throw any. They didn't burn down the city for that. Also, you go on this whole diatribe of like, oh, we're blacks are disenfranchised somehow, but yet to name any position where we're physically barred from doing anything. Like literally, you have no answers for this. You also contradict yourself still when you say people can identify as a construct, and have debunked this by using the LGBTQ community and the 2% gay community and saying we're changing whole laws and school structures and everything else for them. They have no institutional power. This is also, you can even say some of that's a construct. When you talk about Atlanta, we have DL brothers, right? You can say that's not a social construct, but when they come out, are they changing society as a whole? Are sisters changing their dating behavior and apps because of this T app and all this? Yes, these are all social constructs. They don't need power, but we're changing whole movements because of this. Dating market is changed because of these constructs that people have through action. You don't need power for this.
I don't know. Is he sleepy or if his medication is not working? He's the one himself he's just talking in circles. He keep bringing up, and maybe he probably going to be chased down the street by a couple of them alphabet people that he's separating himself from. The ABC people don't have no power. They lobby the government to get power. They have no power. They can go out and do anything they want to do with no power, without laws, systems. That the people I'm talking to you to have the power, give them power. You can see it in our community. You can see it in our relationships. Guys, and you have said this in the past yourself, that the white man give the black woman power over me. She's going to be able to do this. She's going to be able to do this. She's going to take this from me. She's going to take that. There's no black people who have that type of power to do that. That's why you always say that she gets her power from someone else. And I heard you say it many times. So now you are backtracking from what your own words now? So we don't know Zaddy no more, right? As you call him. You don't know who Zaddy is now, right? But you've been all over this internet for weeks talking about the power struggle of the black man and the black woman. She has no power. The man gives her power. When I'm pretty sure black men wouldn't be beating themselves up to take things from themselves, so she has to go to Zaddy. I have never heard anybody say or explain that Zaddy represents a black man. I land my plane.
All this, all this talk right now, this crazy talk you making right now, it doesn't really make any sense. You've not once addressed the topic or proven to me that black people cannot be racist, which clearly they can. In the video, she was clearly uttering racial epithets while espousing the fact that she identifies as racist blatantly. Matter of fact, I can also say that there are a ton of black people that are racist. We see this all the time. If you want to say that there's a black section that's, or a white section that's racist, there's a black section too. We have black-owned shops in other avenues. Matter of fact, on TV, we can see this all the time on social media. You can call a white person a cracker all the time, but can we reverse this? That knife doesn't always cut both ways. Matter of fact, there's more racism in black culture than there is in white culture, leaning towards that because people think that they get a pass and allowance because they were victims at one point. To me, that doesn't make sense because you're perpetuating the hatred that has been in the past of people that no longer own slaves today. To right now, it doesn't even make sense. You've never been able to justify how a black person can't be racist at all. Matter of fact, I'll give you an example real quick and I'll land my plane. When you talk about blacks not being racist, they have to own a system. Well, the projects, what are they? It's a system. Matter of fact, it's a physical structure, a system that we have for low-income housing. It is a system. If you look it up, it's technically a system. If a white person's walking in this system after dark and somebody says, hey, white boy, and jumps him with a lot of black people and takes his wallet, that's racism because they're using the power of numbers in a system to disenfranchise him because he's white. Because, hey, cracker, to me, I don't understand how that wouldn't be racist. And especially if they identifies like this woman said, yeah, I'm racist. She proudly exclaimed this. Who are you to disenfranchise her right to identify as racist? If she believes that she's racist, why don't you go ahead and give her this concession and say that she's racist? To me, you don't hurt anybody by doing this, but we identify that any race can be racist.
Man, I see what our ancestors had to go through. Fatty, I think he's getting confused. If he had asked me the question, can black people be prejudiced, I would agree along with him. Everybody can be prejudiced. But the problem with him, he's getting prejudiced and racist confused. Could you put up my last before my final statement? Could you put that up, please? That I shared on the screen. Could you blow that up and read the top part of it and the bottom part of it so he can get a great understanding of what's the difference between the two?
Prejudice refers to a preconceived judgment or opinion about someone based on their membership in a particular group without sufficient knowledge or experience to justify it. It can be an attitude or belief, either negative or positive, that often involves stereotypes. For example, assuming someone is bad at math because of their race is a form of racial prejudice. You want me to read more?
Racism.
Racism, on the other hand, is a system of beliefs and practices that asserts the superiority or inferiority of a particular race, often leading to discriminatory behaviors and unequal treatment. It involves not only prejudice, but also the power to enact discrimination and oppression based on racial differences. Racism can manifest in various ways, including individual racism, systemic or structural racism, and then we have the rest of it in the bottom.
You don't have to read no more. I think that is nailing the point right there. And this is what I've been trying. This is what I've been trying to relate to him from the beginning. And I understand he don't want to believe, but anybody who's of color can understand this by day-to-day life. Exactly. You can have a word, but you have no power to implement regardless of what you come up with a construct. It takes power, and this is what he's not trying to understand. Yes, anybody can be president, and he brought up the word cracker. That's not really a racist word. He don't even understand where that word came from. That word came from the slave owners using a whip to crack the black man's back. And he was, and from the word crack, and that's where the word cracker come from. So that just speaking of something that happened, it's reality. But if he can't understand the difference between prejudice and racist, then everything is going to confuse him. It might have something to do with them damn 1978 earphones he got on his damn ear that he can't understand simple terms. I lay my plane.
We have 1 minute until we change topics.
Fatty, I sent you something in the IG. So here's the thing, though, is that when we look at Ahmaud Arbery's town, it's not a sundown town, even though the belief may think that, which I saw the super chatter say, it's not a sundown town, but this belief can be anywhere. But it doesn't mean that that town is racist, even though it once was. You've not once reconciled this at all. And I'm going to go ahead and show on this screen something that I show Fatty, which shows that you're citing fallacies, actually. Fatty, whenever you can, just put this on the screen and we'll go ahead and read. Yeah, 10 seconds.
There we go.
And after I'm done with this, I'm going to whoop your ass on the next topic, too. So Whenever
stay
you're ready.
away from my ass and stay away from behind me too.
Yeah.
You don't want to
No did
ingredients in the beginning with your
did
little
it. I don't trust little light skins behind me. I know y'all got some freak in you.
Oh, are you being racist right now? We're being colorist too.
No, I'm being truthful.
You're using the social construct. Okay. What's the accuracy of AI overviews, which you've used a nuanced perspective? AI overviews, particularly those found in search engines, are not entirely accurate, nor entirely subjective. They offer a mixed bag of both strengths and weaknesses in their accuracy. So here's the thing, Fatty, you can take that off. When you're using an AI overview, all you're doing is cherry picking and asking another source to be your trusted source. So when you talk about language and you're talking about definitions, they're not an absolute. You've already agreed that definitions change from time to time. When I was to call everybody gay back in the day and say, is everybody having a gay old time? They said, oh, he means happy. But now if you say that, everybody else is going to sound like they are, having sex with another man, things like this, right? That kind of culture. So when you plead to AI, it's a fallacy. You're using something that's subjective and a mixed bag. You're literally asking AI to cherry pick for you. This makes no sense. Yet if we look at the definition, absent AI, it's not going to have power in the word racism. If you notice this, he went to AI and asked AI to cherry pick something when it says it's not entirely accurate. Yet when I go to Webster's dictionary, it's absent. And then I go to the other definitional terms underneath racist, it's absent. Also throughout this debate, I've proven that minority groups such as LGBTQ have power. Does it need to be systemic? Yeah, you could say it's systemic because maybe an LGBTQ member has went ahead and passed the law and think, but that's not power. That's not the power that we think of. This answers the question to, are there places where Black people are barred from entering? Like you brought up banks. What white person stopping you from buying a house, getting a bank account or anything? Can you point anywhere this happened? I asked you this during the whole debate and you haven't even answered this question, which bodes well to the point of me saying, and I'm going to wrap this up because I basically cooked you on this analysis because you can't even give me the definition of the term of racist because you're using cherry picking AI. And now onto the thing, I'm going to land my plane real quick. When I've asked you, can Black people be racist? You say no. Clearly, when I asked you if this white person can believe that she says she's racist and identifies this, you contradict yourself. You say, yeah, anybody can adapt the social contract. No, I don't know if he believes that she's racist or not. So it's subjective. You've even admitted it's subjective. Any race can be racist, and I land my plane there.
I'll give y'all 1 minute to land this first topic. I will go ahead and acknowledge just a little bit of housekeeping, and then we go to the main event. Black people should pay reparations. No, sorry. Black people should pay reparations to white people.
Brother.
So go ahead, OG, and Mate, if I think he's done for now. So go ahead, OG.
You ever notice that he keeps saying, I admitted to something I haven't admitted to? See, that's just how people are. When they don't have enough actual facts to combat what you're saying, then they'll make up stuff that you didn't say. I never admitted to any of that bullshit he just got through saying. He could have kept that to himself. And number two is, I can't make somebody believe something when they want to believe something else. See, for anything in life, for it to be truthful, you got to be able to feel it. It has to have power behind it. You got to be able to touch it. And I guarantee you, even yourself, sir, and I know you think you might be privileged, I can bring your ass out in California and take you down in that sundown town. And you can think whatever you is. You can think you this person, that person, or you can think you Mayan, Aztec. They gonna look at you just like a ninja. They gonna pull your ass over, and they gonna ask you for your ID, and then they gonna ask you two more questions. Are you on parole, or do you have any drugs in the car? That's what the hell they gonna ask you.
So, friends, we are going to close this segment of the show. Let me stop the clock. Let me do a little bit of housekeeping. No questions over $10, so nothing will be read. All the super chats below $10 will be read in the end of the show, okay? We have 56 minutes to go. The panel will be open as soon as we hit 0. The first 5 people are going to have 8 minutes to get a one-on-one with the challenger and the debater in question. The rest of the people will join the open panel where we're going to have the conversation, okay? So 56 minutes to open the panel.
The wait is over. The gates are open. All who seek the panel, enter now.
Once again, $10 and up will be read during the show. And please go ahead and support both of our debaters today. I would appreciate it if you guys could bless their Cash App so at least they can have a nice lunch and a nice dinner tomorrow, okay? Appreciate the 368 people watching in all platforms. So let's go ahead and let's push it. Again, if you want to activate the Shadow Realm where everything goes, $100 it is. Again, just housekeeping. Tomorrow, we're going to have black conservatives versus white liberals on the Breaking Ground show. So don't miss it. We're going to talk about a lot of things: white guilt, black fatigue, Donald Trump. We're going to touch a lot of topics. We're going to have a panel between black members of Wakanda and white people from Valhalla. So pull up. Friday, of course, the super panel. We are cooking interesting one. Okay, so don't forget the birth control, the male birth control pill. Would you take it? Would that take all the power from woman? We're going to have fun with this one. And finally, on Sunday, men are wearing skirts now. The infamous Ladies First show. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. But friends, this one is actually, I'm very interesting to see where these go. We have 56 minutes before opening the panel. All the $10 and up questions will be answered, read on the 30 mark and on the 0 mark, and then we open the panel. White people should pay reparations to black people. Marte has the affirmative, so
let's get ready to rumble. It's time to
Marte, why should black people pay reparations to white people? I'll leave you the clock again like this. If you guys interrupting each other too much, I'll go back to 1 minute each. Go ahead.
The reason why, I would say, is in the war on poverty era, programs like community development block grants often funneled federal dollars to black urban areas, which neglect poor white communities in places like Appalachia. A 2017 report from the Economics Policy Institute showed that rural white communities receive 20% less federal funding per capita than urban black majority areas, despite poverty rates. Listen, I'm going to even put this down. I don't even care about this. I'm going to go in. So here's the thing, though. If you think about the 600,000 white people during the Civil War that died to free black slaves. Remember, it was Christianity that ended slavery. So if we think about this, there needed to be allowance, right? And in order for slavery to end, who ended this? That's my question. I'll also continue with this too. You don't even have to answer that by saying that anytime that black culture gets pissed or something happens, we burn down cities, costing taxpayers thousands of dollars. And when you go ahead and have people work hard all their life and build up white shops and businesses and things like this, they end up having to close them down because Black culture thinks they're entitled to free shit. Now they have to close their businesses. So if you think about this, when blacks move into buildings, and I'm not talking about the affluent, rich black people, because I understand there's like a percent marginalized difference from this. If you look at the neighborhoods, property value goes down. Why is this? We can go ahead and look at Pew research on all this. Black crime, according to black culture, goes up. So when black people say, I'm leaving the black community, they're not talking about race. They're talking about the culture, because property values go down. I go to my car, the windows are broken because somebody thought they were entitled to free shit inside of my car. This is basically something that's analogous with black culture, community, and things like this. Now, also systemically, DEI has disenfranchised white people the whole time. So if you're talking about needing reparations, blacks can't get reparations because there's an overcorrection on what's taken from the system, whether or not that's government programs, grants, burning cities down due to BLM riots, and all this other stuff. I'm like, literally, there's an overcorrection to where it's like blacks shouldn't get reparations. They were handed down all of this, and I can understand this. Think about the definitional term. I'm going to land my plane. Reparations. What's there to repair? If you're going to take tax dollars from people who weren't alive during slavery during the time, nobody's owned a slave right now. And who are you taking tax dollars from? We have an immigration policy that has in the past administration has allowed people to come in. You're going to make them pay for reparations too. This makes no sense. It's such a convoluted thing. Matter of fact, I'm more leaning to nobody should get reparations. But if you want to fight for reparations, whites should get reparations. If that's the case, I'll land my plane.
OG.
For you who might be in the audience and in the chat, and for you who might see this in the future, you'll understand how I designed this. I don't know how many of you are boxing fans out there, but Muhammad Ali came up with this thing called the rope-a-dope to knock his opponent out at the end. And I assure you, and I promise you, I just been letting him tap, and I stayed to my point. Usually when you start off something wrong, everything after that is going to be wrong. First thing, my brother, the Civil War was not about slavery. It was about separating the Union. It was about the Confederacy that in the South feel like they was giving more money to the federal government, and there were other places in the South that was making the money. At the time this was going on, the United States had over 80% of all the cotton exported to other countries, which was the number one crop. The number two crop was sugarcane. And so when you start your thing off talking about how many people died, did you forget that there was black soldiers on both sides? But I'm going to stick to the point. The point is the Civil War had nothing to do with slavery other than when the North started losing the war. They put that in as an incentive to gain, because they know black people, Africans at that time, Africans wanted to be able to fight. And so they added that in. If you ever read the Lincoln's letter, he said he would have never started a war if he could have kept the Union together. He would have never even freed black people if he had keep the Union together. So this misnomer of you thinking the Civil War was about slavery, it throws off everything that you understand. Now, again, when you start talking about these other policies that Donald Trump has came in, who was some of the big, you act like white people just laid down and died and they didn't get these programs. If you want to talk about welfare was really made for white people. When they gave it to black people, they changed the rules. There's no man can be in the house. So I don't know where you get your mindset from. I think you probably went to school or watched television and you're getting your information. Now these things, I don't even have to look over the internet. When you look at 400 and something when you look at cotton as a sale, if we was to put it today, as far as the money they would have owed us for the years that we worked freely, they would owe us over $28 trillion. And that's just in cotton itself. Has nothing to do with life. You forget about the life that was lost. You forget about the things that the traumatic experience that people went through. Everybody else, I understand right now you are saying, and this is always an old practice when it deals with black people. I don't believe in reparations. Well, hell, you already don't gave it to everybody, so I know you don't believe it in now, because now it's our turn to get it. For you to sit up and say that a country that's 200 years old, that black people built on their backs, even built the White House. We couldn't even have one black room in the White House. And so when you say stuff the way you say stuff, it makes me have a great understanding in you really don't have a knowledge of what the hell you're talking about. When you start, especially when you start opening up talking about the Civil War, was based on. Can I address excuse me. I don't interrupt you.
Let him land, and then I got you, Marta. Go ahead.
But there's an 18-hour flight on this plane. It's crazy.
I put the fuel in it. It's gonna be okay, brother. It's gonna be okay. And I'm gonna let you have that, because just like I'm saying, I'm willing to knock you out on in the 9th round, and that's gonna happen. Go ahead.
That was you landing your plane, so you were done the whole time, and you're just, anyways. So I'm glad that I took notes and studied for this debate, since he says I didn't do anything like this. So I already knew that he was going to bring up some fallacious points on the Civil War. What percentage of the Union Army was comprised of blacks? 10%, right? So when you talk about this and you're saying that it had nothing to do with slavery, I actually wrote this down. The Civil War was deeply intertwined with the issue of slavery. I already knew you were going to come up with this fallacious point. So all these contributors, these factors contributed to it. The Southern states, the whole thing was it from seceding primarily to protect the institution of slavery. That's the main reason why we had the Civil War. For you to say this, and I tell everybody else in the chat to Google how slavery had nothing to do. This is what you said. It had nothing to do with this. Rewind the tape. He literally said nothing. To me, that is not only stupid, but because you're also telling me that I'm uneducated and I watch television, when really anybody could look this up and prove you wrong. This makes no sense. So when I'm talking about 600,000 warriors, Civil War veterans that died and shed blood, we're talking about slavery. This doesn't make any sense, because you can't put a price on bloodshed or any monetary gain or anything like this, because they died to basically hand over the rights of saying, hey, or actually destroy slavery. It took a long time, and I can't even say this, but since these claims have been destroyed and refuted by you, which anybody can look this up, we're going to move on to this point. And the point is, if you're going to take reparations, who are you taking this from? Tax dollars from people who weren't alive to stop slavery, had anything to do with this, and you're going to penalize people who weren't involved in this or weren't even aware of it at the time of born? This makes no sense. If you're talking about the nation of immigrants, you're going to penalize them too? To me, this makes no sense. White Tom Green walking down the street is going to pay taxes for something that he wasn't involved with. To me, it doesn't really make any sense. But yet, burning down whole cities and costing everybody money, no sense.
I'm going to start with my point from his ladder and go forward. The reason that people who flee to this country is because there's been work done by people who look like me and you. And the reason why they flee to this country is because they can't fight in their own country. This war has already been fought. You want to say one thing and you want to cherry pick what I said. I said initially it didn't have anything to do with slavery. Think about what I'm finna say. The South had start printing their own money and refused to send money to Washington, D.C., the 13th colony. All right? So now the South, who's making a multitude of money for this country, by selling cotton all over the world, 75% of the export to the world market, and cane, sugar cane. So when you say that it was directly, I will say I stand on that. When I say indirectly, when the war started going on, because you got to understand, you had two generals who went to the same school, West Point, and they was good at what they did. And I told you it was incentive for the North to bring slavery into that so they can get more men in uniforms. So when it's amazing to me that people who come from other countries always want to come over here and say, I don't want to pay taxes. But you know what? You flee to this country to get freedom that you can't even get in your own country. So you damn right they should pay. And you're still acting it, you haven't involved black people. Black people will be paying taxes too. So what are you really saying? Or do you really understand? I understand you probably can read real good and you probably can get AI to look up stuff for you, but you got to understand what you're dealing with. You got to understand the history of it. And when you really understand the history of it, when the 13 colonies, the South decided to separate itself and come up with its own currency called the Confederacy currency. So then Washington, D.C. are not getting funds. You know, we pay federal taxes. You do understand that. And so now you're not getting any money from these southern states that is really carrying the workload of the economy of this country. That started the war, sir. That is the beginning of the war there. And if you don't believe me, go back and read the Lincoln Papers. He describes it to you. He's the president. If anybody would know what happened, it would be the person who declared war on the South. I don't do any of that stuff that you do when I'm having a debate. I try to give you highly the respect.
Because you're over a minute, OG. We're actually 15 minutes.
It's not, but you. I got you, but I got you on that. But you was way over a minute too, my brother. If you span this back.
Yeah, cool story. Oh God. So good thing that I'm not looking at AI. I'm looking at notes that I put through that I have to cycle through. Got one of those apps. I live in modernity, right? So all the reports from 2020, and we can move forward, they estimate that the protests and riots in following the murder of George Floyd, you can say largely peaceful, involved arson, vandalism, and looting that resulted in 1 to 2 billion in unpaid insurance claims, costing the city a lot of money. Economic and financial impacts of this are beyond direct damages, potentially leading to what I wrote down in my notes, long-term negative effects on local economics to everybody else, including white neighborhoods. Values. Riots can also significantly decrease the value of properties. I already mentioned this in my opening statement. This also offers a decline in consumer and business confidence of these cities. So when you're talking about long-term economic damage, this is systemic. So sustain unrest, I mean, think about what's happening in DC right now, in Chicago and everywhere else. It's like, who wants to live here? To me, I would think that the economic deficit and standpoint that we have from this, it's like, nobody wants to live here. Why is this? Because of black culture. I'm not saying that, look, my mother was black, my dad was half, so I'm a quarter like you said, right? But in a quarter in a good way. I appreciate everything. I love my black brothers and sisters because I hear Mexican people call me Mexican in the chat, which is cool. I don't care. My Mexican brothers are good too, whatever they want to associate with. But this is my point though, is that when we talk about black people disenfranchising other people, we do this regularly in our culture, burning down cities, riots. Like I said, $1 to $2 billion in damages. I'm like, that's an overcorrection. We already have other things too happening right now. As a matter of fact, we're getting handouts as we speak from deleting babies. You know, all this like is happening left and right. And then there's overcorrection of riots, burning down, property destruction. I can go on. It's just crazy. But go ahead.
I'm starting to believe this good brother here who wants to be a good brother is having a hard time to comprehend what's actually been said on this panel. He keep going back to his race or been half Mexican. That ain't got a damn thing. You know, Mexicans will leave their own country to come over here. Why do you think they come over here? Because someone have already laid the groundwork for freedom that they can have it in their own country. See, you got to understand, black people stood up here. We was brought here. We are kidnapped people. We was brought here. They're coming over here by the bus load, the wet load, or any kind of load they can get here to come to get freedom that I and my ancestors fought for, built this country so they can have the rights. And it's so stupid, your brothers, that comes to this country and then fly their own flag, but they won't take their ass back to their own country and do the same thing we did. That's the problem. They left their fight and came to, that's like somebody builds a house, put nice furniture in it, put great designs in it, decorate it, and you just sit there and wait till they finish it, and then you run into it and bomb and just take over the home, and then you want to call it your own. Let me tell you something, my brother, that you probably don't understand about this whole situation. Reparation will be paid to black people, regardless of you wanting it or not. Because I said it earlier, and I'm going to put some statistics up and show you who you think was making the money back when we was working 500 years for absolutely no money. Mexicans come over here and work for a quarter.
Hey, did you land your plane yet? Are you done?
I'm quiet as a mouse.
Okay, cool. So you're talking about Mexicans coming over here working for a quarter. Are those people going to pay taxes for reparations? Where are we going to get this money from people who were never alive? I asked this question, never got an answer for this. During the time of slavery, never owned a slave, never was alive to even stop slavery or do anything like this. And by the way, if people don't think I know history, what happened during the Barbary slave trade? Hundreds of thousands of white Christians were sold by black people. So we can go there too as well too. So if you really want to go to history, we could do this as well too, and you can get the work there too. But right now, I'm gonna say a modern day era that we have right now. If you're going to get reparations and argue that black people should get reparations, who are you getting this money from? People that weren't alive during this whole thing that happened? People that didn't own a slave or do any of that? Can you answer this question for me? Please, I beg of you.
I'm going to answer your question. And for some reason, you can't even understand. Again, all the benefits that you have today come from residual income. This country is only on 200 something years old. Has one of the world's largest economy. That didn't happen because people went to Vegas and started goddamn just gambling. That happens of having it's like having a race. You get 500 years, that's a head start, and then the people behind you comes behind you, and you want to call it an equal opportunity race. The things that people come to this country, white people have residual income. There was a time in this country when they gave out land by mass. We couldn't qualify. We couldn't qualify for it because they didn't consider us as citizens, number one, and 3/5 of a human being. So, again, what you don't understand is confusing you. There has been great benefits in slavery, after slavery, Jim Crowism, red line, go back into our old conversation. Now you want to talk about burning down and having riots. But brother, did you hear the sum you put out there? I said trillions. You said billions. I said trillions. So when you understand the money that the black people made in this country for over 500 something years, and the interest up to 2025, I don't give a damn where they get the money from. They got money for everything else. Look, they send money over there to people we don't even know who supposed to be having a war for them to have equal rights, and we still fighting to have equal rights here. Ain't nobody worried about what they're getting the damn money for that. Ain't nobody worried about what the $7 billion they send to Israel every fucking year. And the billions of dollars they don't send to Ukraine. I don't see you complaining about that. I don't give a damn where they get the money from. Everything that this country got was built on the backs of black people for over 500 something years of slavery. And then you want to talk about riots and tearing up the city? Have you ever heard of the or seen tapes? There were some white people out there. There were some Mexicans out there. Provocateurs. They are the ones who were setting fires and all this bullshit that you come to.
I'll give you 2 minutes, Marte.
I can't even get the reparations for the 30 minutes he robbed of me over his time. This is crazy.
I'll give
This guy's talking about reparations, but he can't even abide by the reparations that we're even talking about.
Oh, okay, I got you, bro. That's wait. We were charging you more because you got 25% white in your ass, okay? So I get a little more time, okay?
You're proving my point about
I'm getting my reparation from your ass right now. So anyway, anyway, these fires and stuff you want to talk about and tearing down the cities and stuff, when you start looking at the videos and tapes, you'll see there might be people who look like you that started them shit. Now, I'm telling you, black people will tear up some shit.
Reparations for me right now in my time, OG.
Okay,
go ahead, Marte. There's Marte. You have 2 minutes.
Now you know how this shit feel.
Get right now.
Now you know how this shit feel, don't you?
25% of me is getting robbed of reparations. So literally, what do you have to prove that? I have to get the 2 minutes back, right? Proving that blacks have to give reparations back to who? The 25% of what you can say is a construct of me. So here's the thing, though, is you've already had fallacious claims saying that America's 200 years old. No, it's 249 years old. Already off with the facts already. So when we think about this, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, you mentioned in redlining, well, really the Fair Housing Act was established in 1968 to abolish and stop this. For me, you're bringing up just old shit there in this whole debate, not even acknowledging the point, and you haven't even answered the question. Actually, it was disingenuous. You're showing a really disingenuous position right now, saying, I don't care who it comes from. Wait, hold on. Isn't this the theory that you're espousing that you're against when you're emulating this, saying, I don't care who it comes from? Go ahead. I'm going to respect the time of reparations. Go ahead.
Okay. This is bullshit if you ever heard so. Now, why the fuck would we be talking about reparations if we ain't talking about some shit that happened a long time ago? How the hell you going to have it both ways, man? That's the most idiotic shit you don't say since you've been on this panel. Why the fuck would we be talking about reparations if we ain't talking about some shit that happened a long time ago? If they had to pay the shit a long time ago, the damn bill wouldn't be so high. That's a major problem. Y'all keep passing this shit on, and interest keep building and building and building and building. So, I'm sorry that y'all took so long to want to write this damn check, but you go write this check. Your ass already done wrote the check since you've been on this panel. And by the time I finish, you go break the bank.
Oh, we can have fair reparations now. So with these minutes, it's crazy. So here's the thing, though. You can say I've never once conceded in the past. I've already conceded that what's happened in the past has happened. Right? We've talked about the Civil War. What has that? That's there slavery involved, which you deny that slavery had nothing to do with the Civil War or was the main principle for why we had the Civil War. You've already denied that. So that's a fallacy that I've already proven. And moving forward, you have yet to answer the question, because I can concede that harm was done to black people generations and generations ago, right? I'll answer the question right now, which you've already answered. I want to see if there's a different answer, because I'm giving you a chance here, because you said, I don't care who it comes from. Yet if white people said this, you'd say that's racist. Oh, you're denying us, when really you're saying the very same thing. If it came out of the other mouth, you'd say that's hateful rhetoric. To me, that doesn't make any sense. But I'll ask the question again. If we had money come out of the pockets of people who were never alive, that owned a slave or anything, even though $2 billion of recent damage has happened by the black community, robberies currently happen, crime rates currently happen, costing cities, taxpayers a lot of money, who would this come from?
All right, again, You keep acting like there was only black people out there marching. Let me just give you a little miscellaneous of why black people should be on reparation. Fatty, I'm gonna need 2 minutes on it, and I give him 4 minutes if he need it. Okay.
2 minutes. Here you go.
Wait. You put up this last little thing, Fatty. Last little thing. This has nothing to do with the internet.
Hey, OG, are you gonna get 4 minutes or 4 minutes?
I'm saying you go get. No, I'm saying I'm gonna give you 4 minutes for 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm gonna get. What's a 4 minute? What's anyway?
Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's the black side of me. No, Fatty. I'm sorry. Fatty. I'm sorry. Let me get a hold. Let me get a hold to this. Okay. Share screen. Okay. What is it between? Damn, did it go away? 1 second, Fatty. 1 second. I don't know what happened. Why that's not showing up as a screen. Okay. All right. I know what it is, Fatty. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm sorry for that for people who will be watching this. It's slowing down everything.
The panel opens up in.
All right. This is it. This is it.
The panel opens up in 28 minutes.
You got it, Fatty?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You ever notice when you go to the hotel, you have miscellaneous things? It's not really the cost of staying at the hotel, but these are.
You didn't even censor the number one. God.
Wait. Okay, but we got to. We dealing with reality here, Fatty. So, we're gonna start from 10 on up. And these are the miscellaneous things that. The trillions of dollars I have added it up to $100 trillion just from the miscellaneous. We're gonna start with number 10.
Whoa, wait.
We're gonna start with number 10 and work.
Why number 2 is? Damn.
We're gonna start with number 10. Desperate house ninjas. Like my counterpart on the other side. Speaking of him, Jeffrey Dahmer. He ate 3 Mexicans and 4 Negroes, and then he had the audacity to say he ate the Negroes with collard greens and sweet yams, forcing black people to eat chitlins and influencing them to put raisins in their potato salad. That should be about 20 trillion by itself. Forcing black women to breastfeed white kids. He don't want to talk about that. They didn't want to put their own breast, but I don't know if they thought it was chocolate milk would come out of the lady's breast or not. I don't know. But they forced black women to breastfeed white kids. But they didn't want us to drinking out the same water fountain, but they could put the black woman's titty in the white baby's mouth. But that's another story. Forcing black people to pray to a white Jesus. Now that's ridiculous. I can see that close to 100 million by itself, but I did cut it a little bit so I could fit it all into $100 trillion. All right. The next forcing black people target for white. We'll get back to that one. All right. Hanging black people for sport activities on the weekend. That we even called today, it was called picnic. When they say, well, we're going to have a picnic. Well, that's what they do, is pick a nigga. On the weekend, they'll hang him up in the tree and they'll burn him up, and then they would sell his body parts, whatever would land on the ground. They call that a picnic. They used to do that on the weekend. I'm damn so glad that they came up with football and basketball. All right? Number 2, and not to be done more than anything, forcing black people to have oral sex and eating ass in 2025. That one right there could be 100 trillion in itself. And number 1, they're not to be killed by anything. Then I'm going to try to make him understand. Inventing the word nigger. So these are miscellaneous Just from that, we should get $100 trillion. All right, Fatty, you can bring it down.
Marte, you have 4 minutes, as he said that you had 4 minutes. So 4 minutes it is, and we are almost there. 24 minutes to open the panel. So if you want to pull up and challenge the debaters, you better get your camera on, go get your lighting. Okay, we have 25 minutes until we open the panel. Go ahead,
So Fatty, go to your IG and post the photo that I sent you, because I actually had, it's funny because we have closing questions as well too, and statements. So if you could post that for me, I'll wait with my 4 minutes. I'll gladly wait impatiently.
So we're going to give you until the 20-minute mark, since we're on the 24-minute mark, and I can get these immediately. So
I already knew you're gonna do this, OG, with the dumb questions of eating ass and everything else. Crazy, bro. Like, but I had to counter though. It's funny because I already knew my opponent. I studied to show myself approved, unlike you, Timu Samuel Jackson.
Here you go.
Okay, I got some questions since you had some dumbass questions for me. Can you say ambulance and not ambulance? I'm just curious if you can do this. Also, can you say the word ask? Number 3, do you know what an indoor voice is? Number 4, do you own the rights of Timu Sam Jackson with Uncle Ruckus's voice? It's funny because this is just a you're a walking contradiction. Also, number 5, to your point, I already knew you're going to come up with this. Do you actually have a metric to monetary reimbursement besides preferences and feelings, which is all you've had in your closing statement that you've had as far as your questions? Can you say ambulance? I'm just curious. And can you say the word ask?
This stuff is working on this nigga on got darker since we've been on this panel.
You can't even answer this question. Can you say the word ask?
I'm not here to answer your question, but you're making my point.
You can't even answer? What's the answer?
Listen.
Ebonics work well for you.
Listen, but you're making my point. The reason, if I couldn't do none of this right here, this is why we need reparations. Do you not know you fell into the damn trap? Did you know you not just fell into the trap? You are making my point. Look. You don't have you asked me a question, Fatty.
Oh, 1 second, OG. You have a chance to win the debate by saying ambulance and ask.
Ambulance.
Oh man, OG, what the
Yeah, there's a B in that. You can't even pronounce the B. Anyways, moving on. Ambulance. What's an ambulance? What's the ambulance? Do you know what an ambulance is? You know, right?
That's
crazy.
You need to take your ass. You need to take your ass back to the gym and fight with the weights because they don't fight you back.
Look, just because you take Geritol doesn't mean that you can own the property right to Sam Jackson and be Uncle Ruckus's voice.
Weights don't help. Hey, look, weights don't help brain muscles.
Yeah, your gap teeth got enough for weights in it. That's crazy.
Hey, friend,
man, you say no Diddy, but it's all kinds of Diddy on your side right now.
Hey, Fatty, do we get to do our closing argument now?
No, because still we have 20 minutes.
Oh, we got 20. Oh, hey, look, I feel like I'm abusing him right about now.
There's still 20 minutes.
Your argument would be the only argument you have. That's crazy. You've never offered pushback for who these dollars come from. And when I say, who would this come from? You say, I don't care who it comes from. To me, it's like I won the debate because you don't even care, but yet you incite that you care about where it comes from because all the pain and hardship. Yet I've cited that nobody alive today suffers because they're not slaves. They're not doing this. And if anybody uses consistent logic of saying, well, it's systemic, and there's a It's a reach right now at this point from saying blacks have a right to act a certain way because of what's happened in black culture. To me, that doesn't even make sense. I can explain why. Black people are slaves for the Democrats more than anything else. I refuse to remain their slave. We've been voting Democrat for decades, and what have we gotten? High crime, destroyed communities, filled with property, which costs everybody else money. You've yet to debunk any of this, and this is crazy. Matter of fact, white people today basically have more harm to them because of this than anything done by slavery to blacks today too. It affects more white people from what happens to black BLM riots, everything else, than slavery does to black people. Can you prove me wrong on that? You can't, but I'm looking for an answer.
Just like I say, what a waste of light skin.
That's not an answer, Jack. Not an answer. Can you answer the question?
Hey, look at, I didn't talk when you said that. I didn't ask you a question. I just said what a waste. I said what a waste of light skin. You can't even cook water.
Oh, you got. Oh, you can't cook water.
Hey, look. And the strange thing about this, y'all seen it as well as I seen it. Every time he tried to imitate me, for some reason or another, some sugar went in his arm and elbow. He started doing all that. I ain't know who the hell he was trying to imitate. His voice kept getting higher and higher. And I got a deep voice. Hey, look, I got a deep voice. So I don't know. Maybe you having some relapse from your last night date or something. But it sure wasn't you trying to imitate me. Look, look. See why you be talking? Hey, you take care of yourself, okay?
We're going back to the clock, and friends, the shadow realm wasn't open, so let's deal with the jokes and the back and forth, please. Let's answer questions until the clock is over. And
okay, so
I'll answer any question, even though you say the debate's not about questions. It's just information, which that's not a debate. Sam Jackson, Team Move Sam Jackson, that's not a debate.
Well, I figured this way, my brother. I rope-a-dope your ass in the first half, and I was waiting for to knock your ass out like I did. I can't go backwards. We already don't pass that point. I proved my point. Why black people should get okay.
You're right. You're correct about that.
I proved my point.
You haven't proven anything.
But I haven't laid you out yet. I got you a little wobbly. Your legs are a little wobbly now. But by the time we get ready to get finished, I'm gonna knock your ass clean out.
I'm still waiting for one punch. This is crazy. I don't respect my elders after today.
Hey, you thought you I'm gonna tell you how smart you are.
Let's respect the 1 minute. If you guys don't have nothing more, we go to closing statements and open the panel.
I don't think he got no more. His legs wobbly right about now. I'm finna knock his ass out soon we get to the final statements. Yeah, I'm gonna knock you clean out. I'm gonna knock you out of your socks and your shoes.
Hold on, OG. Knock somebody out isn't demonstrating knocking somebody out. This makes no sense. I'm gonna knock you out. Meanwhile, doesn't knock anybody else out. That's your perfect point. I'm still waiting for this knockout to happen. I don't even feel like I'm in the ring. I feel like I'm just watching you with your walker.
I know you dizzy. You don't know where you at.
I'm telling somebody they don't know where they're at isn't asserting that they don't know where they're at.
Oh boy, you funny. You know, I already know you was gonna be a baby debater, and I was gonna have to set you up.
I feel like I'm debating my uncle.
Do you have any feelings right about now? I think you're kind of punch drunk. I don't think you have no feelings.
I can't wait for open battle because maybe somebody got some smoke for me.
He gonna put up some
challenge these views because it hasn't been challenged.
Number one, I'm comfortable when I come over here. Look, I'm gonna get some vowels, some consonants, throw it around, some sounds gonna come out all fucked up. Wait, stop already. Just one second. Let me get this in 1 second. But you forgot I was an actor. You put something down for me to read, motherfucker. I'm gonna act it out. So.
You act like you put batteries in your smoke detector. I doubt that's the deal too. This is crazy.
Hey, look, you fucked up this debate like you fucked up the way you supposed to shave your face. You know you ain't supposed to come on camera looking like that. Look like you got pubic hairs on your face. Man, you ought to be ashamed of yourself to put yourself out there. I don't know your whole family's embarrassed right now. I don't know what you call that shit. What you call that shit you got on your chin?
Not even a good roast. I guarantee you, if you bite onto a hot dog, that gap wouldn't even touch the hot dog. You can eat a hot dog open in your mouth.
I don't eat hot dogs. That's more like what you like eating.
That's more what you like
eating. I don't eat round things alone in my mouth. I eat vegetables. That's something you might like to eat.
We fight things in South America 200 years
Y'all
old.
see him? He getting dizzy. Y'all see him? He getting dizzy. He ready for me to knock his ass out. Hey, Fatty. Hey, Fatty, I'm ready to get rid of this baby. Hey, Fatty, I'm ready to get rid of this baby. He's not a debater. He's not a debater. He's an imitator. He's not a debater. He is an imitator.
This is crazy.
Just like I say.
Ad hom dance right now. You don't have a debate. You don't have a argument.
My friend, you are embarrassing light-skinned people today.
Argument address any of the questions that I had. You can't even answer. Matter of fact, you said I don't care where reparations come
from. I didn't come here to answer your dumb ass question.
OG, your microphone. Give me just 1 second. Your microphone is drowning Marte microphone.
I'm sorry. Cut it down.
Yeah, let Marte finish this point, and if you guys don't have no more concrete points, we go to.
Fatty, can I do my closing statement if OG wants to have his closing statement?
Absolutely.
I'll finish. I'll start off by saying there was nothing compelling on your side for your argument. You started going to ad homs, which I don't mind doing, but it's because you've exhausted all your resources, which I don't know what kind of faculties you came with during this debate, but it wasn't an argument. I've waited for an argument. I've asked questions. Where is this going to come from? I don't care who it comes from, which I would make an assumptive claim and say disenfranchised people because I brought up immigrants coming in, that you'd have to say that they're going to have to pay for slavery, that they weren't even involved nationally or even as U.S. citizens involved in this. So you're saying you don't care and you're going to disenfranchise an even more marginalized community that's coming into our, wow, that's crazy. Meanwhile, the blacks, for a majority, have incited this. And mind you, I'll bring up this point too while I land this plane. The blacks community had Obama. Where was reparations fought for when Obama was in office? Matter of fact, he had 2 terms, and this is crazy. 2 chances. Matter of fact, more than 2 chances, because if we tally the years and opportunities that Obama had to give reparations back to black communities, never happens, which proved my point. And then not to mention this, I'm going to go back to this point. When I ask where are reparations coming from, people can say, oh, it comes from the government and state. Who makes up the government? People. It's going to come from people regardless. And you could say we give money to other nations and everything else like this. Meanwhile, is this allowance for BLM and other riots and, all the George Floyd tear down of society to justify robbing of more tax dollars, of having to rebuild cities and disenfranchised communities? This makes no sense. Matter of fact, the reason why I'm arguing that blacks should pay whites is because this is an overcorrection of victim mentality saying, oh, blacks should get reparations. Meanwhile, costing cities and communities more money. The reason why I will move from a black community isn't to say that I hate my brothers and sisters, my black brothers and sisters, because I love my mom and my dad. I'm just saying I'm moving away from culture that costs money. Whenever you move into a black community, I can't wear noise canceling headphones because I don't feel safe. I can move into a white community and wear noise canceling headphones and feel very safe, especially if it's affluent. And when you're talking about rich black communities and white black communities, which one would I rather move from? I'm moving from culture, not race. So when we go back to the whole reparation conversation, there's more of an argument for an overcorrection on why blacks should pay whites as opposed to blacks getting reparations, because you're penalizing people that had nothing to do with slavery at the time. I can see my whole point.
OG, final thoughts. And
I can see my time. That's what I meant to say. Go ahead.
The link is dropped. We are going to open the panel as soon as OG is done. We're going to read the $10 and up super chat, and then we are going to open the panel. Okay. All the super chats are going to be read at the end of the show. Go ahead, OG.
All right, Fatty. I said at the end, I had a presentation The whole time of this debate, and I know some of you might think that it started off slow, but I'm gonna tie it all in together. I put it together because I know who my opponent was, and I understood him, but he didn't understand what ring he was getting in. He jumped in with a line and thought he was coming in here and getting an easy win from a pussycat. So I'm gonna let this play, and then I'm gonna have 2 words after I let this play. Fatty, you can go ahead and put that in. It should be in it already, but I'll do it again. You ready, Fatty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you got that in, and we're gonna push play. Okay, just a minute.
Is muted. The audio is muted, OG.
Huh?
The audio is muted.
Okay, hold on. Well, that means I gotta bring it back out and bring it back in fact, because
Yes.
it's supposed to be in. Okay, all right.
Yes, it's
Let me
fine.
bring it back in. Okay, let me bring it back in. Exit. And it pulls the automatic when you do that because it's supposed to be everything's supposed to be on automatic. Let's see, window. That you gonna have to turn it up, or because StreamYard do automatic now, Fatty. So I have no control over it.
No, you have control over it. You just have to share the audio. Is this a damn OG? Is this a video thing?
Yeah, I put together.
No. So you're doing it wrong. You have to share it by putting share video file.
Okay, hold on then.
Because if you don't do it, it's not going to catch.
Ain't gonna do a share video file. Okay,
Yes,
all right.
share video file instead of sharing screen.
Okay,
Hey, Fatty, I'm gonna go take a piss during this whole time that OG's trying to figure out how to put an 8-track in a CD player that goes into a laptop.
Don't worry about it. You still a little dizzy. Don't worry about what I'm doing. All right. All right. And let me go to here. You still a little dizzy, my brother. I understand. Give me 1 second, Fatty. I gotta go all customer file all. You are correct, Fatty. I ain't did this in a while, so you were correct with this one. Okay. Did audio come with that one, Fatty?
I think now you are going to be able to listen to it, and you can control the tape.
And what?
Okay.
That black people should be engaged? No,
Can you hear
that's
it?
what you're saying, right?
Yes.
I'm saying that the white, you see, we keep running into, wait a minute, there's a wall. You know, let's say it might be a black man trying to matriculate in a job situation, and he finds I can only go this far. And then I run into this invisible wall. And people might say, oh, no, we're not discriminating. But the black person knows that that wall is there. They keep hitting the wall, do you see? Or they're eliminating.
OG, let me know when to stop, please, so we can send
just go. It's 10 minutes. Where you gave me.
We're going to play the 10 minutes.
Yes, that's my closing argument. I asked you that before we got started.
What the hell,
Fatty? I asked you before we got started. This is my knockout punch.
Hey, Marte, we're going to run the clock.
His debate was
OG. If I didn't think this, OG, this is going to be a copyright claim so bad it's not even funny.
No, it's not.
Let's play.
Yeah, this is a copyright claim.
Of course not. Let's going to play 10 minutes of uninterrupted video of somebody talking.
Or it's just like looking, you know, how we're looking at the Supreme Court decisions that have recently come about. Do you see? Oh, wow, they're now going back to the old way of doing things. The door opened a little bit, and now the door has to slam back. Do you see? And we feel that pressure. And this is what we say, well, racism is going on. Do you see?
Are we going to add any commentary, OG?
Yes, this is Dr. Frances Cresswell Wilson. She's made her transition now. She started with the ISIS paper, and then she wrote a book. She's a psychologist and a psychiatrist, and she has both degrees. And so she the one that came up with the premise with Dr. Fuller, the system of white supremacy. And that's what's the 3 units that I was telling you at the beginning to make all these 2 subjects come together. You can go ahead, Fatty. It's got
Fatty,
music to it.
hold on real quick. If the video's 10 minutes and he's gonna offer commentary, that means it's gonna be way longer than 10 minutes. That's crazy.
And that's what I wanted to ask. OG, can you summarize the points that she's making?
I would like to do it the way I would like to do it. If I ask you from this from the
If you
beginning,
do it the way you like to do it,
you asked me for the presentation at the end, not to play a 10-minute straight video from the beginning to the end. OG, you can literally you can literally point out their words, repeat it, write it down, and make the biggest points. Like,
but the white response would say, "Oh, nothing is happening."
Mm-hmm. Now, if more African Americans and Africans around the world were to begin to look at white supremacy in the manner that you have outlined, what would it mean in terms of how we respond to white supremacy as opposed to, quote, that traditional?
Well, that's why we have this chessboard
here. All right.
Because I say that the behavioral dynamic of white supremacy is analogous to a chess game. We haven't looked at it in that way before. See, we've looked at it, everybody hold hands, ring around the rosy, we're all in this together, and we found that, wait a minute, that's not what's happening. Mm-hmm. That if we understand the game of chess, where you have a white side of the chessboard and you have a black side of the chessboard, when people sit down to play chess, because I'm not talking about hating white people, I am talking about analyzing the behavior, but I'm not talking about hating them. I'm not talking about destroying white people. But I am talking about understanding this so-called game of chess. Now, if we look further at the chess game, that in the game of chess for the last 100 years, the game has been played where white always moves first. So that the white side of the chessboard is playing offense, defense. The black side of the chessboard has to play defense, offense.
I'm pausing it for copyright purposes. We have more 4 minutes, OG.
So I say that's a perfect analogy to white supremacy. White supremacy has to move against non-white people for the purpose of white genetic survival, you see. And also the game of chess is about checkmating the king. You see, with white moving offensively and then defensively, that means that the real issue in the game of chess is about the white king checkmating the black king. And I say that that is perfectly analogous to racism, white supremacy, because the primary thrust of the attack of racism, white supremacy, it's against all black people or all non-white people, but it is most specifically against the black male, because it is the black male who can cause white genetic annihilation. You see,
pause it right there, Fatty, because I'm going to skip it over, but the end part is going to be great. So what she come up in her conclusion in her study is all this is based on white people going around the globe of this planet and finding out that they are only 1/10 of this planet. And all the other colors and races are 9/10. So they had to come up with a plan and a scheme because they were scared to be annihilated. Now, I will concede that black people could be racist under one condition, but it's so impossible that it will ruin white people. That means that every white woman would open her legs for a black male, and that black male will impregnate her and fuck white people out of existence. And we know that's not going to happen. All right, Fatty, you can move ahead to about 2 minutes in there.
I don't have the 2 minutes in what?
Just move up 2 minutes. You have the controls, right?
Yes.
Okay, right there. You can stop it.
And is that why we're back now to the Supreme Court going back and undoing?
Right. Well, that you see, I say that it's that cycle. In other words, white supremacy, you can look at it as Mr. Neely Fuller does, as having 4 phases: establishment, maintenance, expansion, and refinement. And so after you go into refinement, you have to go back to establishment.
So what do you think of the goal of equality?
Well, I think that the issue about equality, the dynamic of racism as I have analyzed it, white supremacy is coming about because people feel unequal. You see, people feel, well, somebody else has a dominant genetic trait that can cause my genetic annihilation. And so that's the game that's on the table. And so equality, you see, you cannot establish equality when you have that dynamic going on of somebody feeling, I have to have everything, or I have to be in charge, either because I'll be genetically annihilated or because I feel genetically inadequate. I have to try to balance that out by having all of the money, all of the jobs, all of the houses, all of the things that are decent, you see. And I can only feel balanced out if I'm looking at the people who I really looked at as genetically dominant to me, if I can reduce them to a state of inferiority, and then I can say, see, I'm superior. Now that's the dilemma. And I have said, when I wrote the paper, The Crest Theory of Color Confrontation, I said the challenge to white behavioral, it's a challenge, or the
Did you
The
stop it,
video
Fatty?
stopped. The video stop is on your end, not mine.
This is crazy. Everybody going to sleep right now. I mean,
I don't
and
care
here's the
if
thing.
don't want to analyze.
I really, at this point, I really don't care if everybody going to sleep. I want people to
Because if we
understand what
analyze
we've
it-
been talking about.
This is not a debate anymore. Are we turning this into story time?
Let's play. There's more 2 minutes, and then we'll open the panel. There's several people on the back ready to go. So let's keep going.
Then, do you see, one can get rid of white supremacy. For example, if all of the non-white people on the planet begin to understand the dynamic of white supremacy will come to a stop.
He stopped again.
All right, well, we can end it right there because it's not going to play correctly, but I can sum it up, okay? The reason I was given the premise of racism in the 3 ingredients because they have 9 pillars. Everything from religion to economy to everything else. And everything in them 9 pillars that white people control. Now, that's not to say that you can't be a millionaire. That's not to say that you can't survive. That's not to say anything. Hell, we survived even when we wasn't making money, when we was working 500 years. And the reason why you say that's not a debate, me and you have been going over the internet, pulling material out of the internet, and using it as to make our points. Well, there's no difference. I think if we're going to talk about something on a professional level, we should go to a doctor. She's a professional. Do you understand that? I don't know why you're squinching your eyes. Trust somebody who worked in the field for over, 40-something years, who analyzed what we're really going through. All this stuff is based on, to end the conversation, is white people do believe they can be annihilated. Most black people have thought that when you say white supremacy, you are making somebody superior over you. Because they never used it what it was intended, how it's supposed to be worded. It's the system of white supremacy. When you say it that way, then you look at it totally different. Everything has a system. Football has a system. Baseball has a system. And see, brother, I don't do that when you see. This is showing me how immaturity, how much immaturity you have. It's because I don't do stuff like what you are doing. I try to keep even if we're making jokes or whatever, I try to keep profession. So they're scared that they can be annihilated. I have never believed that white people were superior over black people. Never. They set their system up so you would always have to follow. That's the way they do it. And you have to have them 3 ingredients. And if you want to go yourself and do more research and how you pull all this stuff together, this is why I believe, number 1, black people cannot be racist. And number 2, you damn right white people go pay reparation to black people, and it's owed to us. Matter of fact, you might want to shut your mouth, brother. I had it right there.
He's just gonna put people to sleep with the video story time, nappy story time hour, and then this whole long talk. You not once had an argument for maybe the panel got something for me because I didn't get nothing. You didn't throw one punch. What was the knockout at? The knockout was your old man nap before you should have had this debate. This is crazy. You know what, Fatty? Where the open panel at? Because I need some warriors. I need a counter to any argument that I've had. This is crazy.
We're going to open the panel and we're going to have fun. Let me read the $10 and up, and then we open the panel for our guests.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
Carl Anderson with the comment of the day. He says, I'm here contributing my share of reparations to Portugal for their misrepresented involvement in the transatlantic slave trade. We place all the blame on Portugal, but other nations are guilty as well.
Let's go. We got $10.
Sir, do you have any change?
Nah, motherfucker, I'm broke.
Thank you very much, Carl. I appreciate the humor. And we have PCZ with $10 says, our bounties an option for this tape? Absolutely not. But thank you very much, PCZ. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. And once again, friends, remember, I'll read all the super chats in the end of the show. Tomorrow, we're going to have black conservatives versus white liberals. It's going to be a fun show. We're going to talk about politics, Trump, white guilt, black fatigue, and so on. So join us tomorrow at 5 p.m. for a banging show. Marte and OG, are y'all ready to open the panel?
Yeah, I'm about to fall asleep with the whole video from 1922 and then this talk. He didn't say anything during the whole conversation during his statement.
If y'all can drop if y'all can drop the links in the videos that you guys have on the back, I would appreciate it. We're going to go to open panel mode. The bounties are on to OG and Marte can be bounted off. If you spend $100 and up, you can be bounted too. So let's have a fun conversation. Let's have fun. Let's open the panel and let's see what the challenges have for us.
Let's get this party started.
Self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform.
Oh, shit.
The panel is now open.
The wait is over. The gates are open. All who seek the panel, enter now. It's time to do.
And once again, OG and Marte, I would ask you to drop the files that you have on the stage down there, the video and the image, please, so I don't drop you by mistake, okay? So, thank you very much, Mr. Taz Exclusives. Shout out to CEO. And shout out to Evan.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yes, I can hear y'all. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate y'all. Let me give Tez Exclusive the first crack on it, then CEO, and then Evan to go. Tez, who do you want to challenge, and what do you want?
Marte.
Which? Okay, you want to challenge Marte?
He made he said a couple things I like to
So I'll give you 8 minutes in principle, and then we see how it goes. Okay, probably a little bit more, but let's go ahead and let's go with you. What do you want to challenge him on?
Okay, first, it would be the statement that we're talking about an overcorrection of victim mentality. I'd like to talk about how he was using the example of George Floyd
I never
concept
said
of
victim
reparation.
mentality. Overcorrection of victim mentality. So when I said an overcorrection, I never once said the words victim, an overcorrection of victim mentality. If you were listening to the debate.
Yeah, I was listening. If I worded it wrong, so be it. But I know exactly
Hold on,
what
you
you
just
said.
contradicted yourself. I was listening, but if I worded it wrong,
If I worded it wrong, that's
you're
fine.
listening, you wouldn't have worded
I
it
don't-
wrong. Go ahead,
Yeah,
though.
I don't want to do that with you. I just want to challenge you on what you was actually saying, bro. So we could just deal with that first. So when you were using the example of George Floyd and making a claim that black people destroyed American cities, can you name these cities that were destroyed? Because I would one up you with the history of destroying cities and ghettos and communities where black people have lived in this country throughout history. And so if we're talking about that being a reason why we would owe white people reparations, there's so much history of that happening to the black community. I don't know how you could start with 2020. You start with a modern day example of a historically bad situation. Would you agree?
So I gave one example, which, so here's the thing though, I'm not ever going to create a false binary. You know what that is, right? The problem with this is you also started off with a fallacious statement by saying something to the effect of like, what you just said. I mean, I'm almost having a brain fart from this because you led with the contradiction and then you're saying, well, it's an overcorrection. Yes, I can talk about this. So when cities are burning down, you've made this fallacious statement. I'll go back to this. You said cities are getting destroyed. I didn't say whole cities are being destroyed. There's never been a whole city that's being destroyed. I'm referring to the destruction and the level of destruction by metrics of like property destruction, burning buildings, cars, police and resources being used. I left a lot of context out because I wanted to just get to the debate. Because OG never gave me an argument, I couldn't really dive into the contextual nature of what I meant by cities being destroyed. So when you make an absolute claim of cities being destroyed, I'm not referring to whole cities. I'm referring to damaged property value. I also made claims of saying that when we offer DEI programs and programs to black communities, when whites have died 600,000 in numbers to basically release slaves from civil war, I mean, you can't put a price tag on bloodshed and numbers and things like this. I think that whites have more than, level the playing field with this when handouts have given to blacks. You're talking about blacks killing babies through Planned Parenthood, through handouts. A lot of this, there's government assistance. This is basically like a white, black H cost. I don't want to say the word, but with black women doing this to babies, it's like the reverse is happening. It's crazy. Can you address any of this?
Okay, so I can address what I came to address, and then you can add whatever you want to add to it. So you claim that they were costing everyone money when they were destroying these cities. So I want to understand what makes it worse when white cities and white communities are destroyed. Because again, I can one up you with every claim of a city that you point to and claim that black people destroyed any section of any city. Because what happened in our history in this country was our communities were targeted by white people in multiple communities. I can one up you with probably 2 or 3 for every example you can give. Being that that's the problem, you're pointing to certain individual examples that I can't point to January 6th and say, see how white people act? If you're pointing to reparations being for white people, I'm not hearing an argument from you that points to why, which is why I'm asking.
So here's the problem. Do you know what the tally for damages in January 6th was? Not even a fraction of the 2 billion that we talked about. Not to mention this, but it's like you're a fallacy factory. I don't know what it is, but you and OG seem to mirror each other's arguments.
You're not gonna keep ad-homing me though, bro.
So here's the thing.
Chill out with the ad-homs though.
You're stating I can one up you, just asserting that
chill out with the ad-homs. I don't play like that, man.
While not naming incidences, while not naming cities or anything, I can also do the same thing and say, well, things have happened in history while not naming things in history. You've done this. This is a very fallacious argument that you're running. You're saying, well, I can one up you while not showing how you're one upping me. Literally, this is all you're giving me is word salad and just a diatribe of nonsense. I'm not still hearing one argument from you. Just because you can assert something and saying I can assert this while the assertion's empty doesn't tell me anything.
Okay, so
yeah, the crickets on your side are extremely loud right now.
Yeah, I'm just not talking to you, fam. So the argument you were making contextually was that these cities were destroyed. So black people owe reparations for those destroyed cities. The only thing I'm asking you is historically, since there are more examples of black cities being destroyed by white people based on their race, not just some example that you're using, but the actual example of Wilmington, North Carolina, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Those examples exist. I'm only asking you, why would they be owed reparations juxtaposed to black people being owed reparations for the examples I've given you?
Are those people alive today that suffer from Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Their families are.
Oh, shit. Oh, God. Okay. Are the people alive during George Floyd protests that got burned down, the Chicago riots and everything else? Oh, shit. Yes. These people are affected in real time by what happened. Meanwhile, you're doing the same thing that OG's saying that all these people weren't alive when this happened, but a payout needs to happen. From who? From people who weren't affected by this or could stop this or prevent this during the time. Meanwhile, my examples are relevant. Yours are like, oh, because it happened 2 generations ago. That's not even a good compelling argument against what I'm offering.
You started off the debate with, right, you started off the debate with the example of the Japanese receiving reparations, did you not?
Yeah, I can do this. And then I moved on to modern present day when he had nothing for that.
Right.
Yes.
So do you realize that the Japanese received reparations for their descendants?
Yes. I agree with that. We were able to do this, but that proves my claim why other races should get reparations. Thank you very much.
Well, they already got them, so we're not talking about who should get what. That's a moment in history that's a moment in history that's already happened. But let's move on to something else. So are you aware that
the past? It proves my whole claim. Other races can get reparations. Oh, but whites can't get reparations?
No, so again,
give me just 1 second, Tess. And I'm sorry to the other guest. I'm going to give Tess other more minutes because he's actually giving fair pushback. Okay, so I apologize. And now we only have 4 people willing to go. So we have Tess 1, Evan, and CEO. So one more person is going to be able to do one-on-one. After that, open panel. Okay. Go ahead, Tess.
Okay, so my other question to Marte would be, are you aware that reparations are already being paid, not just simply for slavery, but for things that happened during Jim Crow? For example, Evanston, Illinois, California, different places are already paying reparations and task force together to pay them. How do you view those things?
Yeah, I mean, that's cool. I can actually concede this. But what I'm talking about is like, do you think that that makes up for the damage citywide of 2 billion from what's happened then? Is this even a fair 1-to-1 ratio that we're talking about? No, it's not. It's not even a good fair point. Like, you're not even causing a dent in my argument if I was to even concede this.
Is your argument that the damage was done based on race? Because the argument that I'm giving you is based on these things happening specifically to black people because of their race. The argument you're making includes white people doing it to other white people. Do you realize that?
Right now. I don't know if it's your
Can you hear me?
It's like half your conversation. Fatty, you hear this, right? He's roboting a little bit.
No, he was robotic on the beginning, but then he went okay. Just repeat the beginning, please, Tess. You good?
Yeah, I'm actually trying to help you out here. That's why I'm saying that. So,
okay, yeah, no problem. So I'm only asking because again, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of your argument. If states are already paying reparations, what is your claim in regard to them not like they shouldn't pay it if they're already doing it? Because I thought you were saying it shouldn't happen. I thought you was comparing this to what happened in Minnesota, which again, I'm not even downplaying it, but wasn't based on anybody's race. White people were involved in that. White people went to jail for that. And even outside of Minnesota, when you saw those riots, you saw white people involved, different races of people. Targeting the black community is what I'm talking about. Are you claiming the black community targeted white community?
No, that's not my claim at all. I've never once made that claim. All I'm saying is that when you look at the riots, what I mentioned it by title. When I mentioned it by title, BLM is an acronym. I mean, not even an acronym. It's just 3 letters. What does that mean? Right. And we look at this movement and we look at the destruction during this time after the George Floyd incident that happened. Was this not motivated by a certain race? It's in the name, black. It doesn't say white lives, but Mexican, Asian, anything else. It says Black Lives Matter. The head of the movement, you can say, was black orchestrated. Unless you're going to tell me some tinfoil hat conspiracy saying that whites instigated this and also were a part of this, that it doesn't really make any sense. Yes, very motivated about black culture.
A police officer put his knee on a man's neck and watched him die. I would argue that
Did you read the autopsy report? Did you read the report on why the death happened? It wasn't because of it. Fentanyl was fentanyl was the reason why.
We saw the video and we saw how the arrest conducted.
Oh, so I saw the autopsy report, which refutes the video.
If you agree with that type of policing, so be it. But what I'm trying to make
you mean fact data from a coronary service that has nothing to do with law enforcement or anything else? That once again they can be sued out the wazoo if they basically take documentation and write fallacious reports on this. They can literally be sued by this. They have nothing to gain by this. If you literally document that support, that can go to court and write unsubstantiated information and go to court, you know they can be sued for this, right? Are you saying that they're the morgue is falsifying their claims? People are willing to
I'm saying you're making your own claim. I never talked about her even for the death. I told you he put his knee on his neck and we saw that. Policing procedure wise, it was a bad look. You brought up the cause of death.
All your perception and preference.
Hey fam, you're not gonna keep cutting me off, bitch ass nigga. Like for real, you want to get it?
Ad homs. That's all you got is ad homs. No argument. Ad homs.
I passed the mic. Go ahead, bud.
Yo, chill out. Let's have one mic, please.
Let's let Tess finish and then Marte because he has like a little bit of a delay on the connection. When you overtalk him, it happens what happened when OG overtalks you. Your mic goes over him. So let him finish and then you go, Marte. Go ahead, Tess.
Yeah, I just don't understand again what we're doing here. It seems like he's just making these straw arguments that don't actually relate to the questions I'm asking. I'm only asking because he laid that argument out because did what they did in Minnesota after George Floyd. Now white people are owed reparations because of that behavior. I'm only juxtaposing that to the history of white folks acting like that. But again, I pass and I concede because he would rather call names and whatnot. That ain't what I came for, fam.
Not once. So here's the thing. I want the audience and comment section to realize that I never used an ad towards him. He called me a bitch ass nigga. And I'm like, okay, he's using names towards me. Not once have I attacked him personally. I've attacked his argument. Also, so here's the thing though, is he's saying that do you even know what a straw man is? When you brought up George Floyd in the knee on the neck, I went straight towards the results of this, which this is analogous. How is that a straw man? And then when you went to the cities and intermixing with whites causing damage, I actually can concede that point for you, but it's still to my point in the debate. That doesn't make any sense. You're using debate terms that are nonsensical. Strawmans, which I never made up, and saying that I'm using ad hominem attacks, which I'm not doing. I actually helped you out and said, you know what? You're breaking up and roboting. I was quite generous and charitable in my response, but yet you said I'm calling you names. I don't know. Not one argument from your side. Can you put the next person up?
You had already done it, brother. We can get the next person in. I don't want to monopolize, bro. Go ahead.
Right. Can I say something to the next person come in?
Yes, absolutely.
This is why I didn't go into this roundabout argument because I know people like Taz was gonna come up. Taz is a very much researcher and historian. I wanted to keep it simple, and he did the same thing to Taz that he tried to do with me. I told him the same exact thing. There was more than black people out there. Taz, there's only been twice since bombs been dropped on a community, and it's been done by white people towards black people. Taz did said Wall Street, but there was another occasion in Philadelphia when the move, they dropped bombs on that. It's only been 2 occasions in the history of the United States. Now, let's get back to another point that Fatty that he keep trying to avoid. And the thing about it is, when he was talking about the autopsy report, let's just look at that and let's make it simple. This is why I always know making things simple makes sense. If I was to go out here and drink 2 drinks of alcohol and they find it in my blood, but if you sit there and choke me to death, and then you gonna come back and say, well, it was because of the alcohol. No, dickhead, it was because you choked me. No,
So-
pause. I see Fantastic game. I had to say pause because I know you're gonna start with some shit.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Fantastic and Philly, to pull up. I appreciate y'all. Let's get CEO. CEO, who do you want your 8 minutes to go to?
Marte.
I already
Marte.
knew this.
Okay.
I hope
we're going to do this.
We're gonna have a civil conversation, bro.
Yeah, we're going to do
I appreciate it because I'm not going to personally attack you. We can have a conversation.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, hold on. Before we even start, OG was saying that the other person's well learned and educated. Meanwhile, he spouted fallacies and couldn't even be consistent with his claim, and I pointed that out. But
hey,
see,
you want this on the clock with me? You want to have that same debate with me on the clock, bitch?
Yeah,
because it won't go like this.
I
don't debate like this.
No,
I don't debate like this. I use sources. I use data. I
Yeah,
put
so
irrefutable.
bitch ass niggas crazy, bro.
I want to go last again, Daddy. Go last.
I will say this, okay? If anybody feels comfortable about being personally insulted, let me know, and I'll make sure that nobody does that. So
I don't care. I don't take anything personal. You know, CEO said he's going to have a genuine conversation with me, and we can have a back and forth. I implore this discourse with him. Let's have it.
I'm just saying that is the option. What's up, Reese? How are you doing? So this is what we're going to do, okay? Theo, Evan, and Fantastic are going to have a one-on-one, and Reese will kick off the open panel. Okay? So Evan, Mr. Fantastic, and Reese, and CEO are going to have the chance to 8-minute one-on-one, and then Reese opens up the super panel, and we go from there. Not the super panel. God damn it, I'm tired. Go ahead, CEO. You have 8 minutes, and then we go from there. He says he has something to say to Marte, so let's see.
It's time to do.
I want to know why you feel black people don't deserve reparations.
So oh man, my computer is acting up. Hold on real quick. I don't know what the hell this is.
Take your time. We can see you
I
and
don't
can hear you,
feel-
okay?
To be honest, if you
Marte?
really want to go to the heart of my argument, what's that?
I'm saying that you are slowing
see
down
me?
a little bit, but we can hear you and see you. Just have a little bit of delay.
Friday, why don't you just tell him to get closer to his neighbor's Wi-Fi? He could probably broadcast that way.
That's crazy. Hey, Marte, when I say pineapple, say when I
Okay,
say
can you
5.
hear me now?
Yeah, when I say 5, say pineapple. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Pineapple.
Yeah, you have like a 3-second delay. Just refresh. Just refresh it.
seconds, bro.
Yeah, just refresh it. Refresh the browser, and I think it'll be okay.
Gotcha.
Okay, now we started working immediately. And once again, friends, thank you very much for being here. There's 392 people watching the show in all platforms. Please support the content creators, like the video. All the links for the people that are jumping on the panel are going to be on the description. I think I have everyone link. Evan is anonymous. So, CEO, the same thing with you. Let me know on the back what platform you want to promote. So, Marte, reparations. Why shouldn't black people get reparations?
It's time to do.
If I'm going to get down to the heart of the argument, so we have arguments that we support. And the grounding of this is like our internal belief system that we have. So for my internal belief system, I don't believe anybody deserves reparations. I think that we should start from scratch, just like the race argument that we had. I don't think nobody can't be racist. So there's neutrality in that, and I can actually be consistent in my rhetoric for this. So there's an argument that's perpetuating society saying blacks should get reparations, when actually I don't think blacks should get reparations. And when I say blacks shouldn't get reparations, I mean nobody should get reparations. I'm talking about, so if you look at the status quo of America right now, everybody's suffering. Would you agree with me that there's more of a classist issue that we have in society more than a racist issue right now? And I think if we're talking about classism, there's more of an argument for people should getting reparations for being disenfranchised due to class than race. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's I think there's more of a class issue than race issue, but when it comes to 400, 500 years of our ancestors being slaves, the white people that took over the country had a head start, and we always had these barriers to entry. Like OG was talking about, they redlined us. They put us in the eastern parts of the factory, so we have more asthma. Those government fundings that you said we received, you know, that money was stolen. You know what I mean? We're not really getting those grants and everything like you're saying. So I think reparations for the descendants of slaves is necessary. It can be on an even till.
So here's my I'll ask a question. When we have Planned Parenthood for black women who are leading the nation at 14% is the smallest community, but leading in ABs that they're having, deleting babies, are they getting, is this money being handed to them for these services for free?
Nah, and I don't even agree with the.
Wait, hold on. So no, that's not happening?
Nah. They come out of pocket some form of
crazy.
Fashion. In Atlanta, where does
this money come from?
They come out $550 for their pills that they take for the abortion pills. Back in the day,
know. I'm talking about for this procedure to happen.
Say that again.
For the procedure to happen, if they're going in to get a procedure, an AB procedure, I'm not talking about the pills. I'm talking about Planned Parenthood. I'm walking in. I'm a single black mom. I just want to delete baby number 5, and I'm a first name basis because I go so much. 14% is monopolizing this whole field trajectory of an H cost that's happening with black families in epidemic. Where is this money coming from to pay for these ABs?
People are coming out of pocket to pay for their abortions, bro.
Like, so that's not happening. They're not getting assistance.
If you have health care, you still pay a little bit of the service fee. So that they call it health care for a reason. They get health care for that. You know what I mean? And then they still have to pay a $300 to $550 what they call it, copay or whatever for the procedure to even happen or go down. So it's not completely free. You feel what I'm saying? And then I don't even agree with abortion. So I don't even want to talk about that. I'm talking about reparations, like the 40 acres and a mule that we never got. You feel what I'm saying?
You just conceded the point by saying it doesn't completely happen as far as this. So it does happen. You're not even denying this. So matter of fact, you partially are conceding this. When black women are ABing their babies in mass, but not completely. To me, I'm just like, that's not even a compelling argument to sway me as far as like, I mean, you're literally halfway on my side. While I can agree with you that insurance deductibles can pay for certain things, do you think that that's mostly happening in America right now?
Yes.
No,
yes.
That's false. The stats debunk all this. That's mostly not what's happening right now. They can do services for free all the time with STD testing. Do you think it follows suit with the logical entailment that ABs happen and are paid for by tax dollars in the system?
Okay, yeah, the healthcare is paid for by tax dollars, but I'm saying reparations to set people up with their own businesses and stuff.
So we're gonna move back to reparations because you failed.
That's what I challenged you on. You feel me? I want to know why you don't believe black people or anybody deserve it. Like my great grandmother was a slave. You feel me? So I feel like her descendants, her kids and stuff should have got something because she actually worked on the cotton fields and whatnot. She actually raised those people kids. You know what I'm saying? And when they were free, you know what I'm saying? They got nothing. They had the shack. You feel me? And then we wasn't even allowed the opportunity to work or get fair pay. You feel me? They paid us mostly in plantation dollars, which we could only spend at their stores. So we couldn't even like really work to even earn a honest living, which is why the Great Migration happened from places like the Mississippi all the way up to Chicago, where they felt like they had a better foot in the game. You feel what I'm saying?
So once again, you're falling into this claim that OG kept making. And I'll give you a hypothetical. Let's say that my great grandmother punches a white person in their mouth, and every single generation after that punched a white person in their mouth, dislocating their jaw and had to get wires shut. Meanwhile, there's a gap in generations where we stop believing in this. Do I, who wasn't involved in punching white people in their mouth and getting their jaw wired shut, should I have to pay a white person reparations for what something happened when I wasn't involved in?
You got to come with a better hypothetical.
No, can you answer the hypothetical? It doesn't matter. Can you answer the hypothetical?
No. The way you frame that.
No. Okay, thank you.
The way you know. So you're saying
it's not a good hypothetical, but you're conceding to it. Yeah, big brain stuff here. It's good.
Yo. You have a condescending tone, but I'm not going to allow you to like.
I mean, that's kind of. I mean, you're asserting that it's condescending. You know, I'm not being condescending.
Look. You're comparing someone getting punched in the jaw throughout generations to people who was.
It's a hypothetical. We can bring up fictitious things that happen. Is hypothetical.
You feel me? Cut, dismembered. You feel me? Somebody getting punched in the face. If your father was a punk and his son was a punk, you know what I'm saying?
But do you understand that when I tested your logic, my logic was consistent, and you even conceded this, and then you're just saying because I feel that my preference is different on this. All you're doing is just saying because I prefer that this is worse. It doesn't mean so logically it's consistent that I shouldn't have to pay out for pain. All you're doing is making a metric of
not a preference that it was worse,
and that's why they should pay out.
Slavery was worse than than your example. Slavery was
right.
Worse.
So here's the thing, though. Logically, you're not consistent on this because you're asserting to say that, because slavery wasn't the same, one person's pain is measured less than this. Well, that's not even consistent. When I tell you that generational something that's causing pain to another race, I can't pay for this, but then something else that's causing pain to another race of somebody who was not involved in this has to pay out. And then you say, no, well, you're having a performative contradiction right now. This makes no sense.
CEO, I give you more 2 minutes so you can wrap it up.
I got nothing else to say, man.
You don't have nothing to say?
Yeah, I got nothing else to say.
Let me ask something. Is anyone for OG Speed? Anyone? Fantastic.
Just before we get started, I still like to add a little bit to that. So I like the way this is going. All right. I would like to ask Mr. Smarty, what 3 crimes don't have a statute of limitation?
Well, hold on. You're contradicting yourself too. You said
I'm asking you a question. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Your question, but I can point out fallacies at the same time too. You say I'm not well read, didn't come with studies. And then you're saying Mr. Smart Person. Yeah, it's still contradiction factory. I actually can concede all that. I can concede all that, whatever the answer is, because I actually can honestly say I don't know.
Inform us. What are the 3 crimes that have statute of limitation? By the way, I'll go next for 5 minutes. I have a question for you, Marte.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Doji.
Murder, kidnap, and stolen property.
Okay.
I can fit us in all 3 of them.
I don't know about that last one, OG. That last
what,
one.
Stolen property?
Yeah, no.
Hey, Mr. Fantastic. I can't even go to friends, I can't even have white friends I can go over their house. Because in every state, in every state in America, there's a law against having stolen property.
OG that's not relevant, right? What was the
that's crazy, OG. You reaching on that one.
Yeah, but what would be the point that you want to drive? Like,
you don't get it.
That's crazy.
Okay,
Patty,
none of these niggas caught that. Please get it.
Patty, maybe you can have a relevant argument because I've yet to see one.
Yes. Marte, do you think a person that is locked 40 years for a crime that he didn't commit should be compensated by the state or the government?
That's actually real. You know what? This is the best pushback I've had all night. I congratulate you, Fatty, on this. I'm going to answer your question.
Stop dick riding.
So I'll be honest with you and I'll be genuine. Because people accuse me of being bad faith, such as Taz and OJ Speed. I'll actually answer this from my personal feelings perspective. I can give you an is claim. It's not happening, but ought it happen? Yes, it should happen.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I consider my time.
Brother.
Let's
yeah,
get.
you can see that and still do well.
No, thank you for actually being fair and honest and not kind of.
I'll always be fair and honest, Fatty. Even though
I actually appreciate it. Thank you very much for actually.
So Fatty,
Yeah.
Fatty. So why do you think I asked him the question I asked, the last question I asked?
OG, I don't know. I told you to go ahead and.
OG,
No. I mean, he conceded. I don't have to. Look, I didn't have to. I didn't have to listen to your answer because he conceded.
OG, you're still in my field. That's crazy.
Hey, Fatty, I'm sorry. I stepped on your toes. But that's why I asked him them 3 questions. You asked him one in between of the 3 questions I asked him.
OG, I asked you like when you started to do I said walk with him, but I needed to understand why you were asking the things that you're asking.
He had a pocket. Anyway, in the debate
you dismissed. I got Mr. Fantastic here. You dismissed.
I'll just say that.
You dismissed. You dismissed. Mr. Fantastic, before you get started, could you help me out? Because you have helped me out on this before you get ready to try to hit me across the head with a hammer, okay? And knowing you're a military man, all right? But you have helped me out on this. Earlier I said, and in this debate, there was an executive order to provide that black people can serve in the military. Me and you have had this discussion before, and you know of this, what I'm speaking of. And you said, it ain't gonna happen, but that was not my point. My point is any president can come in and destroy that executive order because it was not made by Congress or the Senate or it's considered as constitutional. Could you please tell Mr. Smarty here there is an executive order so you could have served in the military?
Well, you first and foremost, OG, I will say that there is an executive order. You're correct about that, but that's actually what I came up here to refute. That executive order became moot, okay, and irrelevant when the Civil Rights Act was passed, OG. So that's why every time you made that argument, the executive order is nonsensical because now you can no longer by law discriminate employment by race. And then, of course, religion, creed, sex, all these other things. The one you're quoting was previous, like I said, Harry S. Truman. We know that who did the Civil Rights Act? The president, like 2 after him, right? I'm trying to
Lyndon B. Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson. Yeah, LBJ was the reason for the Civil Rights Act passing. Okay, it wasn't just voting; it was discrimination in all the other sectors and all these other things. So when you make that argument, I guess Marte just didn't know, right? But the Civil Rights Act covers that as to where that doesn't need to be, and that's why I told you it'll never happen because it doesn't need to be. It's already been covered.
But it's still. Can we stop right there then? Let's stay in this square then.
Yes, sir.
Isn't at this point in 2025 the Civil Rights Act has been challenged?
No.
As being unconstitutional.
No, not the Civil Rights Act. You're talking about fuck.
Y'all need to catch up then.
It's not the Civil Rights Act. I'm gonna
pull it up for you, but y'all need to catch up. Maybe Taz can pull it up.
No, I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's not civil rights. It's not the equal opportunity. It's the equal opportunity thing. They got rid of it in Seattle.
I wasn't listening. What y'all talking about? Affirmative action?
Affirmative action. There we go.
We already know affirmative action. That's already been challenged. I'm talking about this is a new wave. This is a new wave right here.
Well, if you're correct, it's something that I'm unaware of, but I think you're conflating the affirmative
No,
action.
not. Look, you got to understand. The first challenge of the act that you were speaking of came out of California. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actually,
the Civil Rights Act?
No, I'm not talking about the Civil Rights Act. The one that you just got through talking about.
Affirmative action.
Right. That came out of California. Okay? The first challenge of that came out of California. Okay? So, I'm talking about this is a new wave. This is since Donald Trump has been in the office. All right? So maybe y'all need to catch up a little bit. I know I'm a little old, and I probably listen to news on an old TV or something. I don't have a flat screen or anything, but y'all need to catch up. All right. Number 2, the Civil Rights Act is based on what amendment?
The 15th.
The 15 and the 14.
Well, 14,
again, 14 and the 15 has been challenged. You know why? Because what was it the first or the second task? I don't want to get this confused because I don't want him to start screaming and hollering, dancing like Michael Jackson in the box.
I'm kind of wrong where I'm going because the Civil Rights Act could stand on its own because it was the first Civil Rights Act was 1866. So the Civil Rights Act is kind of stand alone. It don't really go with an amendment. It was its own act, and it was upgrades after that.
The one of 1964, not the first, not the one you're talking about that allowed them to serve in the Civil War. I'm not talking about the Civil War aspect of it. I'm talking about the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is what I'm talking about that covers all those things. So the one you're talking about is the first. I'm not talking about the first one, 1964.
But that was just an upgrade. That's really that's not tied to amendments. That's tied to the original Civil Rights.
No. I know what you're saying, but he's saying OG is saying that was in the spirit of so on and so forth. So no, they are separate things. You're correct, but he's saying they coincide with the 14th and 15th Amendment. So he's correct in that.
Okay, so the 14 is what? Mr. Fantastic.
3/5 man to one whole man.
Huh?
3/5 man to a whole man.
Is it 3/5 man in the written in the 14th?
No, it's not.
And reason why that's starting to be challenged because when you want to overturn something, in the overturn of it, you have to state it what you're overturning. And this is why lawyers today are having conflicts and start to challenge the 14th is due to the fact is they never put 3/5 in the amendment. So what they said was said in the first. It was in the first or the second. So you understand what I'm saying? If I said a man could not get married to another man, and if I wanted to overturn that and overturn that, I have to put in what I'm trying to overturn that a man can marry another man. They never put it in the 14, the 3/5 of a person that they were challenging to make that insert that was ever put in that writing. That's why lawyers are starting to challenge the 14th now because the wording of it. You already had the establishment of who you was talking about at the beginning, but you alluded to take one person and take it out of there, but you describe that person as 3/5. But in your amendment, you never put the 3/5 in there to let people know you was challenging that in the first or the second.
Yeah, you're conflating a whole bunch of different things because you just worked in, and let me just walk with you, right? So
what was the original text? Let's start off with the original text, and then I think it would make it easy for everybody to understand.
Okay, so the original text you're talking about for the 14th Amendment or the 3/5?
No, the 3/5. Let's go with the first Constitution.
Yeah, so 3/5 is where every slave person will be counted as 3/5 of a person, not a whole person, for the purposes of representatives, Congress, all those different things, so on and so forth, population.
Other than the Indian, you got to put that part in there too. So I just want to make
Native Americans were themselves, but yeah.
Right. Okay, so let's stop right there. So you already described who you have separated from the whole Constitution, right? We're not talking about the 14. We're talking about the beginning now. You already described the person that you are describing, right? The person you're describing is black people as being what?
Which
not a whole. Yeah,
okay.
Right. You got that?
They weren't counted as a partial. We know every person.
Okay, let's stay in that square then. Now, when you make an amendment to that, you never describe that person in your amendment. So who are you really talking about? Because if you was trying to change something to be amended to something you're trying to correct, you must identify what you're trying to correct. They never put it in 14.
Yeah, but that's still that, and that's why they haven't been successful in anybody trying to challenge OG. That's why it's unheard of, because at this point it's accepted within the Constitution, and it's understood the reason for it. You don't have to always be explicitly descript and include any and everything. We understand the spirit of the law. There's also spirit of the law and spirit of the things that are being made. So when you're thinking in that matter of law and constitutionality, people understand it. Nobody's going to overturn or send black people back to slavery, OG. So that's
it's
why
not about understanding. It's the letter of the law. Your intent. Wait. We do understand the intent of the law, but it's not about understanding what they're trying to say. Actually, to make a law, you have to put it in there for it to become a law. Not what people might understand. This is why we keep having these cases in the Supreme Court. If it was set and everything was grounded, we wouldn't be having these cases going backwards and forward. And what I'm saying, reason this has been it's challenged now, is because you didn't take the original writing of what you're trying to make a remedy for and put it in the 14 so people would know. Because when you put whole and whole, you already had that in the first.
It's completely fallacious and false. So Trump is being challenged as a legit president of under the Section 3, what is it, BC, for the insurrection. This isn't about race or creed or anything like that. That's a fallacious claim. I've been listening to this with my mouth closed the whole time. Like, this is crazy. So you're making something about race that wasn't about race. Go ahead and continue to give me
okay, well, let's stop right there then.
So the whole argument is crazy.
Wait. Let's stop right there, Mr. Smart.
OJ, 1 second. Can you make a statement instead of a question? Because I have a question for you real quick, and then Evan uninterrupted. Reese is going to lead us to the open panel so everybody can actually check each other. Make a statement instead of a question.
If they wasn't talking about black people, who was the 3/5?
Damn, that was a question.
The insurrection has nothing to do with the 3/5. That's crazy.
Wait. I made a statement. Really, it was a
statement, and Mr. Fantastic stomped you with his boot, and then I followed up and swept up after
Mr.
him.
Fantastic ain't never even put his boots close to me, much less stomp me.
He didn't have to, because there's nothing left after I got
the statement is, you said it wasn't about race, and I just proved to you it was about race.
OJ, I'm gonna give the man his roses.
No, OJ is the
show up in the room.
OJ is the one who was in the white Bronco. I'm OG.
This is crazy.
Go ahead, Marte. You got it.
So I will say this. I'll give the man his roses. I saw his debate last time. Congratulations, you conducted yourself very well. I would say that you're pretty good. If you show up to a room, you basically win the debate by presence sometimes. And I'm not just saying this just to say it, but I'm going to move on to this. Fatty, you actually offered more pushback than I've gotten all evening with that question. In having me agree, that's the first time in this debate that I can concede wholeheartedly and being honest. See how good-natured I am, how good charitable I am as well, too. And also, I'm open to having my mind changed, but I haven't had any pushback to have my mind changed. I'll just
next time you want to get Fatty a compliment, won't you just put a poll behind you and say you want to do all this dick riding?
He's not dick riding. I have a point. If you have to pay for a man that you imprisoned for 40 years without no wrongdoing, you have to pay people reparations for 400 years without them doing no wrongdoing.
But Fatty, that wasn't a full concession. When I said that's his claim,
I just think it's a good point. I don't see if it was a concession. I just think
it is a good point. But the problem with this is it's not a full concession, because I actually made the distinction. I said, is it an is claim? No, that's not happening, which is to my point. Also, should I feel that that's happening? Yes, I believe that should happen, but is it happen? That's actually more toward my point, because we see people get locked up in prison. I think it's maybe 2 cases in history where people got locked up, but they actually got paid for the time of restitution back from time being robbed. It's very few cases, but it's like exceptions to the rule, minority.
Right? As soon as you give me a precedent, I am right. As soon as you give me one precedent that was made before, now I can go back and
is Ott claim. That's me. No, not completely right.
Absolutely. But I'm just talking
You
about
only eat half of this. Fatty, I know you got your burgers and stuff like this and you like to eat, but you can only eat half of this. I'll concede half of this to you. That's about it.
It's fine. I have a question for OG real quick.
Hey, Fatty, just before the question, I'm not gonna ask a question. I'm gonna make a statement. All right, isn't it wild that he can understand 40 years, but he can't understand 500?
OG, there's a question.
That's crazy.
No, I'm just saying.
He doesn't know how to
No.
Brother.
Fatty, I say, isn't it? Fatty, I didn't say why. Fatty, I say, isn't it? So that's not a question.
Okay.
Yeah. Trying to manipulate questions into non-questions. That's whatever.
OG, let me ask you a question real quick.
Yes,
okay?
yes, sir. Go ahead.
And Evan, and interrupt. Thank you for your patience, Evan, and then Reese, take us to a minute so everybody can touch the ball, right? So, OG, if I got your argument corrected on the first topic, you think that black people, like minorities, can be racist, they can only be prejudiced, right?
Well, there's another term too, but yeah, you're correct. We'll stop right there. It's three terms.
Do you think after the Rodney King situation, do you think that the Koreans and the Asians following black people and discriminate them every time they go in their stores and their business, do you think that was racist?
I think it was. I'm just be honest. I think it was prejudice. And the reason why. Wait.
One second, just to make sure. So you don't think that, like, the Asian community that wanted to align with the white community more and separate themselves from the black community, you think what they did, and probably most of us in our life went to a Chinese store and they follow us because we are a little bit more darker, and like all these type of things, you really think that's not racism, that's just prejudice?
Well, I told you it was another one, and I'm gonna think of it in a minute. But I'm gonna piggyback on what you just said. I think the Spanish people do the same thing. They come to this country and they see how the racist white people are treating the black people, and they feel if they can justify treating the black people the same way, that they will get advantage. I don't consider that. I consider that as a taking opportunity, but I think it comes from not that black people would have power over the Spanish people. It's the Spanish people trying to join the power of white people, so that they're using a prejudice to reap a reward. See, but white people just in general think they're better than us. They think they're superior over us. Mentality.
OJ, you're actually conceding my whole point for me by saying it's a belief system.
You always talking about somebody conceding. You must have learned that from Mr. Fantastic.
Well, here's the thing, though. You're saying that he's
trying to steal your word, Mr. Fantastic.
Hold on.
You remember you making my point? How long ago you used to say that, Mr. Fantastic? 7 years ago. He been listening to you. I told you, he a kid. He been listening to you.
Let me talk right
but it ain't making no damn sense for him. It makes sense for you, but it ain't making no sense for him.
Can we go back? Yes, can we go back to what we're doing, OG? Because I asked you a question and you kind of drifted away.
Okay, I thought I answered the question as best as I can.
Let me do it again, right?
Yes, sir.
When some communities in the United States, especially black communities, have 70% of Asians owning the businesses, right? Do they have the power to be racist now that they, like in some communities, they actually have the overall business, the money flowing in and all that? Does that attribute them even as minorities? Does that actually make them now have power? And because they have power and they control the area monetarily, does that can we apply now the racism thing instead of the prejudice thing? You muted. No, you muted on StreamYard. Just unmute yourself. Okay.
I got my camera wide. It goes back to my first point. The Asians that you're talking about only has power that has been given to them by the racists. So they have to go to another source. See, the racists I'm talking about don't have to go to another source. They make all the power moves. Everybody falls under them. So when you are talking about a second versus a first, that person is using their prejudice, knowing that they can use it against that person because of the racists over here. Do you understand the connection? They really don't have no power. They can only use their prejudice in our community.
They actually have power because it's a racial hierarchy. If I can extract resources and I have the control of the chain from the place where people are making things until the shipping lines to the local commerce, and I can actually go ahead and I can propel people that were here way later than black people and actually propel them to the social economic class, I have a certain amount of power. I can give jobs to people, right? I can give jobs to people. I can gatekeep them in certain places in society. Like, wouldn't that actually be power?
Not when you understand the true word of power. If you working for McDonald's, Fatty, and you own the fries, yes, you have power to make the fries, but you have nothing contributed as far as making major decisions in the corporation.
You are committing a big mistake, OG. Most of these people that are in top positions are not white, are Jewish. So if you are going to keep going up and up and up and up and up, you would be considering that white people can be prejudiced because at the end of it can be racist because at the end of the day, the people that control the music industry, the movie industry, the news industry, the war lobbies, all these things are people that are from Jewish descent or are Jewish. So
okay, well, stop right. Well, let's stop right there then. You use a religion to talk about a race of people versus who they really are. Because the Jews that you're talking about today,
yes,
they're not the original Jews. So,
shit.
So but that's not the point at all.
Wait a minute, it is the point because listen, Fatty, you got Indians that we consider, and we know the history of them, they're $5 Indians. They just signed the paper. They're not real Indians. So the people you talking about, the small hats, they look just like the people I'm talking about because they are the same.
No, white people, but that's where you mess up, OG. White people don't classify Jews as Jews. They're as white.
Yeah, I don't care about the classification.
The same way y'all don't classify white Mexicans. As the same way y'all don't classify white Mexicans as white Americans. Y'all literally make differentiation between people that come from Latin countries that are white and people that actually are from England or from. So if you do that on y'all society, because it's an American thing for the most part. God damn it! Stop beeping. And I get 1 minute. I get 1 minute.
1 minute. Go ahead, Fatty.
Right? If you don't consider the people that do look just like Evan but talk Spanish and come from Ecuador, right? As a American white, and you actually call him a minority, right? Wouldn't that actually go against the point of you trying to separate religion and say that Jews are white? That the people are making differentiations depending on where these white people come from, their ethnic background, their religion, and all that. So again, if we keep going higher up and we say Asians can be racist because the white people concede power to them so they can actually do what they need to do, I could keep going higher and higher and higher and higher until we go on the black room where nobody knows the race of these people, nobody knows where they come from, and now nobody can be racist because if you are not on the black room with those 20 people that control the world, you can have no power. The power was borrowed. It was never yours. Like, don't you see that that's kind of like can be made as a excuse to say white people can be racist because most of us don't have power. If a white woman comes to a black kid and says, "You are a nigga," like happened a couple of months ago, is she being racist knowing she's a trailer park trash white woman, or does she has to have a tremendous amount of power to be considered racist?
If you go by my structure of racism, the three platforms, you wouldn't even have this argument with me. But something you did, you added in minority. Minority has nothing to do with race, other than the racist.
Wait,
They
what?
only listen what I just said. Well, listen,
No,
I'm
keep
gonna make it.
talking. Keep going,
Wait
keep going,
a minute. Okay. Well, then, won't you come
No,
on, cheerleader?
OG, no, stay focused, OG, stay focused.
Okay. So
I see.
the doctor, wait a minute, the doctor explained to you, we are 9/10 of this planet. We're not the minority. The people I'm talking about is 1/10 of this planet. They are the minority. Okay? These are the people, regardless if they're in Russia, they wear small hats. When you look at them, the only person who was confused from it was the guy with the mustache. He said they had to have a certain kind of eyes and certain kind of hair.
3 other people on this panel? That's confusing to say that, oh, it's the person with the mustache when 3 people have mustaches. You're contradicting yourself still.
The reason why I said that, Fatty, because there are certain words, when I say mustache, I can say it since he wants me to say it, Hitler. All right? You keep acting.
You're contradicting yourself the whole time.
No, listen what I just said. You keep acting as if, wait, Fatty. You keep acting as if the races are the only one can make terminology and definition. You get to make your definition too. We are the first, and you say you go up and up. Well, I can go down because by their standard, listen to what I'm saying, we're not even having an argument. Because if you have 1 drop of blood, you consider what? A Negro.
Wait.
Oh, no, Patty,
just one second, because he's running away from my questions, right?
I didn't run away.
No, he just contradicted himself. He just did.
No, I didn't.
This is crazy. Wait, hold on. You just contradicted yourself. You literally, matter of fact, now brain fart. Go ahead. God, this is crazy.
First of all, if that was the case, white people are minority too, and black people too, because there's more Asians in the planet than everybody else. That will kind of like weird kind of way to say it's not about minorities. When we say minorities, people that are less represented, they have less power. Like women are not protected classes because they are less. They're protected class because throughout history they didn't have the full rights, right? But women, for the most part, now is kind of 50-50, but that didn't happen. And the second thing that you didn't answer is this. When a white trailer park trash woman goes to a black kid and calls him the N-word, is she being racist or is she being prejudiced because she has no power? Her power level is the same power as any black person walking around. Like, is she being racist or prejudiced?
I'm telling you, that person is being prejudiced, not race. That person. Wait a minute. Slow down.
I got you, Martin.
The white woman that you are describing is being racist.
Brother.
And the reason why that white woman is being racist, Fatty, that y'all can't get for some reason. I say racism and racist has to have a power structure. Regardless of, look.
Why?
Okay, let me finish.
No, it's just why, because the definition, LG, you know how you actually, there's something. I got you.
Finish?
I'll pass you the microphone.
God, you're going to make me believe my thought. You know I'm old.
No.
I got next.
It's 3 seconds.
I got next.
When you pull the definition of racist and you read it, I don't know, Marte was on the phone and he didn't notice. The first part of the description actually talk about power. The second part of the description talk about personal. You can be interpersonally racist, meaning I see Marte and I start to make a bunch of comments about how is he light skinned, how Evan is pale as fuck. There's the interpersonal part of racism. And then there's the structural racism where black people, because they don't have power, they can influence loans, they can decide who gets money. But for the most part, when you actually pull the picture, and if you pull it again, you are going to see that on the last part that I actually skip and didn't read because I didn't read the subcategories, he actually was saying there that you can be racist when it comes to interpersonal type of situation. So I just want to point this out and I'll be quiet. Marte then can answer after you. And then Evan, you can finish. You can finish your point.
Okay, so again, I keep saying, and I don't know why nobody is getting it. If you take the eggs out of a pound cake, it's not a pound cake. I said you have to have 3 ingredients to have, and within that 3 ingredients, you have the word race is a construct that was made by these people. That's
Okay,
number
cool.
one. All right?
OG.
Put your hands down, bro.
Oh,
okay, thank you.
No, it's fine. Just make a note, Marte. Let
just make a note. Please make a note. But if you read that last paragraph, Fatty, it says one came before the other, but you have to have them three ingredients. Yes.
Those points is like a or. It's like a or. It's not a. It has to be 1, 2, 3. Is this or that, right? It's like me saying, what is down, and then I say down is this or is that or is that. It's not that. It has to have encompass these three things to be considered down. On your description, what you had there is either A or is either B or is either C. It was not. It has to be all these three things to actually be considered one. So,
well,
and by the way, just to make sure, you are kind of opening the Pandora's box for people to say that LeBron James can be racist, Tyler Perry can be racist, Barack Obama can be racist, because as soon as you get in a position of power and you actually can mandate and do the same things that white people did to black people because they're on the position of power, meaning discriminate towards race because I don't want you on my movies, discriminate you towards a certain agency or a position, you are opening the Pandora's box to actually consider like that these people that are in position of power as black people can actually be racist and not just prejudice. And I don't know if that's kind of
Fatty. That's one. Wait. Can I just talk to him for a second? You can get yours in. Slow down, little red light skin. Fatty.
Look, what is he doing right now?
That's crazy. It's prejudice, not racist.
Crazy, bro.
Hey, Fatty. See, y'all don't make me forget my boy. But what I would like for you to do when you come to America to go to a Laker game, I want you to pull out some currency and see, do you see any black man on your currency? See, y'all forgetting about the power.
That's not an analogy.
Stop right there, Fatty. Let me finish.
Right.
I'm not impressed. Wait. I'm not impressed with Michael Jordan. I'm impressed with the man who paid Michael Jordan.
Somebody paid him too. Somebody
paid him. I'm impressed with the man who paid him.
Well, OJ, are you done? Okay, because you had
I keep telling you, OJ is in the Broncos.
You got caught up right now. I'm gonna call you out.
OG, I'm reporting you to the nation, OG, for that one. Come on.
Go ahead and then Evan, please. I got Reese. I got you.
Caught another.
Can I get him to just stop calling me OJ?
OG. You have to let him finish now. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. But just call me OJ.
Oh, OJ Simpson. So what I'm talking about is like I caught you in another fallacy when you were talking to Fatty. And here's the thing, though. Fatty didn't catch this, just like I didn't catch the thing with Fatty. Was when you said you could pick out the definition that you want, but then you want him to adhere to your 3 tenets of a definition. Like you're a performative contradiction. You've been doing this all night. You know what? You can have whatever different. So you're displaying racial tenets right now, saying blacks can do one thing, but then when there's somebody that's only a quarter of something else that's not black in them, oh, I can't do this, but then Fatty can do this because he's not a tether. Like, how is this not mirroring the things that you say they aren't? So you're saying that blacks can do certain things and whites can't. This is crazy right now. You're literally contradicting yourself. Just like, but you know what I'll say? I'll hand it off to you. You're at least consistent about that, if not anything else.
You consist of being a bag of wind. That's all you do. Is just keep talk.
Not
wait. You're very educated in using words, but they don't represent shit. Again, I go back to the point. Can you pull out a currency out of your pocket right now with a black man picture on it?
That's not analogous.
I ain't asked you that, what it was. I asked you, can you do it?
Yes, I can go to Africa.
Please don't help him, Fatty. I'm going to say.
OG, you are setting a precedent. Because if Tez Exclusive become the president in 20 years and he decides to replace George Washington with Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King, you are defeating your own point. Didn't they change?
I'm not defeating.
One second, please. Didn't they change the penny or the 5 cents or something like that?
No.
And
So
the black person there?
the Harriet Tubman $20 bills are still in the process of being made.
Yeah. So
So wait a minute. Is that
OG, 1 second.
you let him say something, Fatty?
OG, just hold the L. Hold on, OG. What's this? Hold that, please. Hold all of that. No
I don't
homo.
know. That look like something you and your boyfriend might be doing. I don't know what the hell
You
that
say
means
no
with the
Diddy,
finger.
but you all Diddy in this whole panel. Come on, stop
It has
the
nothing to do with this argument we
You
have.
Samuel Jackson, stop the talk.
Let Fatty finish, because I'm staying with this
What
way.
I'm saying is just as once again, you are telling things, and people are going to remember that. And then the next time you are going to say, this is not racism, this is discrimination, Mr. Fantastic can say, oh, but last year they put Martin Luther King on the $50 bill. So now we can be racist now because, like you said, if the qualification is pull a bill of your pocket that has a black person on it, you switch in a white person for the black person, or switch in a black statue, a white statue, a Confederate statue for a black revolutionary statue, like that will kind of defeat the point. So I don't know why we're doing that. I don't know why we're using that.
Okay,
Please, OG, 1 minute. Please land the plane. I want to know if Reese is going to say something quick. If it's not something quick, Reese, you wait until the open panel because there's one more person, and then you got it from now on. Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay. So
Okay,
OG speed. Evan has 8 minutes, and then Reese opens the open panel so everybody can talk with each other. And
It
friends,
goes back.
we need 7 members, and we need, I think, $60 or something for the hamburger fund. So please go ahead and support the show.
Baby, if you're feeling a fatty, hit that like, smash subscribe, and bless the Cash App at $Team Fatty 8.
All the links of the content creators are going to be in the chat, not in the chat, on the description. So please go ahead and follow and support them. Okay, I would appreciate that. Go ahead, OG, 1 minute, and then we get Evan for his 8 minutes so we can open the panel.
Okay, so you did exactly what Mr. Fantastic did earlier when he came in, when we was talking about the executive order. It could happen. Once it could happen. So we already don't defeat that by, if you go by his logic, it could happen. But let's look at this.
It already did.
No. He said this is in progress, and he said it was already done.
Even could is not an argument. Could isn't an argument.
Wait, let me finish. Y'all, let me finish. Y'all can come back. I ain't going nowhere. My Geritol was working. I ain't going nowhere. So
no, it ain't.
So again, this is your basis of something, and I can give you true examples of this, how this power structure is. The same people you talking about with the small hats, well, they love money, and you talking about they got power and this and that. They love money more than anybody. But they would not put the man with the mustache on none of their currency. You know why? You know why?
Tell us.
No, y'all just keep shaking your head.
Hell,
you know why?
Why? No, wait. Joe Biden is going to wear. Why?
Well, this shows you even the power of why. He has power to make that decision. And there'll never be any money ever printed with the mustache. And that bill you talking about with the woman on it, you know how far back that's been talked about? If you think that's going to happen, I guarantee we'll get... Wait. Hey. They'll do it just like they do Christianity. They only gave us a black Jesus when they wanted us to leave the church. Because once we found out it was a Negro, we left the church. So what I'm saying is, if they ever put the black woman on a currency in the United States, you best believe next week they playing us reparation because they know the damn currency ain't going to be worth a damn thing. Point blank.
Okay. Evan, go ahead. 8 minutes interrupted. And then Reese opens the open panel for us.
All right. Well, I don't think that reparations, like for slavery, hold much moral consideration, considering the fact that in the after slavery was abolished, there was the option to be given a homestead in Liberia where they were paid, they were educated, and as the colony there went and developed, the freedmen who established it basically recreated the antebellum South by having their own plantations that was heavily sponsored by like white people, especially a lot of the Southerners who wanted to go and make up for slavery, like James Clay, who created the longitude line of where slavery is throughout the United States, just trying to go and hold the Union together, along with several others. And during that time, they were still able to go and visit the U.S. They were given a lot of sponsors, along with when rubber was a major product that was sought around the world and was very profitable. It was heavily sponsored and handled by American investors to the former freedmen. So I would go and put it like the same way where my early ancestors in the United States, they were Dutch. They were in New York when it was still called New Amsterdam. They fought in the Revolutionary War. But when they fought, their home was completely destroyed. And instead of getting paid in cash, they were paid in land out in the Midwest. And they were given two choices. They could either sell the land in the Midwest for cheap, or they could go and try to rebuild their home, where people have already basically taken over the land by richer individuals, or they could take all their possessions and move out west to go and create a home for themselves. And they went out west and they did very well for themselves. And I would say that in a similar sense, where the African Americans that were freed, they decided to stay in the South instead of going to Liberia. They chose a path where they didn't get the most of what they could have gotten. And because of that, they were given unfortunate circumstances. And the thing is that even the children of slaves, they could still go to Liberia and they could still get these beneficial programs, because even though it was no longer government funded, the local African Americans there, the freedmen, they still wanted Black Americans because they needed to go and help establish the class to go and help manage the society there, because when they got there, they pseudo enslaved the natives. Because
Evan, can I ask you a question real quick?
Sorry.
When you say Liberia, is like the African country Liberia?
Yes, it used.
And when was it, by the way?
colony.
The American Colonization Society, Liberia.
Yep.
That Liberia. Yeah.
So Evan, let me ask just a little question, then you got it, right? I'll pause the clock for you.
Mm-hmm.
What better deal could they get in Liberia better than 40 acres and a mule? Which if you put to inflation and you kind of understand, like, what better deal did Liberia gave them that is better than, because it's like a cost benefit analysis, right? I'm going to Liberia, and now people are paying reparations that they actually promised to Black Americans, and now I'm in Liberia, so I don't get my 40 acres and a mule, which on that time, if you pass to generation to generation, right now is a tremendous amount of money. Like, what deal could they give them? And you can research it. I don't have a problem with it. What deal they give them there that actually will be better than 40 acres in a mule? And I'm going to actually Google it and try to understand what will 40 acres in a mule will be. After that, I'll start the clock.
All right. Well, I know that the society helped sponsor them. I haven't done that much of a deep dive, but from what I do know,
well,
sorry.
While you're looking up that, you not only have did a deep dive, you haven't even took off your socks and put your feet in the water.
Hey,
I'm trying to figure out what kind of potato salad with raisins this shit is.
So, and by the way, Evan, the current value right now of 40 acres in the mule is between $173,000 to $235,000. So imagine if every Black American could be born with $200,000 in their bank account right now. Just be born with that, just from scratch. You see what I'm saying? That is a tremendous amount of power to be had, Evan. There's a lot of power. A person
Not only that, Fatty, but this is another white man telling black people where they should go. We see this is it is. Wait a minute.
No, he's not telling people where they should go. He's saying he didn't go. He never asserted that.
Let me cut this, Marte. One second, Marte.
Y'all don't understand this.
No, Marte. Just because I'm explaining something doesn't mean that I agree with it. Just because I'm explaining police brutality doesn't mean that I want people to get beat upside the head. I think Evan is just explaining something. He's not telling go to Liberia and, like I'm saying, go back to Africa. I don't think it's the type of. Might be wrong.
Didn't choose to do this by their own.
I wasn't talking about you, Fatty. I agree along with you, Fatty. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about his whole sentiment to bring up what he brought up was who made this decision? Who came up with this suggestion? That I was speaking on to him, Fatty, not you. I agree along with you.
I know. No, that's because he premised that with my ancestors got everything destroyed and they moved from A to Z. So in my opinion, the same way that my ancestors took the better deal and went over there, I think Black Americans could take the better deal and go to Liberia because it was a better deal. And now I'm questioning, was the better deal in Liberia better than the 40 acres in a mule, which is now on 2025 numbers is between $175,000 and $220,000. If that deal is worse, then I can make a case that that was not a better deal, because if I move to Liberia, I'm going to lose what was promised to me, which was the 40 acres in the mule. That's the point that we're doing. I don't think he's on an OG. I can really, like, at this point, we can detect the people that are go back to Africa, right?
No, I wouldn't say that bad faith. No.
I think intention matters, and I don't think that's what Evan is saying.
No.
Here's the problem, though. So there's a historical context to what he's saying. If he doesn't know the historical context, he is just simply saying go back to Africa. When Martin Delaney tried to put together in 1877, most Black Americans denied it. They declined to go to Liberia. So why?
No, you're filling context that's not even there. He didn't even imply that. He's just making statements of what happened, not what should happen. He's making an is claim, not a not claim. You got to understand these fundamental principles of debate, or even a logical entailment of what Edvin's saying. He just cited history, not a prescription of what to do. This is crazy, or what should have done. That never came out of his mouth. You're just making assertions.
That's exactly what he did. Again, there's
that's not what he did. You're putting in context that wasn't even there.
Yes,
I heard
hey, friends. Just my statement right quick. So again, that's why I said colonization society, which you agree with. Is it not the American Colonization Society you're referring to, Evan?
Yes, in the beginning, and then
I'll
later.
Run the clock again, Evan. Go ahead. And then Reese and Little Podcast, Mr. Beans can open the open panel and we can go at each other. Okay, thank you very much for being here, Mr. Podcast. Go ahead, Evan.
I would say, like, just looking back at it, when it goes into the specifics, details, a lot of it is fuzzy because a lot of it was in specialized with the different companies in terms of like loans and payments and investments. The same way where there was a lot of European people who were migrated over to America, but they had to pay off their work. A lot of these contracts didn't really survive the records after their initial use. But, and I guess getting to my point, it was like the option they had then to where I would say like there was a substantial attempt of repayment that was there, and they were given a position in the American order to go and be the arm of like the American influence in the African continent. And I would say that has like a certain level of prestige that not even the British Empire gave to the people of the home islands. And that's, so getting to that, I would say that there was a certain level of benevolence there, but I will admit that there was some options that were taken away back in the actual United States due to the problems of real politics, where if you need to unite a nation after a civil war, you can either you either have two choices of either destroying the people that rose up against you, or you go and you try to be as benevolent as possible to go and get back their goodwill. And it seems like after Lincoln's successor was removed, the path of like a lenient reconstruction kind of like began with like the local elites. So I would say in that aspect, to where like there was a lot of abuses happening to the peoples that I don't think anyone can deny. I will say though that they had the opportunity to go to a better place that wanted them, but that opportunity was ended up falling apart because not enough people went over there. Because at the end of World War II, when the Cold War started, the Soviet Union basically destabilized the American regime, and a lot of the free descendants had to go, were either killed or had to flee back to the United States. So I would say, strictly looking at it from options, there was two options where they could have, the more ambitious could have went to a far off land to go and strike a fortune, just kind of like how some of the people in the East Coast could go west. But there was certain demographics, like say the Irish, who were forbidden from going and moving to the frontier to go and create their own fortune. So I will say in that respect. What?
Can I ask him a question?
Did the people that went to Liberia, like, was that was that a number of people that actually took the deal and went there?
Yes, I think like the first batch was 200,000, though I could be mistaken.
So of those 200,000, all of them are either middle class, well off, wealthy. Like, what happened to them exactly? Because Theo sent the test, said that there was a massive war, and now they are recovering from the war, like from the last 10, 15 years. As in most countries in Africa is like that, right? It's end of colonialism on the last 60, 40, 30 years. A lot of wars for power, a lot of influence from foreign governments trying to pin people against the other, all that. Like, of those 200,000 people that went to Liberia, did they get the results that you are saying that it was available for them to get? Or most of them literally went to war, happened, a bunch of shit happened, and now they are on a shithole country, like Donald Trump likes to call all these brown countries that don't have the same infrastructure, money, and finances that usually first world countries have. Like, what happened exactly to them? I'm going to give you time uninterrupted, then OG can rebuttal, and then we open the panel with Chris and Podcast.
Like the people who went over there initially, like I know that Frederick Douglass's family went over there, and for like the longest time, they were the presidents of Liberia. But there was a society where it was very unbalanced, where the African Americans were at the top and the Native Africans were on the bottom. But there was a civil war where like the Native Africans went and rose up and ended up
Go ahead, don't worry.
But I would say I know that I think it's like a situation where it's a bit like South Africa in a sense, where I think there's a few pockets where they were able to stay and consolidate power, but their influence is greatly diminished. But I think a good portion did go back to the U.S. because they had the money to do so.
Look, Evan, I'm pretty sure you, before you came up here, you thought you had good intention. Obviously, you haven't looked at the state of Israel today when people take somebody's land and give it to someone else. You're not looking at the state of Israel today. Number two, And my third point, I hope little podcast come in and just shit the rest of this casket that this funeral I have set up. We have talked about a lot of things, and most of it has to deal with money and work. There's been no conversation of the value of life that was lost in slavery. And when you understand that part of it, you'll see why we send $7 billion and a lot of European countries send money to Israel in repayment today. And my last, I would like for Fatty to put up the word reparation and the definition and what is reparation. Because I don't think a lot of people understand what the definition of reparation is.
It's the process of repairing.
Well, no, I ain't asked you. You have your chance, sir.
You just asked and then said
I said to do it. You have your chance, sir.
I'll read it. Reparation, the act of making amends for a wrong or harm by providing compensation, restitution, or repair. Okay.
Okay. So anybody from him just reading that definition, if anybody having a problem other than this 25%, the whiteness is fighting in his body, and anybody having a problem with this by what he just read, you have lost your monkey ass mind, because the definition itself says why we should get it. You have to put
repair. What are you talking about?
Mostly you.
Not an argument.
It is an argument. Mostly you, because you one of them ancient, let's say, them type of Negroes who's so happy to be on the other side until they wait until they get ready to load your ass on the train like Geronimo. But anyway,
what's a Geronimo? What the hell is that?
It's okay, brother. We
just making names up and stuff.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Won't you argue my facts and not try to make personal attacks?
You didn't bring up facts.
I did bring up facts. I had it. Wait a minute. Do you disagree? Do you disagree with the definition of reparation?
No, I don't disagree with that. But here's the thing: I ask a question.
Wait. Okay, can you tell? Number two question.
Tell me what needs to be repaired.
Why wouldn't it apply to us? Why wouldn't it apply to us then? If you agree with reparation, why wouldn't it apply to us?
People alive today didn't own slaves. Where's this money coming from? You've never answered this during the whole debate.
I asked you a question, sir. You don't answer a question with a question.
I mean, I can. But
okay, why do it not apply to us by the definition?
This is universal. This can apply to everybody.
I ain't asked about no damn universe. I asked you why do it not this did not go directly to reparation for black people for the trauma for 500 something years. Why do that definition not to apply to us?
I answered your question. You didn't like it. I said nobody alive owns slaves today. Why should they be paying people who never had anything to do with this? And you can talk about systemic, regulations and suffering and all this other stuff. Nobody alive today owns slaves. That's why. Does that answer your question? This is crazy. Nobody alive in America.
And that's the best answer you got with all that good. I told you, a waste of light skin. You just a waste of light skin.
You don't think nobody alive benefiting from slavery right now?
Crazy.
Monte.
This is because
Marte.
One second, please. The CEO and Tess, you can go next, and Reese, please, uninterrupted. I promise you, Reese. I promise you. There's a great question. CEO asked you this, Marte. Is there anybody alive that is benefiting from reparations right now? No, sorry, from slavery. I apologize. Is there anybody right now that's benefiting from slavery? Like, for example, the slave owners that got reparations, the descendants of the people that had the plantations, all of these people.
Right.
Is there anybody together
land grant
from the atrocities of their ancestors?
Here's the problem that you're going to run into. The reason why this conversation gets muddy is because people alive never owned slaves, even if they adopted.
We get that. That you not and just answer
Can
the
I
question that
respond?
he
Can I
asked.
let me respond to this?
No, it's
Can I
fine.
respond?
If he doesn't answer, ask again. Go ahead, Martha. It's fine.
I have an answer, but he doesn't. He wants to interject. So here's the thing. Though, I'll give you a hypothetical. A white person owns a house on land that was stolen from blacks.
Could you slide over so we don't have to look at one eye?
Can I give you a hypothetical? Can I finish
Fat, I
this?
just want him to slide over, look, so we have a full picture.
I'm giving you an answer. I'm giving you an answer.
You could say that before he started talking, OG.
You're deflecting right now. You're deflecting.
You need to recenter your camera so we can see all your face, but it's fine. Don't worry about
I'm
it.
answering CEO's point. Let's say you have a house by slave owners that was handed down through generations, and the new people that own this house and live in this house. Do you think that all these people who lived in this house should get up and just hand it to black people who had nothing to do with it? Because this house during 3 generations ago was a slave plantation house. Do you think that they should leave this house or this property that was
That's a totally different, because you said
no. Hold on, this is analogous.
The new people. You said the new people.
Where is this coming from?
Listen, if the people that live in that house right now was benefited from slavery, they still live in that house right now. Yes, they should give it up. Not if they done sold it to some new people and all that other crap.
People that had nothing to do with this should just automatically leave, including grounds, meaning like property, houses, and everything else. They should just give it up. And how do you determine this? Because matter of fact, part of my family was owned by slave masters. Do you think that a quarter should we also? But you see how muddy this goes? Like how much property goes? Like that's why this will never be answered. Because when you're talking about this, all you're doing is just cutting people up by racist. Well, you're only 3/4 of this. Should I give up 3/4 of a house? As a white person,
Marte, I have to be fair. He answered, but I have to be fair. He answered your hypothetical straight up.
Yes,
no meaning. No, he said. Let's assume this, Marte, right? You assume, like he said, for example, if you own a house that was owned by plantation owners, and you are the grandson of the said plantation owner, hey, bro, hey, you just give it up that shit, you're good to go. Now, can you answer this question? Like, is there people today, like right now, that benefited tremendously about like their ancestors actually being slave owners and all that, like right now 2025?
Tag me in, bro.
Well, the reason why that's muddy is because you're creating new victims that were never associated with something. Like just because I was handed down something through pain of something.
But that was not the question, Marte. That is the answer. Marte, 1 second.
No, my answer is no.
So the answer is no. Okay. The answer is no. 1 second, please. 1 second. 1 second, please, friends. The answer is a clear no. No over pursuing. Let's get Mr. Fantastic real quick, and then we open the panel. Reese and Mr. Podcast. Mr. Fantastic, go ahead. Nobody rebuttal to what you're going to say, okay?
Yeah, so you false there, Reese. That's what I said that's why I said tag me in. So no, there are definitely people that survive and there'll be ancestry of people that own slavery. The argument you should have went with though is that would include black people also. The first person to take owning slaves to court was a black man, right? To try and keep slaves with black men. Just as we know some white people would do reparations, being that they have black slave lineage, right? Somewhere down the line. So yes, even though, and then we get into the percentages. I think they said maybe it was less than 20% of white people actually own slaves or something like that. So for you to say that with that small of a percentage of lineage that's going to be responsible for giving up all of their assets and their money and their value, that would be impossible, because they wouldn't be able, if you did it that way. Now your reparation goes from the hundreds of millions and billions of dollars that everybody wants to literally pennies on a dollar, because you only have a very, very small percentage of people. And who knows who's to assume that the person that's a descendant of slavery does live in a trailer park, right? Who I promise you, most of these slave owners or whatever aren't Fortune 500 company CEOs. So yes, the answer is yes, definitely there are white people that are descendants of slave owners, but there are also black people that are descendants of slave owners, because black people own slaves. That would include Native Americans also, right? So yeah, so that would be the answer to that.
So that right there on my screen is Anthony Johnson, who owned white slaves. I can go through the list of other people who also were slave owners. I mean, that's why I'm saying that the reason why I talk about fractionalization of race is because, hold on, Ted, I know you like to interrupt and be inappropriate during things, but we have to use support here. So this is a professional debate.
It's fine. Just say what year it was and then continue, please.
Yeah, just
okay. So when you look at the year, it's 1654. So if you look at this is analogous towards the times when other people had slaves as well too. You can say that this is post hoc, but the problem with this is it gets muddied through the other argument because there was a lot of race mixing then. Since then, you have mixed race families and everybody. So whenever you divvy this out, that's when it gets muddied as to who gets appropriation, and that's the problem with this. It'll never get answered. That's why I think that whenever you start things from a net zero, I think it's fair to say that we should all start from zero. Nobody should get reparations, to be honest. If you want my real argument, nobody should get reparations. We all start from zero.
And Marte, I think there's you actually fucked up now because maybe my interpretation of history is incorrect because I'm a foreigner, but those white slaves weren't in chattel slavery. Their kids wouldn't be born into slavery. Their other kids wouldn't be born into slavery.
You know what the Barbary slave trade was? That wasn't chattel slavery. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of white Christians that got sold.
Yeah, but let's not do the what about thing, right? Those white slaves.
That's not a whataboutism. That's history.
No, Marte, answer this question, please. And if you don't know, please Google it because I might be wrong. Were those white slaves sons and daughters born into slavery, just like all the generations of black slaves that they had for the most part? Were they born into slavery?
Yes,
like if they were sons and daughters of slaves?
If you look into the Barbary slave trade, there were people that were born into slavery because these people had progenerates, like you're talking about cultures that birthed cultures into slavery. That's a section of history that did happen.
In the United States?
No, not in the United States.
We're talking about the United States. Let's focus on
hold
the United
on. Nobody
States.
elaborated. If we're talking about, here's the thing. We talked about other cultures.
One second, Marte. If you're
only convenient when you bring it up, but when I bring it up, it's not convenient. We can Google this.
And you're going to show me a black American slave owner, right? Saying that he had white slaves. What I'm asking is that was those white slaves when they had kids, were they a property of that black slave owner, or they were born into like free like everybody else?
When they had kids, they were property of the slave owner. Yes.
I don't think you're right, Marta. I think every white slave had the opportunity to buy their freedom back. They had the other things that actually could get them out. I'm 90% sure that was the case. The white slaves could actually buy their way back into society.
Right, I agree with that.
Servitude is different from slavery.
It's my opinion. I might be wrong, but it is what it is.
Yes, but Fatty, but what's up there, everybody? But real quick, just real quick.
Come on, man. Hold on to it.
It's not right, bro. Right? It's a horrible. I'm sorry, Reese, but this is important. It's a horrible argument. You cannot say in one breath, and I think Fantastic was the one who did it. You cannot say, well, only 20% of white people actually own slaves, and then bring up the 1% or 2% of black people who own slaves as an argument to what? Against reparations? That makes no sense at all.
No sense.
Well, here's the reason why it makes sense is because whenever you bring up minorities and exceptions to the rule, that's what you're doing. You can't make exceptions to the rule, but you can. That's crazy. That's counterintuitive and counterproductive to the argument. You're literally making my argument. Wait, hold on. When you say that only a fraction of this is fraction more than this, and you're saying 20% versus 5% or 4%, you're using minorities. This is just a semantics argument of minorities.
Y'all bring it up, not me. I didn't bring it up. I'm saying it's
no. I'm not saying that you brought this up. I'm saying that this is a semantics argument. So it doesn't make sense to say that this minority and this semantics makes more sense because it's not a great enough number on this side. It's still the point. So when we look at principles, we don't look at minorities and less is more. We say, is it a claim that happened? Yes, it happened. That's the only claim that Fantastic made. And the only claim that I did is saying it happened. That's it. So when you're talking about semantics, you're pleading for minorities, which is another fallacy.
Right? Hold on, man. Hold on. This is the same thing that the white boy did. You don't bring up something for nothing, right?
Nobody does. What are you talking about?
Bro, let anybody else talk or no?
Go ahead, Beans.
bro, you don't bring up points for nothing. You bring them up for a reason, right? So just like when the white boy brought up the fact that black people didn't take the opportunity to go back to Liberia, he brought it up for a reason. It was a suggestion. He was absolutely saying they should have. His whole
That's an assumptive claim. That's a fallacy.
I'm trying, Fatty. I swear. I promise. I'm trying not to be the old podcast. Come on, man. I'm just asking you nicely, bro.
That's crazy.
As soon as you say bitch ass nigga, I'll play a song and I'll basically. No, you got it.
So he's creating a fallacy right now by making an assumptive claim.
We are going to a podcast.
So
are you
the
sure?
Point is,
go ahead.
No, what I'm just saying, like, because I don't want the narrative. All podcasts ruin the show. This dude won't stop talking.
We good.
So y'all should be saying something about
you
that
don't
right
move
now,
nothing.
too.
What are you talking about, bro? Get to the point.
Fuck up and let me finish, bro.
Get to the point.
So, right. So when he brought that up, it was absolutely a suggestion. He was saying that black people should have took the opportunity to go back to Liberia.
He never said should.
He used an example of his people. He said, my people, who were the Dutch people, right? And he said, we had a choice. And our choice was to either go into the Midwest, which was a bad choice, or go out west, which was a good choice. And we chose to go out west. So why would you bring that up if it wasn't for a suggestion?
Do you understand? Do you understand?
Brought it up for a suggestion, right?
Should.
So
do you understand he never said
what I'm saying is when you're having a conversation about the reparations, and on one hand you're making the argument especially when you're talking about the money and where the money going to come from, and your argument is, well, it wasn't even that many. It was only 20% of white people who actually own slaves. What the hell is the purpose of bringing up the 1% of black people who own white slaves?
Principle.
It's no relevance to the argument. To the conversation.
You bring up two fallacious claims that I point out. You bring up two fallacious claims. So for the first claim, that's a fallacious claim and also inconsistent. You make it a prescription, which Evan never made a prescription claim. He never uttered should. He never offered a prescription. What he said was an is claim, not an ought claim. Do you understand this? Like your logic's literally stifling right now. So going on to this, when I use exceptions and we're having this semantic argument about subjects, I'm referring to the real
Andrew Wilson, not this one.
All I'm talking about is principle. Yes, that's my boy. I'm part of the Crucible. Anyways,
I know. I can tell by the way you're talking.
And by the way, podcast on a debate space is actually right because
he's not right.
No. Let me ask you why. Because we are assuming things. And
yes, you're using
one second. I agree with you, right? People don't bring shit out of nothing. It's kind of subjective, but we are implying. So what Marte is doing is the technicality. He didn't say you should go there. Go there. He just informed there was this situation and this situation, and black people decide to go here while the Dutch decide to go there. So in technicality, debate technicality, Marte is right because we're implying what he said, not what he actually said. You see what I'm saying? So I agree with you. I agree with you, which is the implication. But
and Beans, I agree with you too on this.
But Fatty,
but he gave an example. There would have been a better choice.
Beans. I'm gonna give you all the choice. Nice. Beans, I agree with you completely. I agree that should be a should claim or an odd claim. I agree completely. But if we're being concise with what he was saying, Timu, Rick, and Morty was right in what he's saying. He's citing history. He wasn't giving a prescription at all. He never said should or any of this. Now, going back to the semantics argument, I was referring to principle. That's the reason why I'm saying that the waters get muddy on this. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
but if you make an argument,
I want to real quick, Jason.
Go ahead.
Because I took it from Reese anyway. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
Fantastic. I think Reese was gonna let you respond.
Yeah, Reese, I'm cool, Reese.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So to your point, podcast, it was a point of not just black people didn't just own white slaves, they own black slave also. Mm-hmm. So what he brought up was Anthony Johnson. There's clear history of daughters of the slave trade, right? That's specifically that, to where mixed women or so on and so forth that were masters, children, she got slaves from him. And then there were also things as to where technically, now I'm just saying technically, people bought the freedom or bought their own people as slaves and had them on the plantation working, so that they wouldn't have to be under the white man. So that's why I'm saying it's a slippery slope. My response was strictly off of the premise of the people owe that have an ancestry of slave owners. That's my answer.
That's
Not-
actually
I'm-
an interesting point. There's a
That's principle. That's what I was talking about. The principle.
And by the way,
Yeah.
podcast, uninterrupted. Give it 2 minutes, and then I have to give it to Reese so we can open the panel for everybody to touch the ball. Okay, just go ahead, and everybody can have the conversation afterwards. So go ahead, podcast, and then Reese gets the ball.
So usually this is an argument that comes up when we're talking about the money, fantastic, and that's what I'm saying. When I don't know any of the names, pick any of those cases when somebody gets slain in the street and they somehow win a lawsuit or whatever against the city. Where does that money come from?
That comes from the government, the city. City West.
Okay, so here's the thing. What I'm saying is same rules apply here, right? You're not holding the people accountable. You're holding the government accountable, right, for what it instituted and what it facilitated. That's
what is the government made of? People, right?
Marte, 1 second, Marte, don't do
Go
it.
ahead.
It's going,
All right, go ahead.
It's going to do the.
So what I'm saying is fantastic when that. So again, right? That money specifically comes from the government, right? Now, here's the thing that was asked earlier. It was a great question. There's $14 trillion in the American economy today based on what slavery produced. 14 trillion, right? So it's still a lot of money circulating that can also be applied to that. Fantastic. I'm making the argument that if I just put redlining to the side, put, Jim Crow, KKK, the prison industrial complex, crack cocaine, all of that stuff to the side, and I just talk about the 2 million freedmen who were supposed to get 40 acres and a mule, right? That money today equates to about 300 billion. Do you think we should at least give that 300 billion out? It's
to
old.
the to black
old.
people.
Not to black people, to the lineage of the 2 million freedmen who were supposed to get those 40 acres and a mule, which was rescinded by President Johnson.
No, Pockets, I say this all the time. I am not anti-reparations. If you can prove that your lineage is actually descendants of slaves and all these different things and so on and so forth, by all means, yes, get it, right? My thing is the problem in what it's going to take for people to find out, hey, you actually weren't a slave, but you were a slave owner. So now you don't get the money. Or
well, you're
what
saying
do we
truthfully,
do?
or you saying they're gonna lie about it?
No, I'm saying truthfully. This is gonna. I promise you this: if the government cuts a check or makes any type of assessment of, hey, these people are owed money, you're gonna have to prove that you're owed that money. They're not just gonna give out blanket checks to everybody that's black. It's not gonna happen. And that's what we get into.
Can that be? We're only talking about. What we're talking about? 100 and what? About 160 years?
Yeah, Mr. Beans.
We're not really talking about a really, really long time.
Beans. My father was born in 1912. My grandmother was a sharecropper. And
They
her
weren't
mother
slaves.
was a slave.
They weren't slaves.
That's what I just said. Reese, we'll cover that in just a minute. This is let me brother.
The wait is over. The gates are open. All who seek the panel, enter now.
OG,
You're right,
I love OG. I love you, but no, 1 second. OG, I love you, but
now.
Let 1 second. You are going to actually have a chance to respond to Reese and to do your monologue. Let's Reese just go, and then you go when everybody picks the microphone afterwards. Okay?
I got it, but I just want to say he correct.
You can wait. I don't give a fuck about what you gotta say.
Hey, Reese.
Reese.
I was just saying you was right. I
I know I'm right.
Okay, put the weed down. They were enslaved. They were not slaves.
When I said it,
they was enslaved, not slaves.
No, they wasn't. Listen.
Go ahead, Reese.
I can't take anything serious when a man who smoke weed all day.
Whatever. You want to say something?
I said it. I can't take anything serious from a man who smoke weed all day.
It's fine. Let's go, Reese.
I can't take nobody serious who don't smoke weed all day.
I understand. That's what a weed head would say.
Let's go.
That's what a weed head would say.
Uno reverse. Okay, we fix it now.
Yeah, a crackhead would say the same thing.
Let's go back to the conversation now that he's even. Okay,
I personally don't believe that the shit ever happened, but I'm not going to derail the show, and we're going to talk as if it did. So let's say this reparation shit goes down, right? And they agree to give it out. I want to know how this is going to go down, right? Number one, how you going to connect all of these niggas that's alive now to the ones that were chained and brought over here from Africa? Because the names have been changed, right? They didn't have no DNA tests right there, so I'd love to hear how that's going to happen, right? And no, people who use, I've heard several people up and down these panels say that their grandmothers were slave great. No, the fuck they weren't. You a liar. Can nobody alive go back 7 grandmothers in history? No one. I'll take that challenge any day, and I'll put bread up, because that's what you would have to do to end up with a relative that's a literal slave. A slave came over on a ship and changed to another human being and got his ass whooped. Nobody in your family.
No, nuts. Do you know when the slavery ended?
Yeah.
Do you know the year that the slaves? Do you know the year the slave ended?
So watch this. And if they did,
18 what? Stop talking and tell me the goddamn year.
1865.
Thank you.
Go back.
I just told you my father was born in 1912. You numb nuts.
That's one.
That's right. And my grandmother was a sharecropper, and her mother was a damn slave, enslaved.
You can't go back 7. No one alive can.
You don't have to go back 7. I just proved it to you.
One second. You are making the math wrong, Reese.
I just proved it to him.
No, that is not 400, Reese. It's like 100 and something years. And I know my genealogy 100 and something years. So I think
grandmothers will land you right to when slavery stopped.
I just told you my father was born in 1912. My grandmother was a sharecropper. Her mother was a slave. That's not 7 generations.
Oh, the fuck she? What was her name?
There's
no birth certificate.
What if she says her name was Annabella? What's the difference?
You want to smell of drawers too?
Oh my goodness.
Wait, what?
God damn. I just told you the years.
Hey, Reese, now 1 second. Reese has a flashlight in his hand, so I believe him. Reese, continue what you have to say.
Black people today are living 10 times better than any slave owner that ever lived or slave. These niggas alive now were born with air conditioners, leather couches, cars, and everything else that they needed. And they want to be rewarded for people who didn't have shoes, got their ass whooped on a daily basis, was chained to someone else for 3 fucking months, shitting on themselves, hung, raped, right? But these motherfuckers with air conditioners and Cadillacs want millions of dollars for their suffering. But they died with nothing. There's no way to prove that they're even related to them. There's no
Reese,
way to prove that.
Sorry to interrupt you, Reese, but you can't get the microphone. But technically, and again, I'm talking about somebody that has no benefit on nothing. I don't give a fuck. The natives that have casinos and shit didn't suffer the atrocities that their ancestors did. Motherfuckers got casino at the bunch of booze. And there's nobody on the United States saying take that shit from them. Take that shit from them, man. Take the casinos because nobody suffered. No. If those motherfuckers can get it, so the people that look like me can get it too. And I don't know. One second, please. And I don't know how they figure out, but motherfucker, I will get inside of that government facility and do give me my motherfucking money. I don't care if I have to quack like a duck, sing like a duck. The reality, once again, is the precedent. If you are going to give reparations to Japanese people that were in the war, if we're going to get reparations to slave owners, if you're going to get reparations to all of these entities and people, and you found a way, you should definitely find a way at least to make sure that the people that can track their lineage to slave people that were enslaved, you should actually give him something back. Or why we stop the line at the Japanese? Why do people that don't look like you started the war with you, attack your people, can get reparations, but the people that literally build your nation can? The enemy can get reparations, but the people that actually were with you fighting on that war can? I don't know why.
There's no one alive that's going to come up here ever and come up with documentation that they had a relative that was a slave. I got relatives that lived on a plantation. The whole America was plantation.
Wait.
Stop there. United States.
Well, you proved the point, Reese. If you can prove it, you just proved the point. If you can prove that your ancestors were in the plantation, Are you sure that the hundreds of thousands of people can track and do the same?
You know what a plantation is? A plantation is a house with farming around it. Now, everyone lived that way 200 years ago. Everybody came from a plantation.
Fatty, he's talking about the restaurant.
Legal slavery.
Are you a descendant? Are you a descendant?
Fatty, he's talking about the restaurant.
No, I know. It was a misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding. Are you a descendant of slaves?
What?
Are you a descendant of slaves?
A little bit. I'm a descendant of some horrible people, so I might be a little bit upset because I'm going to be excluded from this shit genetically and other ways too. So that might there might be some bias here. I'll confess to that. And you made a good point a minute ago. But my issue is this: they won't have no way to prove it. Now, niggas named Jefferson, Johnson, and Washington, and all that might have an argument. Hold up, motherfuckers like OJ Speed, last name Muhammad or X or some shit like that. What the fuck we connect him to? You know what I'm saying?
Genetics.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, I was about to say that genetics.
I got a question.
There's no leftover DNA from slaves to connect nobody to nobody. They didn't have no DNA test back then.
So here's my question though. My mother was black and my dad was half.
All these niggas got
How much
grandparents.
reparations should I get?
That were liars. None of these
Marquise, we know a sooner when we see one.
Don't you watch Mario?
How much reparations should I get? My mom was black, my dad was half. How much reparations? You see what I'm saying?
This thing happened 150 years before Mario.
Reese, one second. There's a different argument. I don't like what y'all doing here, right? There's two arguments. Are you in favor of reparations, and who is going to get it? Who is going to get it has nothing to do with the principle that we're going to pay reparations to the people that deserve it. And y'all, the second one of the first one, y'all say, because we don't know how we're going to pay it, we don't want to do it. That's not the argument. The argument is, do these people deserve it? And if they deserve it, then you figure out, I don't care, the CIA, FBA, whatever the fuck the shit.
Fatty, I have a question. Can I ask a question? So, yes. Fatty, this is directly to you. So, I was just thinking about this the whole time. So, if reparations were conceded, let's say that 50,000 were descendants, right? From slavery, from welfare, EBT, Medicaid, government housing, would you deduct any of this from that?
No, absolutely not, because there's not there's not race specific.
Yeah, it's not just black people.
Everybody got it.
Okay.
1 second, please. Actually, the biggest
BLM burned down cities. Would you deduct any of this from that because that's race related?
No, 1 second. This is another thing that you did wrong, Marte. Most people that were voting. 1 second, please.
Man,
Marte,
please, man. Oh my God. Bro, here we go with the burn down cities.
No,
you can't say that a majority were black and say it's not race related. That's crazy.
Marte is the last one. Did you know that most people that were on the streets and looting and all that shit?
White people. I know there's white people involved in that.
So it was white people. How is that my fault?
What does BLM mean? Daddy, what does BLM mean?
Black Lives Matter.
Philly riots.
Right. So the motivation movement behind this.
Fine. So let me see if I get this right. If KKK, like if KKK is doing a rally, and a bunch of black people come around and break everything and all that shit, and they fuck up everything, and it's clear that it's black people doing it the most, do we blame the KKK dudes that were just we organize it? But these
I would say black people, because even though we're talking about actions here, not motivation specific, black, at least my logic's consistent here. If the opposite happened, I would be consistent with that too.
So, so can I ask the question, fam? I just been listening again. So I just
now everybody goes spurg out because I just answered an honest question. Go ahead.
What do you think about this question? Reese, what do you think about this question?
Which question?
About
white people practicing free speech and black turn up the city.
Reese is not even here.
I'm asking Reese.
Repeat it, because y'all all...
This is Sparta!
You kind of deserved it. Go ahead, Tez, and interrupt it.
Can I say one thing? Oh, go ahead, fam. Go ahead, fam.
Tez, go, and then we go.
So I just, if we could just go back to the very beginning, my first question, Marte, what is it that you're claiming that white people would be paid reparations for?
So in my original statement, which I'll say, and I'm still consistent, I would say the same thing that Reese and Mr. Fantastic say. I'm consistent across the board. I don't think reparations should be paid to anybody right now. As of 2025, you're asking for taxpayer dollars to come out of people that never owned a slave, never had association with slaves, or any of this stuff. Never happened. It points to one white person to own a slave. I'm consistent. I don't think that these white people should leave their house because great-grandparents did something. That's crazy.
Right, so I'm consistent as well. And what I didn't make
No,
was a
you're
slavery.
not.
But hey, bitch, stop cutting me off. I did not make
ad homs don't really work for me, bro.
Be quiet. So what I didn't make was an argument based on slavery. I actually told you examples of people getting reparations checks cut today and told you why. And why it happened was going on during Jim Crow that led to those checks being cut today. So if you hinge your entire argument on slavery, sure, you sound like you could be correct at some point. But you argue Minnesota and the George Floyd riots in regard to burning down cities. So I'm asking you again, is that your argument for white people being owed reparations? And if not, what was it?
No, my argument hinges on your who are you penalizing for this? Because you're asking for something from people that had no association to this. Now, you can say generations and lineages before that. Right, good. My grandma punches somebody, and we have this whole lineage of people that have wired their mouth shut. Now, hypothetical, the guy failed on this. So all you're doing is creating a new victim class of people that were never associated with this. So all we're doing is victim blaming and creating new victim classes. That's all your argument reduces down to. More victims, people that are penalized for things that had nothing to do with.
So just to be clear, do you know why they're getting paid reparations? When you say it didn't have nothing to do with them, do you know the reason why they're getting them in Evanston?
The reason why I'm saying this is my argument is that nobody should get paid reparations. We start from net zero.
Do you know why do you know why they're getting them in the first? Because they're getting them, no matter how you feel. So I'm asking you, do you know why?
We can talk about a minority. We can talk about that. Great. I'll even concede this, but that still doesn't fold my argument over to you. I can concede that one portion of the populace, which is less than 1%, by the way, is getting reparations. Where else is that happening? Yeah, we're talking about exceptions to the rule. I can actually still have an argument.
Checkmate.
Palm Springs, California.
It's not a checkmate.
Yeah. There's more.
No,
shut up. I can keep
Hey, friends, says as the compromised internet connection when he's talking.
I think you're rejecting that information. You have cities that are paying reparations. Bam, you have cities that are paying reparations outside of slavery. We're talking redlining now. So if they were paying for, let's say,
redlining doesn't exist now. You're crazy.
1919 to 1969.
I'm talking about now. You're bouncing all over the place.
No, it's the same payment. It's the same city. You dumb. We haven't left Evanston
back in the past, back in the day. Yeah, I'm talking about now.
Yeah, but Marte, are people that suffer?
Ain't back in the day.
Yeah, are people
that were alive?
Okay, computer. Roger Feldman, zapping Roger over here.
Marte, he actually caught you, because your whole argument is these people are not alive. These people are like they shouldn't pay for the descendants. These people that actually went through redlining, a lot of them are alive. They are my parents' age.
You know what? Right? That would be so I conceded that when I talked to Beanie Siegel over here. I was saying that he's talking about exceptions. Those exceptions, I can concede those, but it doesn't fold my whole argument or hand my whole argument over. I stand by my premise in saying that. So here's the thing, though. Fantastic pointed out excellent points by saying that when we talk about racist, people blending and race mixing, it gets muddy. Now, my mom was black, my dad was half. How much of this should I get? You see the problem with semantics we get into? That's why I didn't want to get into semantics.
That's not a problem. Hold on. Whichever percentage of black you are, if they was a descendant of slave, then you should get that portion. That's it. That's not a problem.
Right.
No, that's a big problem because it goes down to black. Everything else, like I pointed previously
about this, CEO. It's an argument that I run into every time I have this debate. It
You probably lose every time if this is the argument you use.
You
Come
owe
on, Monte,
somebody
be
a certain amount of
respectful.
money. It doesn't make a difference who it goes to. That's irrelevant. The relevance is how much money do you owe? Okay, now pay it. That's it. That's as far as you need to have that argument.
You run into another wall. Are you
Really,
creating new victims from people who never owned slaves? Where are you getting this money
What does
from?
that mean?
Great. Big brain logic.
Bro, you just sent a whole bunch of money to Ukraine. You sent a whole bunch of money to the Jews.
That has nothing to do with race.
I don't see you crying about that shit.
That has nothing to do with race.
One second, please.
You know what a non sequitur is?
One second.
Do you know what a non sequitur is?
Marte, respectfully, literally, Marte, there was $1 trillion that disappeared before the 9/11 attacks, and there was another $1 trillion that was spent on Iraq on false weapons of mass destruction. These people, when they want to get money to do some bullshit, they will definitely find the bank.
Right. I can agree with that, but that doesn't destroy my argument, because during the stabby jabby, we had funds out of nowhere. Everybody suffered.
In between these, you are being the center of attention. Probably you're going to get the microphone every time somebody says something, so you get it again, right? But there's the thing. If there was money to go to Iraq while literally a bunch of people were homeless in Skid Row, in every major city, people being homeless. Remember, after that, it was a financial crisis, another one. People found money to actually bail out all these motherfucking companies and insurance and banks. There was never money for things that America wants to do. So,
Fatty, you know you just lost that whole argument right now, and I'll poke holes in this. By the way, there's a glaring misconception, which you just did. What you're talking about is a blanket thing that affects everybody. Everybody suffers when $1 trillion goes missing out of everywhere. So what we're talking about is race-specific reparations toward a certain race. Do you think the worst war was race-specific or hurt a single race? No, it hurt all of us. Economically, that's universally hurt. That's universal pain.
No.
Yes, that's universal.
Fatty. That was an intentional
universal.
misdirection.
Because for example, the Iraq war, there was families and institutions that benefited tremendously for going to Iraq. They don't go there.
You're talking about a corporatocracy that's different.
So let me can I just hop in real quick? The biggest issue and the problem is that we're comparing things as false equivalency and is not the same the legal premise. Okay, so the reason why all those other people got some is because you had people that were from another country, be it Japan, be it China, be it Iraq, be it whatever, so on and so forth, that their people were mistreated, and then their country, their home country, was able to go towards say, hey, you fucked our people over, you got to pay for that shit. Okay. America, when slavery was going, no matter whether you like it, disagree, or whatever, it was law. Okay, so now you're trying to sue the government for something that was law. Not something that was like, so redlining or whatever was proven to be unfair practice or whatever from legal standards, where the laws had changed to where it said you should be able to do this, and this. Black people were prevented from doing it. You go to fucking the government and you say, hey, we were cheated. The law was broken. You have to pay us for us being discriminated against during the law when the law said we were doing it.
That will not hold because but you know why it doesn't hold fantastic?
Hold on.
You know what? 1 second. You know why this doesn't hold? Because I can say the Nazis passed laws to fuck up the Jews. Why they get reparations? It was legal.
Right.
It was legal to grab Jews and put it on the gas chamber. So
I activated my trap card. So again, so hold on. What were the Jews? The Jews weren't German. So what the Jews were able to do?
Yes, they were of German nationality. Yes, Germany is a nation. It's a country.
Yes,
the German Jews were German.
Yeah, but no, the Jews. That's why the Jews had their own place, and they had transferred earlier from where was it before they was in? Before they went to Germany, they were in Russia. And before they went to Russia, they had their own land and so on and so forth.
It's
so
like
hold on. All right, so walk with me. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So it was a group of people that weren't the natural people of there. They were being oppressed, and they went and said, "Hey, we were fucking oppressed, and we were obliterated, and we were targeted by another group of people for us being another group of people." They took it to the World's Council, and then they set the shit up for them to be able to get their own land finally, and so on and so forth. So my first initial point that I set up with the premise of telling you the reason why the Japanese, the Chinese, and so on and so forth applies to the Jews just the same.
Yeah, but there's the thing. I think the Jews are like the gypsies. They don't have they kind of don't have a motherland per se, but they still they still are nationals of the country where they're being brought up. So those Jews were German Jews. They weren't just Jews. They were
like you said,
Germans. Yes, they were.
And then they were in the process of what they were gypsies. Why? Because they were fighting Palestine for rights to the land, and who owned the land and who did not. That's why they were gypsies.
Yeah, no, but you're talking about the law of, like, you're saying that they are for. I'm a black Portuguese. Just because I don't look like the local people doesn't mean that I'm not still a Portuguese protected by the same laws that other Portuguese people. Hey, fantastic. Give me just a second. Creator, I think you are in the show. Like, do I know you? Like, am I missing something? Like, because you have a weird angle. I don't know if you're going to corn bomb the show. Can you give me a peace sign?
No, I'm not gonna bomb nothing.
Mask. We got on like a mask. If so, I
No.
That's good. We all good.
Can you tell me where you done the show from? Did I talk to you before?
Yeah, we spoke before.
Can you elaborate on that?
I mean, I don't, you know what I mean? We great conversate, brother. I'm not gonna.
So we spoke before. Where did we spoke before?
We spoke on another one of your guys' platform about some things. But
okay.
Right now, let's have a conversation.
Hey, brother, I have to trust you. Give me clear instructions so I can actually bring you up, man. Where did we talk, or when was this?
No, specifically, brother. You know what I'm saying? I do a lot.
So I appreciate you, brother. Just come back tomorrow, man. I appreciate you.
This is Sparta!
Fatty, I gotta go. Fatty, I gotta go. But I want to say thank you for having this debate. I know that the follow up when it came together, the simple layout formula I did was go generate this right here, and I want to say this: when white colleges, Ivy League colleges, win football games, and the white people tear up the city, are you gonna fault the football game for that? Number two, let's don't forget about one thing, my brother. There was black people in Germany too. They didn't get reparation. So it ties into what we're talking about, right? Everybody can get reparation, but other than black people.
Except the Negro. Right.
And so this is what I'm saying. That man with the mustache, he killed a lot of black people in that country. But nobody ever talks about that. And this is the same problem we have in here. Everybody can get it, but us. Thank you, Fatty. Peace, love. Good to see you. Podcast. Good to see you.
Jay, I appreciate it, man. No hard feelings. I was like talking.
No, I don't mind changing your pamper. You know how I feel. You know.
Oh, you gonna hit the Jeff? Oh man, Albert Freeman Jefferson. You gonna be talking shit right now?
All right, y'all. Peace, love. I can't pronounce your name, but CEO. Good to see you. Hey, Ali. You know I love you, right? Take over. Hey, Taz. It's always a pleasure. All right, out of here.
I'll see you later, Soji. I appreciate
brother.
Let me get Fantastic back again because he was in the middle of talking when this was on the back. And then
can I address him too?
Yes,
absolutely. So this is what I'm saying, right? So even the example you're giving about you being black Portuguese and so on and forth, you're born Portuguese, right?
Yes.
The Jews weren't, you know what I mean? Of course, some of the younger people were born in Germany, but they were traveling.
They were. Most Jewish people that got prosecuted were second and third generation Jewish people. There wasn't like a nomad type of group, type of tribe that actually went. They were. I think they were second and third generation. I think it was in the middle of the 1800s and forward that those people actually migrated to Germany. They were not settlers. They were not. Oh, we are here.
The majority of them weren't there though. That's what I'm trying to say. You had a selection there, and they ended up there because of the shit they pulled with fucking Russia when they tried to fucking kill the Tsar and all this other shit, right? But either way, right? What I'm saying is this. That's what the same thing to what happened where we look at the Japanese during Pearl Harbor, the Chinese before that, and then other groups of even the people that were like Middle Eastern during the 9/11 things, right? those people, they lived here and they may have even been citizens, right, or naturalized or whatnot, what have you, but their home country is somewhere outside of here that they can go back and say, hey, you fuck with these people, you treated these people wrong, you unjustly locked these people up, you unjustly denied these people rights because they had links to us. Okay, being that you did that, you have to get these people whole. You have to pay them back for the atrocities that you did against them, because we fucking, you know what I'm saying, they're not your natural things. So that's the same shit that happened with. Go ahead.
But fantastic. This is my issue with that, and I take real umbrage with anybody who argues for the law, because laws change, and the thing about it is the same people who gets to make the decision on whether or not they're going to pay you are the same people who gets to make the decision on whether or not it's lawful, right? So at the time of the internment camps, they were considered lawful, right? It was upheld by the Supreme Court that the shit was lawful. Then you fast forward some years, we changed our mind. Shit wasn't really lawful. Here goes some money, right? So I think that's really a horrible argument.
Yeah, I don't think none of those things ever made it to the Supreme Court, though. So that's a false premise. That was not a Supreme. That wasn't a Supreme Court decided thing. It was literally some shit that the government forced on the people overnight.
Executive order upheld by Supreme Court. But I think the biggest problem, though, is not acknowledging this, though. They got a reparations payment right after World War II. It had nothing to do with Germany. Germany was still, Japan. Japan was still smoldering when they got their first reparations payment, $25,000 each. Then they got another payment in 1988. So they got two actual reparations payments.
Yeah, but you guys are still proving my premise, though. You're still proving my premise. The reason for them being put in the internment camps and did what they did was because of the beef with Japan. You're right. Japan was still smoldering, but because you treated every Japanese person as a spy, regardless of whether they were innocent or guilty, that's the point. So
that wasn't your argument.
And you actually proved my point, because those people were alive when this happened. Right now, you want to penalize and tax people that weren't alive when this happened, that didn't own slaves. Matter of fact, let me offer an olive branch that even Ilkhan Ali can agree with. I don't think that public offender should get a cent because he's a feminist. I'll leave it at that.
Do you realize that these are Japanese?
Hold on real quick, Taz. The argument that you made was the lawful one, right? So you said that it was against the law. What I'm saying, at the time, it wasn't. They determined sometimes later, half a century later, like, you know what, we changed our minds. It was against the law. So that's what I'm saying. If we leave it up to the law, all they have to do is just never change the law or never acknowledge it.
I'm not just talking. So we're dealing with international law and intergovernments versus just America itself. That's, y'all got to follow the whole premise. You can't chop it up. You can't take part of it. The Japanese people got paid because they were Japanese people living in America that were oppressed. Yes,
Japanese Americans. They were Japanese Americans removed from their home. They don't have anything to do with it. No, because you keep taking this back to Japan, and this is not attached to Japan.
No,
I see nothing that supports that. I'm with Taz on this one. I see nothing that supports that.
Well, hold on, y'all. Maybe y'all not understanding me, because I'm pretty sure I'm being clear. I'm obviously talking about the Japanese people here, because I'm not talking over in Japan, like you said. This shit was fucking in smoke and dust. Okay, I'm talking about the Japanese people, and that's why I said treated as spies. I'm talking about the Japanese people living in America that were put in fucking internment camps and say, hey, your ass can't do this, you got to do this, so on and so forth. Japan, the country, was able to come and say, hey, man, what the hell are we doing? You can't do that to our people. Smoldering or not, they still lobby this shit, and you take this shit to the World Council to say this is fucked up. You got to get our people right.
Okay, but I think this is where the disconnect is at. Even if you make the argument that there was international pressure, right? The government itself made the decision. Then it wasn't like they said, hey, if you don't make the decision, we're gonna bomb you. No, they just said, you know what, this shit ain't right. Here go.
Well, not bombing. Well, it's not just bombing. It could be sanctions. It could be tariffs. It could be a whole bunch of different things. It could be refused to trade. So that's what happened. Same thing that happened with the Jews getting Israel for the shit that happened in Germany. So that's
it was a morality decision. It was not. It was a morality. They didn't have to they did, like it was moral. So if it was,
let's concede to it though. Let's say that it was based on international pressure, right? Then the argument can be made that that's the reason why black people can't get their just due in this country. Is because we have nobody.
Exactly.
They checkmated. They checkmate. He has to checkmate. Hold on. Y'all, I'm gonna tell you first.
Good evening. How are you doing?
I love y'all, right? I respect y'all, but black people have, like, I ain't gonna say self-hating. We have a self-devaluing issue that obviously worked from the white man, right? You just said that it was a thing because of race, or they had to tie to them because of race, that maybe they assisted them, or by nationality. America has given Israel over $300 billion and given them $3.8 billion now for military, and they're not Americans. And they gave them all that money over what happened in the Holocaust for 12 years. So if they got a whole nation and got assistance because of that for 12 years, don't you think we at least should get that then? If y'all don't believe we should get reparations because of whatever y'all coming up with, this crazy that y'all saying that we the only race of people that I see look like us fight against us getting something. If Americans were giving people that are not Jews
good point
funding over $300 billion, why are y'all fighting against black people getting reparations if you were American property?
No, I'm saying nobody should get reparations.
Let me land it too. The cotton, what happened with cotton, it funded the Industrial Revolution that funded everything else as well too. Not only that though, white men got Homestead Acts. 98 million white people are inheritance of the Homestead Acts that white people got. Europeans got to settle here for nation building. Not only that, they got $5 Indians from Dawes Rolls. White people were saying they were Cherokee Indians and were given land for lying about being Native Americans, and nothing happened to them. They were given assistance for just being white. They were bringing white people here. So if white people were given assistance that weren't Americans, that were Europeans to move here, and white people who look Jewish were given money from America and they weren't Americans, shouldn't we at least get some of whatever they got for being so-called Americans as well too? But and not only that, where y'all messed up is this: if you saying we can't say that we black people, you don't know what our background or legacy is. How can you prove that those white people are descendants of Jacob and the 12 tribes of Israel? How can we prove that those people are Jews and they get?
Ali, you making my argument for me.
No, I'm not. Let me finish.
Yes, you are. Because I said nobody should get reparations, even them.
Let me finish.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're saying that to justify your part of it, Marte.
That's the strategy, bro.
I respect y'all beliefs on a lot of things.
These Jays should not get reparations. I agree with you.
That it's almost like a certain part of white alignment. I don't think y'all coons, because fantastic stick up for some things about black people, you do, but there's part of y'all that are white aligned. You're white aligning when you're justifying it by using something that. Let me finish. By saying I don't think. Let me finish. This is what we saying. If they got it, then we deserve it. If you're saying you don't think they should get it, that's fine. We can respect you don't deserve black people should get it. But if white people got it, if those Jews got it, if white Europeans got it, if the Japanese got it, if the Native Americans got it, if all these people have got reparations, then we at least are owed it. You don't have to think we deserve it, but if they got it, we are entitled to it too. That's all they probably saying as well too. If you don't think we deserve it, at least we're entitled to it if they got it.
Okay, let's get Marte and Fantastic real quick, okay? They were because they were offended.
You gotta get him back. You better go down there and get him back.
Ali again, bro. I'm not. Marte's argument is that nobody should get it. My argument isn't that it's not due, it's not so on and so forth. I said this before you came up. If you can prove that it's your lineage and so on and so forth, I'm just making the same argument that people are going to make to keep you from getting it. Okay. I'm approaching this as a debate. I'm approaching this as the prosecution. I'm approaching this as the devil's advocate.
Devil's advocate.
Everything that people are going to bring up to say, okay, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? I already conceded. And I wouldn't say conceded. I already agree with being in this. And if you can prove that your people were victims of slavery, so on and so forth, without a doubt, hey, and his money given out, whatever it is, you deserve it. My thing is though, when we start having we talking. I'm speaking from a debate realm only. I ain't got no feelings in this shit. I'm walking down as to why Israel, Japan, all these other places, and so on and so forth, these outside entities were able to get it, and we're not. That at the end of the day, the biggest argument is gonna be made is like, hey, and we know this, right? And y'all know this especially. Shout out to Beans. Beans say you hate the law because what the law never admits is wrong for the most part, right? So what happens is, just like we see this shit going on with, I'll just do the Tory Lanez example, right? Tory Lanez trying to get an appeal right now. What they doing? They fighting the appeal saying, no, we got this shit right, and y'all should have got it right in the first place. This is what the law was, it was decided, so on and so forth. Hey, deal with it. That's the same arguments that are gonna be made. Well, hey, I don't know, slavery didn't just exist in America, it existed everywhere. You can look at it as conquering all these different things. That's all I'm doing, bro. Like I said, I'm not no, like y'all like to think.
Yes, you are. Somebody somebody called him Captain Contestic.
So you believe
after they called him Captain Average last week.
Fantastic.
Find out who that mama is, because she gonna be swallowing my
He was
kids.
Mr. Ordinary last week. Now he's Mr.
Whoever said that in the chat, you better not let me find your bitch or your mama, or her throat is mine.
That's crazy.
Damn.
Ali, my argument is consistent. I'm saying that nobody should get this. Here's the thing: the biggest concession we have,
why?
the biggest issue
I
that we
missed
have
that
in the
part.
United
Why-
States.
No, I want to know that though. Why do you believe that if they know that 70 to 90% of black people in Africa, they call us
I didn't even
Africans.
interrupt you once. Go ahead.
No, I want to know why. If
Crazy.
79 to 90% of black people supposedly are descendants of enslaved people, why do you think black people are not entitled to it? I'm trying to figure out why you're saying they're not entitled to it.
So my argument is actually more in alignment with Fantastic's. The reason why I said that is because I'm saying it gets muddy. I'm using myself for an example. How much can I get? Because there's like quarters and fractions. We're going to get into this argument. And in order to, it's going to be more turmoil for us to get this. How are you getting reparations from who? And from people that were never alive during slavery? Here's the thing that I'm going to be consistent about. When you bring up the Jays and all these other races and everything else, I think that our biggest concession is our biggest conjecture we have with the U.S. and everybody else outside of this is that you even agree with my point. You say that the Jays shouldn't get it. I say they shouldn't get it.
Say that.
I say that. Hold on. Let me finish this real quick.
You said
that's what I'm saying. Okay, cool. I'll even agree with you. Maybe I mischaracterized your argument, but I'm saying that they shouldn't get this. I'm saying that Afghanistan or anybody else, Ukraine shouldn't get this. I'm saying that we should just start from net zero. That's my argument.
I believe you're being disingenuous. For instance, when we were in kindergarten, let's go elementary school, apples worth $3. Orange is worth $2. So if you can see a white person with white complexion got a whole nation and $300 billion for their complexion for 12 years, shouldn't you at least go, hey, if that's a human being, take the race about it. They value that human being to that capacity. Aren't black people entitled to that at least?
So you're being disingenuous too because of the generational gap and separation.
Can you respond to what I
creating
said
a new
before
victim
you?
class?
No,
How are you not creating a new victim class?
I didn't create. Listen to what you didn't get that from nothing that I said. I said if we're comparing apples to oranges, right? And we were elementary. We said apples worth $3, the orange worth $2. If a white complexion person that calls themselves a Jew, even though there's black people that call themselves the Jew, was entitled to a whole nation and $300 billion for 12 years of a Holocaust, isn't that what another complexion human being is entitled to for going through atrocities?
Yeah, cool. But here's the thing, though. Nobody alive owned a slave. Nobody could stop slavery or anything like that. I'm at least consistent in saying nobody should get this.
You keep using that. That's a white response, right? None of these people went
Can you prove that that's a white response from a black person?
Because you're not saying that all these people in Israel went through the Holocaust. You should say they didn't go through the Holocaust.
You're proving the other argument saying that blacks can't be racist, by the way. Go ahead.
Hey, man, white people aren't entitled. Jews aren't entitled to. Jews aren't entitled to. Hold on,
but you don't see.
You never hear white people. Oh, Jews aren't entitled to it because they didn't go through the Holocaust. Native Americans aren't entitled to it because those people didn't.
I'm saying that. You see people say this all the time. That's the biggest argument right now that's going on.
You're making it about yourself.
But there's the thing, Marte. What he's saying is that Israel is getting money right now.
I'm not for that. I'm against that.
No, but there's not. But he's not debating against you. He's not debating against you. He's saying this: the American government is so willing to part ways with their money to support people on the Middle East that wasn't on gas camp. There was no concentration camp.
Hold on. If I agree to this,
no. We're gonna make it elementary. No. We're gonna make it.
One second.
We're gonna make it elementary.
No, it's not because of. It's not
all this black on black crime happening right now. Go ahead. I need one of you guys to speak at once.
No, it's not that. It's because do you remember when Fantastic said, "It's not about what I believe. It's about the conversation and the debate." do that with Ali too. It's not about what Ali believes. It's what about the American government did. It's not about what Marte believes.
No, it's about America. If you poll Americans right now and they say, should we be sending money to Ukraine? A lot of people would say, hell no.
You did it again. You deflected. No, you moved the goalpost. No. Hey, one second, please stop. Hey, everybody stop. Marte, do you think the American government calls podcast Ilkan Ali, Marte, Reese from Philly, Ted's exclusive CEO? Hey, fellas, we're about to send $7 billion to Israel. What do you guys think? Yes or no? No, they just send it. They don't ask nobody. They just send it. So you doing that all because people don't agree is irrelevant because most people don't agree with how the money is spent. So let's talk about
hold on. All you're doing is appealing to preferences, which is preferences the whole time.
Gotta stop doing the Andrew Wilson stuff, Marte. Stop doing the Andrew Wilson.
Interrupt me the whole time.
No. This is.
I didn't interrupt you, Ali, but you can do that to me.
Ali, one second. Let me clarify it because I actually want to understand what is the reason.
Ali's not letting me clarify. Can I clarify that?
Wait, but 1 second, Marte. Don't deflect. Don't move the goalposts. Just say what you need to say, and then Ali and Tez goes. What is the justification exactly for you to bring American people when we keep talking about the American government?
I'm consistent across the board. That's all I've been saying. But Ali, you can shake your head. I'm consistent.
No, you're not, brother.
Nobody interrupt him.
Can you tell me the flip flop in my argument?
Ilkan Ali keeps talking about the government. The government unilaterally. He was not asking to the people. He was not a referendum.
I'm asking another question, Fatty.
Ali, don't move it. But
none of this justification. Do you understand this?
Marte,
even Beans argued to say that the law is justification. I agree with them.
Without beliefs or thoughts, do you believe two people that commit the same crime should get the same time?
Yeah. That doesn't throw my whole argument out.
Can I finish? Doesn't matter what anybody thinks. If that's the law, if that's enacted, everybody should get the same time for the same crime, right?
That's an odd claim.
And while we live in America, are people getting different times for the same crime? Is that corruption?
Do you understand that that's subjective and that's not reality?
Can you respond to what I'm saying, please? Are people getting different times for the same crime?
No.
True. I mean, no, wait, hold on. No, people aren't getting the same time for the same crime.
Okay, is that corrupt?
No, I wouldn't say that's corrupt.
I know that's fine. Now, let me ask you this though: if you believe that people should get the same time for the same crime, if a race of people are getting a certain amount of funding because of atrocities that happen to them, shouldn't another race of people get the same amount, at least equal? Or more?
That's an assertion. I can't even. That's actually unfalsifiable.
Why do you keep saying these kind of words?
That's because it's unfalsifiable.
No, you're arguing like hey, Fatty, what did you call them?
That's unfalsifiable.
Yeah,
that's
what do
crazy.
you call them, Fatty? You call them the something bros? What do you call them?
Arthur Bros.
You're doing it. All you're doing is throwing out. You're actually doing what you're saying.
I'm sorry because I'm pointing out fallacies that you're making. My bad.
Let me just say, Ali, and this is your fault, Ali, because you actually got him. And then you go ahead and ask questions to people that are not going to answer the questions. Honestly, you got no. Stop there. We are going to go back to the original point, Marte, and see if you can actually answer that. Right? We're talking about the American government.
Oh, Beans can read minds now.
We're talking about the American government giving money to countries, to people, without no referendums, no nothing. They decide unilaterally, and there's nothing you can do to stop the money from going to Ukraine, to go to Israel, to go to whatever, right? Why do you keep bringing American people when none of American people get consulted for nothing other than voting people? As soon as they are up there, there's no, why do you keep bringing them up to kind of say, but American people don't agree with majorities when the government is the one that is involved? We're not talking about.
Hold on. Do you think that a vote is an opinion of American people, since Ali wants to say that we don't have an opinion?
One second. Hey, stop.
Ali is making a fallacy.
Marte, 1 second. You know why I know that we actually got better? Because that's a pivot for you to go on offense, right? A few years ago, we wouldn't understand why you're doing that. Now we understand you are pivoting so you can go back on offense and asking a question. Answer my question, and then you can go on offense and ask your question. Why you keep talking about people when we're talking about government?
What's the government made of?
What?
You did it again.
That's
People.
crazy.
No, you did it again.
Wait, well, hold on. When we talk about the church is what? People. What makes a government? If you have no people around, is there a government?
Marte, you are
What is a
doing
government?
it again,
People.
Marte. Don't do that.
Betty, can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Crazy.
Do you think that he actually doesn't know what he's doing?
No. One second, please. This is called. No. One second. So this is what I learned, right? Because I got my ass.
Now you're not answering my question.
A podcast. You know what? A podcast. You know what's funny? Once I got my ass beat, like he beat my ass, the Rob Noor dude. I went ahead and kind of Googled why did I got beat in such a bad way, and I learned there's like some type of philosopher called sophists that don't debate to exchange ideas; they debate to win.
I'm not. You're accusing me of
Absolutely.
something.
And in my opinion, Marte, you were kind of a good
sophistry. No, I'm not.
No, Marte, you were being a good faith debater for
I
like
not
3
concede
hours
my
and 40
influence? You
minutes,
had
and
a
all of a
suggestion.
sudden you are not doing that anymore.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm being very consistent with my answer.
I think it's
Be exposed by flip flopping and contradictions. It's very easy to suss out.
Hey,
Fatty, you know what I
Marte,
learned?
let me. Wait, please, just 1 second. Marte, is the Orthodox Church the minority?
Of course.
Would most people be okay of a government or a state that is run by a minority of people in the Orthodox Church?
I mean, this happens in other subsects in society. So
But the people,
you did it again.
The people, when people get in power, being the minority or the majority, they push their will. They don't go ask to the people what to do. The Germans will do that. The Muslims will do that. No, so that's the point. That defeats your point.
But this it doesn't. Do you know that the majority does the same thing? Right, this knife cuts both ways. Nice try, Patty.
Marte, that's not what we're saying. Is that
Marte, I can't believe you're doing this, man.
Let's imagine that you find a niche in Utah, in
Ali,
Milwaukee,
you just saying stuff just because it sounds good to you.
I'm just saying, let's assume that you find the niche in Utah, Milwaukee, whatever the city is, where the minority, the Orthodox bros, actually get enough power to be elected into government, right? I'm not going to say the people of Minnesota decided to send money and to build 70,000 churches. I'm going to say the small minority of Ortho bros that got elected decided to grab the money from the people and do a bunch of churches because that's what they wanted. They're not going to go to the people and ask, do you want the church? Do you want to? No, they're going to impose their will. So picturing that and actually putting on a macro statement is very disingenuous for you to saying that the government is composed of people when the minority of people actually are pushing shit that is not conducted
Do you think
to the
that this is
majority.
exclusive to minorities, Fatty?
What, can you repeat that again?
Do you think this is mutually exclusive to minorities?
No, what I'm saying is that people in power do what people in power do, regardless of being majorities or minorities. And you keep pushing that point when
This
it actually
happens
doesn't have nothing
across
to do
the board. It's a big and minority. This happens all across the board. It's just human nature. What are you talking about, Fatty?
But Fatty, this is what I don't get. Okay, you know this is intentional, right? So then you go away from it, right? And then you focus on what is the truth, or you undermine what he's trying to do. He's never going to answer the question, because if he actually answers the questions more specifically,
No, because he's
then it
inconsistent.
kills his argument. So he can't do it. This is Andrew Wilson 101. I'm never going to answer a question truthfully that I know will upend my argument, right? Instead of
because he's using broad terms right
to make a
now.
better argument, right?
He's using broad examples that apply to everybody.
That
You're
you
using
gave,
knife that cuts both
if you're
ways.
saying
It's
that,
disingenuous.
if you're saying that, a certain amount of
You
people
can go off team, Taz.
Come on, Taz.
Yeah,
If he
you
says
can go off
that
team.
there's a number of people from this other demographic that got a certain amount of money, right? And the question is, if there's another demographic of people who suffered similar or maybe even worse atrocities, don't they deserve the same amount of money?
Yes.
Assuming that the money has already been issued, everybody knows the fucking answer is yes. There's nothing hard about this, right? But if he says that, he's conceding to the argument that he believes people should get reparations. So
you're
he's
making an
never gonna
odd
say it.
claim.
There's no reason.
You're making an odd claim, right?
Prove him wrong.
He's not gonna do it.
Prove him wrong.
Is that what's happening? Is that what's happening?
What he's saying is exactly.
Ali, answer the question. You interrupt.
Answer the question.
Ali will tell you, don't interrupt me, but then do the same thing.
You just asked
Answer the question.
Marte, you
Hey,
just
Fatty,
asked
answer the question again.
This will bring
I
it
want
home a
you
little
to
bit.
answer the question, but I also don't want you to answer the question. This is crazy.
What you're doing? That's exactly what you're doing. Hey, check me.
Can I answer the
That's
question?
exactly what you're doing. That's
Can I
exactly
answer
what
the
you're
question?
doing.
I'm just trying to answer the question. You won't let me do it.
Give me just a second. Let us go, and then we go back to the.
When are you gonna let me not talk? Am I allowed to talk?
Yeah, no, one second, Michael. Let us go, and then you can reply to everybody that is actually trying to pin you.
Yeah, you gotta roll, yo.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
It's not playing out like that, right? But what he's saying is all these other people who already got their reparations, all of the other arguments that were already acknowledged, he's against them. As if that makes a difference. All of that was paid out. I'm against Ukraine. I'm against the natives. I'm against the Jews. All of them already been paid. So it's easy to say I'm against it, but they've already gotten it. So you're against us. You're the only ones that ain't got it. Everybody else that you saying you against, they've received it.
So when you say you're already starting a fallacy, you're saying received. No, they are continually receiving that now. You're saying that like it's past tense. So already right now you're being disingenuous by saying it's past tense. No, they're still receiving this. Do I believe that they should still be doing this? I could say, well, I can disagree with this and say no, because I think I could be consistent with this. So here's the thing though, is that Ilkan Ali will espouse and say, well, only this person gets this. And Beans will say, only this person's getting this. Well, here's the problem with this. There's fallacies across the board because what they're doing is saying, well, this is an odd claim, but is it happening? It's happening to a certain subsection community, happened in the past, but is this happening across the board? No, it's inconsistent. Reality is inconsistent right now. Ought it happen? Yes, I even agree that it should happen, but is it happening? No, it's not consistent. It's not happening equally across the board. So here's the thing, though. The waters are muddy already. So if you can't offer something that's a consistent, unmoving standard, I think it should be zeroed out across the board. That's just my opinion. At least I don't flip-flop like he's accusing me of sophistry. It's not sophistry because I'm consistent and fair and firm with my argument.
Cool. And I'm not even disagreeing with you that you're not being consistent. I think
no, I'm saying I'm being consistent with my argument.
Wait, I'm 3 seconds into talking. I'm saying I agree with you that you're being consistent. That doesn't make it. Hold on.
Are you making a claim? Oh no, B. I didn't know. B. I didn't know if he was making a claim or just responding to what he just said.
No,
Are you going?
I'm saying, I agree that you're being consistent. Consistency is not a prerequisite for intelligence. Just because you're being consistent don't mean what you're saying out of your mouth makes sense. Right? It doesn't matter at all. I can just say a whole bunch of numbers that add shit together that ain't true and just keep getting it wrong, and that don't make it right, or correct rather, because I don't want to be right. I prefer to be correct. What I'm saying is we don't even care about the arguments that you have against reparations. They're actually irrelevant. He ain't even asking you if you are for reparations or not. He's asking you if we give it to one, shouldn't we give it to the other?
And podcast.
That's the simple fact.
The fact that you won't answer it. He actually considered all. He actually considered all debates. He said, Ali, 1 second. He said, "I am being consistent, but the American government is not, and that's the point."
Right.
The American government is not being.
You understand?
No, 1 second. But you are telling that you are debating in good faith and you are not being a sophist because you are being consistent. And what Ali and Beans and CEO and Taz are saying is that the American government is not being consistent when the way that they actually give reparations to people. It's not about Marte. It's about the American government being consistent and paying reparations to everybody they fuck up. And then when it comes to black people, not because of Is that fair to say that the American government is not being consistent with the way that they actually allocating these funds when they do atrocities? Is that fair?
I've already agreed to that.
Okay.
You understand that, right? So, Ali, can I respond to him? I want to respond real quick and then I'll continue. Let's have a civil discussion, right? I respect you. I really honestly do.
You know, I respect you too.
Can you say to me, you know, I love you, right? Can you say that, you know, I love you, right?
I want to get on your number. I want to get on your number point. I want to get on your number. I already got your number point.
We agreed to.
Cool. Can I respond to his point?
Yes, you
can. Go ahead, Martha. Let's see what you got, and then Ali can go next.
My response is that is the government inconsistent? Yes, they are inconsistent. Ought they be consistent? Yes, I agree with that. So, Ali, we actually agree. The government should be consistent. But here's the problem with this. In order for this consistency to happen, we should zero everything out, start from scratch.
No, you don't.
Hey, Fatty.
No, Ali,
Nobody should get reparations.
I promise you, Ali.
Same argument I've always had.
It's the number. It's the payout. It's the payout. It's stuck in my head.
1 second, please. Ali, please. If I have 4 kids, I give candy to the first one. I give candy to the second one. I give candy to the third one. And then I don't give candy to the fourth one. For me to be consistent, do I go ahead and get him another candy? Or I put my hand on the... give me my candy back. Do I take the candy out of their motherfucking belly, or do I give candy to the fourth one so I can be consistent with all of them? What do I do, Marte?
I've answered that question. I said we change policy and zero everything out moving forward so that
now
we
let
can
me add. That's what I wanted to go. Let me add, Marte. Let me add.
Change his mind. I don't know why y'all even think he is.
But I'm gonna do this. He gonna really be disingenuous here. If I knew what the price of the candy was, if I knew what kind of candy to give to each one of them, is there a problem too? When you yourself say we can't come up with the number, if they came up with the number for each nation and each people they gave the candy to,
that's actually consistent. I would agree with that. If you say that, that's consistent.
So when you say that, you're being disingenuous by saying it's going to muddy the water. We don't know how to come up with the number.
No,
they came up, let me
before you didn't present a metric. It's brand new.
Can I finish? Aren't you being disingenuous by saying it'll muddy the water and we can't come up with the number if they came up with the number for every single nation of people that they feel like was disenfranchised or a crime was committed against them? Aren't you being disingenuous by saying we can't come up with the number like Fatty just added to? They were able to give them all a piece of candy plus valuable candy. Can't they come up with a number for us as well too? And if they can't come up with a number, that's because they don't want to come up with a number, correct?
You know, two things can be true, right? You know, I can agree with you. And can I answer the question, please? I can explain this. I can flesh this out. Two things can be true. I can say that they can't come up with the number right now because the metric hasn't been presented or the solution. But I can also agree with you to say that once they come up with the number, and if the metric is presented and that's consistent, I can agree to that. See how that works?
Wait. A metric for what though? A metric for what though?
So what he presented was remember how he said if they can come up with this with a dollar amount, that's consistent. So if you can consistently across the board come up with a metric for, you would say, well, I'm a quarter black or full black, whatever that is, right? If we can come up with this and the waters aren't muddy, I would actually agree with that. That would be fair, firm, and consistent. But the problem that I'm running into is that because I don't see this, that's why I'm using a can't. I'm not making an absolute saying that it's never going to happen. I'm saying right now I don't see this.
But and I think you never will. Well, let me say this real quick, Ali. I think you never will. I think you've created an eternal, infinite argument when you say muddy the waters.
No,
because you can use
Ali actually saw that.
You can use anything to describe that, right? So I'll give you an example. The same thing I did on a panel full of white people to prove that they were bigoted crackers. I said, how about this metric? How about don't worry about none of that other stuff? Redlining, KKK, Tulsa, Oklahoma, none of that other stuff. Just the money that is absolutely old. The 40 acres and a mule, that money, that's old. And they still try, no, because this, no, because that. And you did the same thing earlier. No, because, well, how you going to track it? And no, because, well, you don't know. You're going to muddy the waters no matter what.
No, that's because semantics are important.
An infinite way.
Fatty just debunked your whole argument.
We should give this money away.
Fatty just debunked your whole argument. When he labeled specifics and talked about semantics, you're saying to throw the semantics out. Now you're basically opposing Fatty's argument of saying this many kids and this many this. You're basically saying, nah, you know, when white people bring up this many, throw it out. It's like you're a contradiction factory with Fatty. That's crazy.
Hey, Marte, what you're doing is being...
Fatty said specifics matter. What would you do if it's incongruent? Now you're saying throw it out. That's crazy.
We got the number, Andrew. It's 300 billion. Okay, what I'm saying, 300 billion. Now we all know 300 billion is a lot of money, right? Watch this, Fatty. Can I borrow 300 billion? No, right? So we know it's a lot of money. But from what we're talking about is actually not a lot of money, right? And it's actually only about maybe 2% of the $14 trillion in the economy today based on what was produced through slavery, right? So it's only 2% of that number, right? So I'm asking you straight up and down, 300 billion. They've already given out money to everybody else. We know that you think that they shouldn't, but they are. They are giving out money to everybody else. Should that 300 billion be given to the people who are entitled to it?
So there's a caveat. I'm going to say yes, but there's a caveat.
Great.
I have a black mother, but then my dad is half.
Right.
Do you think that I should get the same as a full black who never had race mixing in their whole past?
Okay, so I have to answer the question this way. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a debt that's old.
What I'm talking about. That's the answer to your question.
But it isn't. But wait, but
No,
it isn't. That's
what
what
he's
I'm
using
saying.
is he's saying, no, I don't want semantics. I only like semantics when it's
He's asking about black. You
Let
moved
me
it mixed
explain,
racial,
Andrew.
mixed
What
people.
I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. There's a number. It's allotted. Here's the thing. What I'm talking about is about $150,000 per person of the 2 million
family.
men, right?
Here's my problem.
allotted. Just let me finish, please, sir. What I'm talking about is about $150,000 per person, per two of the 2 million freedmen who were supposed to get their 40 acres and a mule. That comes to about 300 million. So you're talking about 150K for the individual. Ain't no whether you light skin, dark skin, 10%, 9%, none of that don't matter. All I'm saying is your great granddad was owed 150K. We're gonna give it to your the oldest living member in your family. Y'all decide how y'all gonna split that 150K up. Who cares? But now the debt is paid. And here's the thing, Marte. Do you realize if the debt is paid, nobody could ever bring it up again? And if they you would be able to say it's a fallacy. We already paid the debt.
That's not a fallacy. Here's the thing. You're creating a fallacy, an artificial fallacy, and I'll tell you how. So here's the thing, though. So the person that's 15% black, it doesn't matter as long as their grandfather, and I just want a genuine answer from you, Beanie Siegel. If I have like a sliver of 5% black in me because somewhere down the line, I had a great grandfather that was a slave during the time, it doesn't, what you're saying is it doesn't matter. Even if I have 5% black slave owned in me in blood, I should get the 150,000, right? That's what you're saying. It doesn't matter, right?
The way you asked it, you said, so I'm saying. So no, sir, I'm not saying that. Because what you're doing again now, Andrew, that you think I can't peep, is you're pivoting. You keep pivoting to slavery. You keep pivoting to slavery.
I'm talking about an outcome of your scenario.
And you think over talking me is going to somehow make me sound less intelligent than you, but it's not. Everybody knows I'm cooking you. You can keep pivoting to slavery in a general sense if you want to. I'm not talking about slavery. I'm talking about the debt that is owed. That's it.
So here's the thing. The debt that you're talking about is owed. You can get specifics and have an exact number. How come you can't have an exact number when it comes to outcome? Oh, there, you don't even have an answer for this. This is crazy. I'm 5% black with slave, and we talk about my grandfather. It doesn't matter in the end. You don't have no answer for this, but you have an exact when it comes from the origin, but not from the example and outcome. That's crazy. You don't even have a logical entailment that ties together.
Bruh. I'm serious.
How do you derive an answer from this?
Stop watching him. This shit is going really bad for you. I promise you. Stop.
You keep making
no answer for this. I'm waiting for an answer for this.
You're using an emotional fallacy based off the premise.
No,
of the
this is
innovation
stats. Take the emotion out of it. These are
of the
statistics.
paradoxes that was created in 1942. Like these fallacies are not.
It's not an emotion. You know what an emotional argument
I
is?
just made up words and you responded to it. Like I really didn't even say nothing. And you responded to it.
Yeah, you're making up words. Right. I'm allowed to respond to made up rhetoric.
Okay, they're breaking. Your internet is breaking.
It's crazy.
Podcast, your internet is breaking. It's freezing. Now
My data is crazy.
Oh, shit, my bad.
I think it's good now. Let's get podcast and Ali, and I have a question.
He's making it.
I have my last question.
I'll say this real quick, so my internet, if it messed up again, I'll be quiet. But Monte, what I'm saying is this: look what I'm doing. I'm minimizing it. All of the stuff that people talk about when they talk about reparations, they talk about KKK, they talk about Jim Crow, they talk about the Civil Rights Movement, they talk about devocationalizing, taking jobs and stuff out of the community, taking the programs out of the school. They talk about the crack. They talk about I'm taking prison industry. I'm taking all that off the table, and all I'm talking about is what's old, and you can't even focus on that. You keep going back to slavery in the general sense and making it about color and race because you think that somehow is an argument, but it's not. You look crazy. For real.
So, okay, asserting that I look crazy doesn't demonstrate that I look crazy. Can you actually answer my question?
Because you won't stick to what I'm talking about, which is simply the money owed. Don't make a comment about nothing else about the money owed.
Yeah, you're not answering.
Let's see if you could do it. Let's see if you could do it. The money owed, $150,000 per person.
If everybody got paid, if everybody got paid, if everybody got paid, if everybody
nothing to do with color, nothing to do with the
can't even respond to this. He'll bring up $150,000 and say it has nothing to do with dollars. Right now, you're saying you
color. It has nothing to do with
talk about money, but you can't.
Black blood, nothing.
Can you answer my question, Beans? I asked you a question.
Hey, you know what? One second.
No.
You know what? Hey, one second. You know what? Let's do it. Podcast. Answer his question so he answers yours. Like, just let's be.
Can you answer my question?
Listen,
no, that's not an answer to my question.
Repeat it again, Marte.
What's his question?
So here's my question. You have an origin, but not an outcome. This makes sense because you can map this onto anything else with society. If I start off with a debt for paying a car and then everybody else has a debt at $5,000, but then somebody has a used car and somebody has a brand new car, do you think the difference should be different, right? And if you have a car that's made up of 50% Honda parts and 50% Mercedes part, are you going to pay Mercedes prices for this if it gets whittled down and half of it's Mercedes? Do you think everybody should get Mercedes prices across the board, no matter what this is? Because we're quick to say $150,000 across the board and have the exact metrics, but when it comes to the outcome of dispersal of this, you say it doesn't matter.
What kind of car is it? What kind of car is it?
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. All podcast was saying is that let's come up with the number for that Mercedes, and then
I asked her a question.
I'm going to ask. I'm going to answer it. We'll come up with both numbers. We're going to come up with what the debt is owed to the person who's a full Mercedes. We can do the half Mercedes as well too. We just want the number. All he's saying is we acknowledging that there's a debt and there's a debt that needs to be owed. What's the number? Let's get to the number first. Then we can get to that number two. We'll get to that number two. He said we got the number.
Ali, help him out. You're making more sense than Beans right now.
No, I'm not. You said the same thing I did.
No, he didn't say the same thing. He didn't say the same thing. I was going to ask him for a metric. He didn't give me a metric. Ali, you're at least doing that.
No, Marte, this is
but you're moving the goalposts, though, Marte.
Marte, this is what this sounds to us. I'm going to tell what this sounds to us. All of us work in a company, right? Podcast put his hand on the machine and he lost 4 fingers. I put my hand on the machine and I lost 1 finger. And once we go to court to see how much money we're getting, the company is making this statement. We can figure out how much money you should pay to Podcast Bar for losing 4 fingers and how much money you should pay to Fatty for losing 1 finger, so we don't pay nobody. Because we can figure out what money should I go to one person that lost 1 finger and to the person that lost 4. This
but
is
in reality, they both should get paid because they both got injured.
Can I respond to your argument?
One second, please. It sounds like that, and the people on the court are saying, sir, okay, that's irrelevant. What do you want to figure out? Do you think you should actually pay?
Fatty, can I respond to that?
No, you don't have to respond because it was.
I need to respond to that
because I'm explaining you what we're hearing. We are not here like
I'm gonna flesh this and clarify this for you.
Ali literally said to you, "Hey, we are going to figure it out. We just want the principle. We just want the company to say yes, we are liable to pay something."
And we're talking past each other.
No, we're not.
Can you guys stop doing that, please? Can you guys stop?
We're in agreement, Ali.
Okay,
we understand each other.
Can you guys stop doing that, please? Because so we don't have the conversation about the conversation. The only thing that Ali is saying is, let's agree in principle that you owe us something, and then later we bring your people, my people, their people, your lawyer, my lawyer, and afterwards we discuss if it's $1 per finger or $100 per finger or $1,000 per finger or $1 million per finger. So let's stop the discussion about if the company should pay $100 or $1,000. Let's have the conversation about if the company should pay restitutions to these people or not. And this is where we're losing the conversation because we keep going back to
no, Fatty, I agree with you. The reason why I want to respond is because I'm in agreement with you. The reason why I'm saying we're talking past each other is because when he says we're not talking past each other, that means the opposite, that we understand each other. We clearly don't understand each other. This is why you're having to interpret this for me, which means we don't talk. We're talking
That's
past
not
each other.
true. You doing it. No one else is doing it but you. You're doing it, Marte.
No.
Hey,
Marte,
Marte,
I really think we are all
I
tasting the
work in,
same
hey, Marte, I work in real estate. If there's 4 members to a family, 10 members to a family, 20 members to a family, if they sell a house, they know how the inheritance will go. You're being disingenuous because if we get to a place where we come up with if we come up to a place where we come up to a number and then we get to a place and go, hey, this person is half this, we'll come up with that number if you want to play that game. That's why disingenuous. All podcast acts is, hey, come up with the principle first. We're gonna get to that number too. If they came up with all the other numbers and then they stop at these people because they look funny, then they don't want to pay those people. You know what's crazy? It's just like saying, hey, black people should stop getting a welfare because they're committing crimes. Okay, I'm sure there's people in Israel that's committing crimes. They should stop getting funding as well too. But we don't do that. We go, those people commit crimes, and we're gonna keep funding Israel. It's just those people who are committing crimes, but these people still had atrocities committed to them. We're still gonna fund them. They find ways of always not giving black people their just due.
Yeah.
Marte, just one second, Marte. Just 1 second. Can you concede? No, Marte. Can you concede that Israel is committing war crimes right now, and they're still getting money? They are committing war crimes with American money. So let me see if I get this right. Israel gets money to go ahead and kill kids and people online to go to the hospital. But the black kid that is
I agree.
And going on a joyride doesn't need help from the government? Is that consistent from the government to penalize a group of people for doing not atrocities, because black people are not committing atrocities.
Without saying they both shouldn't get paid because my feelings.
Yeah.
Can I respond real quick to that?
Yes.
My argument, once again, is saying that the government is inconsistent. You guys agree with me that the government's inconsistent. What I'm saying is that unless we have a metric, which agrees with Ali, I agree with him, we should come up with a metric, but I don't think that we should base it off of principle, just giving money out, unless we have a system or a solution for a metric. If we have a solution, Ali, can I finish real quick? Because I let you finish.
I didn't say nothing, brother. I'm just going through the. I'm just triggered.
Cool. I don't know why you triggered, because you about to agree with me right now.
Let him finish.
Here's my argument. If the government is inconsistent, I don't think anybody should get reparations until we find a metric, like what Fatty was saying with the government. If we lose 4 fingers or 3 fingers, if we can figure out, because we have a system in play for this, if we can make this across the board and map it to where it's consistent, I think that, yes, I can agree with that, and I would be on board with what you're saying. But because nobody can agree with this, and I think the government's being unfair with this, I think it should be full stop, even with the government. Israel should stop getting funding. Everybody should stop getting funding until we come up with a metric that's firm, fair, consistent for black folk too.
Allow me to ask this follow-up question. Do you think that, like, the IRS on the United States is more people?
Take a breath, bro.
The American government, the IRS, has more agents and more power than most police forces in the planet. Just the IRS. They will find $1 that you sent to podcast and you didn't declare that shit. They will fuck your cash app up. They will fuck your bank account up. Do you believe that the American government has enough IRS agents to sit on the table for a year and to decide exactly what figures they should pay to people, since they have so much power and they can go to motherfucking Wesley Snipes' bank account and say, sir, you need to go to jail for 4 years because you didn't pay us $33.44. Do you think they have the power to do it?
Of course.
So
I can agree to that.
So why they are not doing it?
So that's beside the point. If they're inconsistent with this, regardless of why or not, I think that we should have full stop. Like I said, I'm still consistent. Full stop until we figure this out in a metric. What you're offering is a solution, but until we see this happening, I think it should be full stop.
So I'm be respectful. Hold on,
government has resources. I'll agree with you.
You're moving.
They're not
I'm not gonna move it. I'm not gonna move
it. We all agree with each other on this.
No, he's done. You know why he's done? Because he literally admitted They have the power to do so. They just don't want to. Which comes
Yeah.
to full
So
circle. They know how to get the number. They know
Nobody
what
should
they
get
need to
any
do.
funding until we have something that's equal across the board.
Hey, Fatty, he's conflating inconsistency without not being able to come up with the number. They know how much to pay AT&T customers when they
No,
violate them.
those
Let
two
me
things can
finish.
exist
Let
and
me
be different.
finish. They know how much to pay a whole neighborhood when they violate them. They know how much to pay this lady that got burnt by McDonald's hot coffee. How much to pay her?
When they pollute
What
the water, when they put asbestos on buildings, when
they know how much to pay somebody when they've been in prison for 20 years and they let them out. And usually when they black, they ain't get no money. But white people, for some reason, they leave them with millions of dollars. He knows they know how to come up with money, but he's conflating their inconsistency with not giving black people money or whoever they choose to not giving money. They know the metric. They know how to come up with the number to give people. They just don't want to. And he keeps conflating with them being inconsistent by not giving it to people they don't value or people they don't want to give it to with not being able to come up with the number or the metric. They already know the number, like Podcast said. They just not trying to pay. And he's being inconsistent and conflating. And
Ali.
he knows, let me finish. And you know they know the number. Soon as atrocity happens, soon as they owe some country, soon as they're paying Palestine and Israel, but I don't think they ain't paying Israel and Palestine anymore, right? Trump cut that off. Did he cut that off, or he giving them money now? Because they knew how to cut off their money, and they knew how much money to give them annually as well too. They know how much to give money to anybody that's supposed to who has their just due and who they owe. They just don't want to pay it, brother. That's it. Stop saying that. I do believe they're inconsistent.
Ali,
They
you just
know-
contradicted yourself.
Oh
You
my God.
contradicted yourself because you said, do you think that they pay blacks the same amount of time for prison for the same crime? Do you think that they pay these people the same amount for suing and stuff like that? You also agree with me and said, no, they don't know because it's subjective. And then on the other side of your mouth, you say, no, they know the number. Either they do or they don't. You're literally contradicting yourself.
Hey, Marte, I didn't say, hey, Marte.
I didn't interrupt you the whole time you were talking,
no,
but I
Marte,
can't
but
talk.
but speak for me correctly. I didn't say that. I said,
Oh,
do
this
you
is
believe that the
crazy.
person that
You
paid
can
the,
talk, but I
do you
can't.
believe? I said, do you believe that the person that does the same crime deserves the same time? And when they differentiate and don't give someone the same time for the same crime, that is corrupt and they doing it on purpose. They know how
And
to give
you
out.
agreed with me.
No,
Thank
I don't.
you.
No, you're
But
saying
now you're
no,
saying
no. Let me
you're saying,
finish.
do they know?
Let
Which
me
is a
finish.
fallacy.
No,
That's
no.
also a
Let me
fallacy.
finish. You're horribly
They
debating.
don't know the number.
Let me finish. They know the number
Oh
they
my
were going to
God,
give
is
to
he
the.
creating prison time to
They're
No, they don't.
they
to
know
money,
the number
to
they're gonna give.
reparations?
They know that they're going the number they're gonna give to the person that they want to do the most time or the least time or whatever the heck time they want to do. They already know the number. They have the number. So it's not the same thing. Hey, this
They
guy
don't
that we
know.
don't
That's a
this
fallacy.
when we want to discriminate, when we want to give someone the wrong a time that we feel like they are based on bias, our bias, we're gonna give them this time. We're gonna reduce this person's sentence. They already know the time. You're being inconsistent. They know the
That
time.
contradicts yourself.
No,
You
it
say
doesn't.
they
They know
don't,
the
but
time.
then you said
I
they're going
say
to
they
figure it
know. No,
out.
I didn't say they don't know the time. You're being disingenuous.
No, you literally said you know the amount that they're going to give you. You know what the amount that they pay for
They
spilled
do.
coffee.
You don't. They
You
do.
literally said this.
No,
That's
Mark,
crazy.
Ali, just let me just ask this last question to see if we get somewhere, and then Taz and CEO, because they've been quiet, wrap it up. I just want to make one statement on the question, right? If we have a male pedophile and a female pedophile, should they get the same time?
Yes.
Yes.
They usually don't, right? Usually the man gets 20
No,
years,
it's
the woman
inconsistent.
gets 2 years, right? Is it like
It's inconsistent.
Did
is
they
it
come up with the
disparity?
time?
One second, Ali.
That's
Is
what
it
I've been
disparity?
saying.
Is a disparity in years, right? One is 20, the woman goes for 2 and all that shit. Should we up the sentence to 20 years for the woman, or should we reduce the sentence to 2 years so we can match with the woman?
What I think was we should have a metric across the board that applies to everybody.
Marte, you are not going to do that.
So
to
that's
us.
zeroing everything out, like I said in the beginning.
You are
Zero it out.
Daddy, you just
Shut
told
up,
me that he said they should be the same.
zeroing it out. That actually agrees with my point.
If
I'm
this is
too
not
good at this.
Marte, if this is
That
not
literally coincides with my point.
let me please. So, Marte, if this is not sufism, I don't know what it is, right? So the point is simple: do we give a fair sentence into the woman that abused the kid, or do we bring it lower to 2 years because so we can match them, right? Since we're going to match them, so it's 2. Do we up it or do we downgrade it so they both the same level and now they spend 2 years in jail for pedophilia? What do you? If it was Marty the King, what should we do?
I think we should have a consistent number. I'm not saying lowering or hiring it. Whatever number that is, we should have a definitive thing that's not moving.
Okay, no, it's fair. So, Marte, what would be the number that you think that the pedophile should get?
Right.
Plankton. A pedophile got caught. He was in a white van with some candies on the console. Like, right? What is the number, if you were king, that you will give to a pedophile catching blatantly like he did it? There's CCTV camera, there's fingerprints. He did it. One kid. What should be the number?
So we don't have a ruling king in America. What we have is a basically almost a banana republic where people
really
come
doing
together
this?
and they decide. It's not one person that
You
does
really
it.
doing this right now, Monte?
Yes, and I'm happy he's doing it. I hope y'all suffering.
You know how
we have a
you know how
king.
you're disingenuous because you say I don't feel
Marte,
like
Marte,
He's making me a king.
Hey, Fatty,
Marte, you know what?
Am I a king?
One second. I don't like when podcasts keep saying Andrew Wilson, Andrew Wilson, Andrew Wilson, but this is exactly what Andrew Wilson does. It throws you crazy hypotheticals. Would you fuck your daughter or you fuck her son? Would you do this or would you that? Answer the question. Answer the question. We are giving you very realistic hypotheticals that are not crazy. Absolutely. And instead of you engaging with that,
that's not realistic. You're saying if I was a king in America.
No, Marte. One second, Marte. Isn't that the debate tactic to throw a hypothetical necessary to see if he's consistent or not? Isn't that the debate tactic? A hypothetical.
That's the logic, yes.
So isn't an hypothetical a place where you'll be the king when we know there's no kings? Isn't that the hypothetical too?
So why, hey Fatty? So why should he speak for who should get reparations or not?
No, Ali, you moving too far. Ali, you doing?
That's a fact. No, Ali, he right now.
You're actually destroying his whole argument, stating things that don't make sense.
You're moving too fast.
Ali, you're not making much sense right now.
See, now he's using you to deflect from the fact that.
Yes, because he's going to deflect it.
No, because Ali is interjecting right now. I'm not going to comment on that. That's crazy.
I'm stopping him because you were going to deflect this shit.
I can't believe he's doing that though.
But
I don't see you like that.
You're literally talking right now, Ali. What are you talking about?
Instead of
You're not. Hey, Ali.
Oh, he got kicked off. That's
for 10 seconds, Ali, because you helping him now. You are actually helping him. Marte, is it fair to throw hypotheticals and you left or right to see if you're logically consistent from the end to the beginning to the end of the conversation? Is that fair?
Is it fair for me to ask you questions about your hypothetical?
Oh my God. Yo, this is great. This is Andrew Wilson, man.
You're doing Inception on us.
No, I'm not doing this. Can I ask you questions about your hypothetical?
No.
That's fair. I can ask you questions about your hypothetical.
No. Let me answer. Yeah, let me answer. You can do it after you answer.
Was that disingenuous?
No.
Well,
you can do it after you answer my question. So now that we agree that the hypotheticals are fine, right? Because we're just testing each other logic. Okay. What would be if Marte was the king, which is an hypothetical because we know there's no kings?
He's gonna say,
"Oh, look at you smirking." Would you
checkmate?
Would you tell the woman, no, you're going to get 20 years because 20 years is what is fair for taking kids, or do you lower it to 2 years so both of them are equal and are the same? What would
That's
you
not
do?
realistic.
So if I was a king, I'm going to be genuine. Beans is stupid. Right? You know what? I love you guys, man. You guys are cool. Let me continue on with this logic. Yeah, Ali, you cool, my book. So here's the thing, though. I would pick out a number that's even, and I would say something right in the middle. If men are sent to prison on, like, let's say 10 years and then women get 5 years, I would say, well, what's even across the board, and I make them match equally across the board. So I would say, like, let's say, matter of fact, let me change this whole thing. Let's say that women get 5 years and then men get 15 years. I would say everybody's getting 10 across the board.
Okay, so this is what black people want. Exactly. Go to the motherfucking
That's my argument. That's literally what I'm arguing for.
The American government has to go to the fucking math. They want what they pay the Jews, what did they pay to the slave owners,
I agree.
All these people, and find the number which is not going to get there.
I agree.
So everything is okay. That's the
I agree.
Now you agree?
Yeah, I agree, because there has to be a zeroing out. If there's a metric.
Why didn't you do that same metric in the beginning so we ain't have to be here? Why you ain't use that same metric?
Yes,
No,
Because it's said in his language.
Ali, you were all over the place.
Marte, why could Fatty ask you that? And you can sum up that number by the process of trying to use morality to make that number.
Because
But
Fatty gave
why
me
you use it in the
numbers.
beginning? No. Why
because
you
I
use
gave
it
him
in the
numbers.
beginning?
Ali,
I
it's
can actually work with.
because I gave him numbers. There's no zeroing out when the number is not zero. So if the
Fatty.
number is
No, you
one,
said if women
zeroing
get
out
15
is
years and
going to
20 years,
Fatty,
you can
if
come
he
up
could
with a
do
number
that,
from a hypothetical. I don't care. That's
all he would do
fine.
is Google who got reparations and go, oh, you know what? Black people should just get the average.
No, because what happened though is Beans was saying it doesn't matter the numbers. That's why I was saying that. I didn't get to any numbers, but actually, Ali, to your
It
credit,
shouldn't matter.
hold on.
Hey, Marte, here's
Ali, can I extend the olive branch to you? Ali,
Marte,
can I agree with
hey,
you a little bit?
Marte, hey, respectfully, you keep using when it's convenient someone else's
No.
feelings. Listen, this is what you do.
That's
Sometimes you go,
false.
hey, it's what the government decides, the king decides. Then you go, it's what I think. I know the government did it, but I don't think they should get it.
You
Then
know,
you
two
went,
things
oh,
can be true.
and then
No,
and
I
that's
can have my
another.
own individual
Hey,
position
you know
and
what?
say
Those are
I feel
go-tos.
this, but say what is it's an is an odd claim.
Hey,
Is the
Marte, you
government
gotta stop watching
inconsistent?
Andrew. You gotta
Yes.
stop watching
Wait.
Andrew,
Can
man.
I,
That's
can I,
what
can I say one thing?
you
You
gotta
mean
stop
the guy
watching
who
Andrew
never
Wilson.
loses?
Wait,
Stop
wait,
watching the
Marte,
guy that never loses.
Marte,
Great, got it.
Let me ask you one question.
Haven't
Real
You know
beaten
quick.
two
females ever.
hey, podcast, one quick, podcast, one thing I'm giving back. You know two things can be right at the same time. Go ahead.
Hey, Marte,
Yeah.
what podcast?
He
What
said that 20
podcast and Ali
times
are?
today.
Hey, what podcast and Ali is saying is that they can tag team and run a fight on you and Andrew on these reparations talk. That's what they're saying. So
They would get destroyed.
So hey, go
Ew.
back to the Ed Carters and see if you can settle these 2-on-2 on
We ain't gonna let you get
reparations.
away with the
I
prove it.
guarantee
We ain't gonna
they
be, you ain't gonna be
y'all.
saying prove it all night.
Absolutely. Please do that. Let me ask you this one
Never
question.
once have I said prove this.
No.
During this
Hold on,
And
real quick, because I swear I'm
Not
gonna be
yet.
quiet after this. Just one question. I've been holding this all night. It was two questions. The first one is, Marte, if I ask you for a yes or no, can you give it to me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I come into your crib. I shouldn't say me, but fuck it, I'm dark skinned.
Are you gonna load the question though?
I'm sorry.
Are you gonna give me a loaded question and then say can you only answer in the
Not at
binary?
all. Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. So I come into your crib. I got the bang. I wake you up, walk you to your safe. I rob you. Let's say you got $10,000. I take your $10,000. I take that $10,000 and I literally go and I give it to my son. I get caught. I'm arrested. He took $10,000 from me. Where's the money at? I gave it to my son. Yes or no? Should they retrieve that $10,000 from my son?
Loaded question. Completely
That ain't no loaded question. That's not a loaded question.
So yes,
loaded
they should if they can get it.
Check.
Why?
Okay.
Probability. So no, that's not a checkmate. That's an is an odd claim. Audit happen? Yes. Is it something that's happening right now? No, that's not happening. So goes back to my question of zeroing it out. Since the government's inconsistent, all I'm asking for is the consistency for the government. Now I'm offering you an olive branch, Ali. The thing that you said, which was brilliant, which I agree with you on, is that if people can come up with a metric that you said, Marte, if they can say that blacks deserve this much percent, the Jews deserve this much, and we can have something in agreement all across the board, I've actually agreed with that.
You can't be the people. You just said you weren't the king, so we couldn't even get a metric from you because you said you weren't the king. Then you said I'll be genuine and say I'm the king.
I came up with
you
metrics
moving
for
the
Fatty
goalpost. No, from your point of view, but you said you couldn't answer it because you're not the king or no authority figure. But now you're saying the people decided. Do the
now
people
you're being
decide?
disingenuous.
Do the people?
The question
You
was
keep,
hypothetical.
listen,
We have a king
Marte.
now in America.
Marte, you pick and choose when the government is separate from the people, and then you pick and choose when they're the same. Aren't the government the people? But then you can answer a question because you said you're not the king or the government. You keep flip flopping.
Because the king and the government are can be two different things. That's crazy.
But you just said they were the same though.
Yeah.
No, I never said the king
You
and the
said the
government are the
government-
same.
no.
That's
That's
great.
not
I never
important.
said that.
That's not important. That's not
Lord
important.
have
Because
mercy.
once again, it's a
Yeah, Ali is
technicality.
really
Hey, Fatty,
sidetracking when I give him
That's
olive
that's
branch.
not important
Fatty,
because
Fatty,
it's a
I gotta hit-
technicality.
hey,
The Queen of
Fatty, I know.
England is not the
Nope.
government,
But
but
Fatty,
we're
I'm talking about what he's doing.
We're talking about Ali. We're talking about an authoritarian king, not.
Fatty, I'm not even. I'm talking about him though. The king is a person. Then the king is the people. And the king will
but
say
what are
the people
what's
when
government?
he will say the king is the people when it's convenient. I'm talking about what he's doing.
No, you're talking about a plurality, and I'm talking about a singularity, which is a king. They're two different things.
What I was talking about is a king, like a king that actually is authoritarian. Like most of kings,
Okay.
most of these kings on the planet right now are not the authoritarian. They are just figureheads. They are just part of the tradition of the country. They
I
don't
can
have
agree with
power.
that.
So this
Yeah,
is what
I
I'm
can agree
saying.
with that.
When I refer to as king, I'm talking about King Galing. I'm him. I don't answer to nobody. I'm King Joffrey. I'm not talking about like the king that has a government and there's the constitution and there's a bunch of rules to actually apply. He is the law. Like I said. Let me just say these and then we wrap it up, right? And by the way, thank you for defending yourself against 6 professionals. I appreciate it. That's why I'm telling you, if you want to debate a version of this, not this per se, but a version of this, and bring like somebody that you can actually win the spar with, because there's a lot of people try to jump you. I would actually appreciate it.
No,
But
I actually like that sparring against because I do too. You know me, we started off doing 2v1.
it gets
Martell,
better.
you
It gets
can't keep
sharper.
saying this is a
Yeah,
policy, though.
it gets sharper. But
Yeah,
my point
facts.
He's saying that's a
right?
You
policy,
gotta
dog.
answer questions, bro. You
You
gotta
asked
answer
a lot of
questions straight up.
fallacies on me.
Let's not
I
have the
just couldn't
conversation about the
prove it.
conversation.
That's
Fine.
crazy.
Fine. So my this is me looking for the outside, right? People have a problem with Black Americans because Black Americans disproportionately do a certain amount of crime. In my opinion, the amount of crime that Black Americans do is not because they're Black, it's because they are disproportionately poor. Wouldn't reparations fix the problem that most white people complain about Black people? We're going to get this money. We're going to give this money to the community, to the young single mamas, to the guy that is not taking care of the kids, to the YNs, to the community, so they can fund their school districts and leave there's a better living and all that. And by
We
the end
would
of
agree
the
on
day,
this.
and by the end of the day, you are going to literally bring down criminality because LeBron James' son is not committing crime. So I believe that the people that commit crimes, if they have more money, they wouldn't commit crimes either. Wouldn't that actually solve a lot of problems that we talk about in the Black community?
I'll agree with you and say yes, but I'll also ask, can I ask you a question real quick? If Israel is getting money, but black people aren't, do you think this is unfair for the government to do this? For reparations?
Repeat it again, please.
So if Israel's getting money because of crimes against humanity, what crimes against humanity were done towards blacks, and we're not getting reparations, do you think that that's unfair for the government to ignore?
I think it's not unfair because American government, American people didn't discriminate against Jewish people. They didn't prosecute them. They didn't prosecute him. They didn't put him in chambers. To be honest, they are actually their saviors. So if I compare the attitude to American government people, to black people, and to Jewish people, I would say it's not unfair because the American government actually was very benevolent and supportive of the Israel and the Jews, but it was very punitive to black people and to the atrocities they commit to them. So I think it's apples and oranges. They're not the same
Which leads me to my next question. So if we bring in Native Americans to the picture, homes franchise, you're talking about the Trail of Tears, things like this. If they give Native Americans casinos and federal land and all this, but they're not giving blacks anything for just due for being killed, slave, rape, all this other stuff, do you think that that's unfair and not consistent across the board?
I think that's not consistent. Yes, there's two people that were
right.
Yes.
But hold on, let me walk you through this logic real quick.
Wait 1 second.
Hold on, I'm not done.
Hey, Marte, don't worry, Marte, I'll walk with you. I promise. Don't worry. Go ahead, Tess.
I'm just saying.
I'll walk with you. Marte, I'll walk with you. Go ahead, Tess.
The problem with this is ahistorical. Indians did not even let black people off the plantation until 1866. So you can't just throw it around as if they weren't victimizing black people too. They are perpetually
That's
part
what
of
about
this.
is.
It's not. No, it's not. They are involved in slavery just like the American government was, and they had to create
You
a
demonstrated
treaty.
that there were blacks involved with slavery too. I mean, even
And
if
I'm
we can talk
telling
about
you-
semantics.
Excuse me, I'm telling you that Indian territory was not even United States territory.
Yo, Fatty, thanks for having me, man. I gotta go.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man.
No doubt. Hey, yo, Monte, great. Yo, Taz, great talking with you. Beans, what up? Answer the questions though, man.
Appreciate you, man. I see you later.
Fatty actually agreed with me. So are you against Fatty's answer?
No, he not. He walking it down with you.
We'll just answer.
Yeah, but Taz is interfering with this. He's not letting me walk through the train of logic right now. So all I'm saying is Fatty agreed that it's unfair. He literally said it's unfair, and you're literally arguing against the point and not even letting me finish this. So if this is unfair, and I'm arguing for something that's fair, firm, and consistent across the board, where disenfranchised blacks who've been enslaved through histories and generations aren't getting the same treatment, and all I'm arguing for is the same treatment by zeroing things out and starting from a metric that everybody can work for. I think that wouldn't that be a fair position to argue for?
No, because zeroing it out will be the biggest injustice that you can actually do to both people. And this is where you get caught, is because
that's not an injustice. You know that giving everybody 5 across the board is zeroing it out. Giving everybody 10 across the board is zeroing it out to some degree. All I'm asking for is a leveling of this.
You can zero it out. Actually, I have a better deal for you. We are going to get to every person in the United States. We are going to take their property, their companies, their houses. We're going to take everything from Bill Gates to a white lady with the grocery shop, and we are going to redistribute it evenly to every citizen in the United States. Because if you want to zero it out, let's include white people too. Let's include every single person, and let's zero it out so everybody can have a fresh start and can fight for their rights and their patrimony and their property and all that. Would you be in favor of that?
No.
Thank you.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, thank you.
Thank
you.
There's 5 different ways you can frame zeroing out, right? There's 5 different ways you can frame that. That's mischaracterizing my argument, Fatty.
So let me walk with you. If you zeroed it out, and like you are saying, instead of giving black people the things that we give to the Indians, to the natives, so they be par to par, let's take the things that we gave to the natives, so everybody, the Indians and the Indians and the blacks start from scratch, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what will be zeroing it out for the natives? Explain that to me.
So this is what I'm referring to when I'm talking about zeroing everything out. If you look at Native Americans with how much they get from federal government funding, but then you give blacks the very same thing that's the zeroing it out. What I'm talking about when I say zero, maybe I'm using a bad language, so forgive me on that part. I'm saying leveling this out.
Casinos, reservations, everything, right? Paying taxes now, we take everything from them, right?
Leveling everything out.
Perfect.
Right? From a reasonable standpoint of saying, you know what, even though they have casinos, but we need to think about what we can level out, meaning payment from the government. We can't give blacks casinos and all this other stuff because that would definitely create havoc. But what I'm talking about is so if Native Americans get a check from the government, I think that blacks should get the same check if it's equal, firm, fair, and across the board.
No. What about the casinos and land they already have? They already have shit. They have a bunch of land. They have casinos. I think the taxes, I didn't think either they don't pay taxes.
I'm not talking about casinos. I already said that. Or land.
I am. No, Marte, but I am. If you're going to do a level playing field, right, and you don't want to upgrade black people, you have to downgrade Indians. You have to take shit from them.
No, you don't have to do this. You don't have to do this. The reason why I'm giving you a solution is if we give blacks a check that they've never given while not taking away anything from Native Americans and say, blacks, because you don't have this land already or casinos, we're going to give you this check. Great. But we also need to determine, here's the thing that we're going to run into. How much 3/5 of a slave were you? Are you 5% black? We're going to run into this. So Ali was talking about metrics. At least let's be consistent with metrics and outcomes. This is where Beans was failing. If we can give 150,000 to determine what this metric is from the origin, the outcome has to be good and consistent.
Yeah, but
yes, this is
I don't understand what you want to do with the natives, because the thing is, like I said, and think about it.
Nothing.
1 second. They were granted land. They were granted casinos. They were granted exceptions. They were granted benefits when it comes to check. My question is, let's forget the checks, right? Because once again, 40 acres in the mule is not checks. 40 acres in the mule is land, and the mule to work the land, right? If zeroing out it doesn't include land, right? We're not going to take their casinos. They're not going to take, like, you are still committing a disproportionality, because you already awarded these people with land, which is probably one of the most valuable assets and property, while you're not giving this shit to people. So it's not about checks. Even if I think most people would agree, if black people said, you know what, we don't have enough money, but y'all are going to get plots of land and we are going to build at least the infrastructure like the irrigation systems and the plumbing and all that, so all of y'all could settle in a place, most black people would take that shit because they might not use it now. They might sell
No,
it.
we see examples where that's not happening, Fatty. Matter of fact, in Colorado, I forget where it was, where they had the black. You remember when we had the argument about the whole meeting? I forgot what it was that we have when we have the white village.
I remember that.
Yeah, so when we have this, when blacks did this, they didn't build shit. Nothing happened. Not one house was built. Not one brick was laid. But when whites did this, they actually were productive and did something with this.
There's an opinion, Marte.
You brought this up. I didn't bring this up. You did.
Marte.
If blacks had land, they'd actually do something with this.
Marte, you know what's funny?
Where they're not.
What's funny? This is the justification for like Anton does this and Angryman does this, and I don't like it. Why give niggas reparations when they're going to buy Jordans and da 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 da?
I didn't even say that.
I don't give a fuck if they don't build nothing. Give that shit to them, and then they'll figure out whatever the fuck they're going to do with that. Like, you see what I'm saying? I don't have to.
Yeah, but why he lying though?
How am I? Okay, so it's not a fact that when blacks got land and they had their own city, they didn't build shit. That's not a fact.
Wait. You're saying in general.
No, I'm not saying in general. I'm citing a specific occurrence, an incident.
All right, that makes sure
that a lie.
You said blacks.
It's also Oklahoma.
No, these blacks that lived on this plot of land. How is that a lie?
No, I got you, Cortez. Is Tulsa, Oklahoma black built?
Damn, Beans, follow along, bro. So what were you saying?
See, this is why I'm asking you to let me do it, because he's gonna keep taking shots.
Fatty, what were you saying?
Wait, you said blacks with an S on the end.
When I say the blacks that owned this land when they created their own city, that's specifically who I'm talking about. These blacks.
Right.
Yes, you might want to listen. That's fundamental.
Wait, who is that?
What?
Fatty, is he saying there was
please, I'm begging you. Please, y'all, I'm begging y'all, bro. I don't get these many chances.
He's right. He's right.
Repeat that again. Repeat that again, because we
brain cells together and get with this conversation, bro.
Yeah, just repeat it again.
You can't name the person that you're talking about.
Are you talking about Steel, Colorado, bro?
No.
Why would you offer him some information?
Taz, don't give him nothing. Taz, don't give him nothing. No.
Don't offer him nothing. Yeah, wait, stop.
He Googling right now.
I'm trying to Google it right now. Look at, see, this is what I'm saying. He just talking. He's from the school of Andrew Wilson. All he do is talk and make up
this is something I brought up. Nope.
It don't matter. You still lie.
I don't even have to Google this. So when I was referring to the black, so when I was referring to the blacks who own this black city that was only for blacks, and they wanted to do the same thing that the white people did, who was I talking about when I said blacks?
Why the fuck are you asking me the question I just asked you?
Can you answer that?
Why are you asking me the question I just asked you? We could do this shit all night.
What question did you ask me?
Who the fuck were you talking about?
I just answered this. The blacks that own that all black city that they wanted to create.
Absolutely. So who is that?
The blacks in the okay, this is circular right now. You're not
absolutely, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I am. There was a city. You say, who are the whites that created this all white city? Well, who are they? The whites that created the all white city. Do you want me to name them by names and shit? Do you want me to go down their lineage? This is
Here's
stupid.
what I do know. Here's what I do know.
You're making an argument right now. You're just creating this logic right now.
Every single fucking time blacks got some land, they built that shit the fuck up, and your crack ass lineage.
No, they didn't build anything in this land. Not one house was built when they did this.
So fatty. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. He's lying.
No, look at
it. You and the rest of your crack ass.
No, this is a fact. Marte, can you stop? Marte, can you stop? Marte, can you stop? Marte, you're deliberately lying. If you look after the Reconstruction era, there were over 2,000 black.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Can you Google? Yes, let me finish. You're talking about all black towns. You said we built huts or whatever you're talking about.
I'm talking about one city specifically.
Let me finish. You haven't still told us the city specifically that you're talking about. But all those cities were destroyed by white people. Most of the all black cities were destroyed by black people, white people with laws and infrastructures that they built over those infrastructures. So if you Google while you're Googling, because you're
Mobile,
trying to find,
Mississippi.
let me finish. So if you're Googling, and now you're being even more disingenuous by using the city, if you Google freedmen towns, those are all black towns that
Because
were
I'm
created by.
honest.
Let me finish. So if you're
Go ahead.
being honest, most of the black cities and towns were destroyed by white people. So don't say we destroyed it ourselves and we didn't do nothing with it. We built
I didn't say
cities.
destroy.
Not only did we, after the Reconstruction era, we taught white people how to do with our skills and economize as well too. White people didn't have majority of skills. We were slaves. We had all the skills. So you got to be genuine and stop being disingenuous when
You normally move goalposts when you talk.
Can I haven't moved no goalposts.
You're talking about other cities that I'm not talking about.
You see, you're
other
talking
blacks that I'm not talking about.
You see, you're talking over.
Marta, let him finish and then you keep correcting.
You told podcast when black people were given money that they couldn't even build a hut when there were over 2,000 freeman towns and all black towns that were built that was destroyed by white people. Specifically, when he was trying to give you Tulsa, Oklahoma, white people bombed black people out the air. Two black men funded that city and they built that city. It was prosperous and successful. The city that I live next to, Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898. For all black city, it was with a biracial governor, had Germans, had Irish, had different races of people in it that built with black people. It was destroyed by white insurgents that were white terrorists. They call them insurgents because they were white, but it was destroyed by white people. So majority of every time black people built something, it was always destroyed by white people. But black people didn't destroy it themselves.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, respond to that.
Okay, so what you're saying is a lie is that I'm lying about is Movebound Mississippi.
Marte, I just need to do answer, please. We give final thoughts from everyone. Thank you very much for being here, especially podcast and test. No, I got you. I'll let you get the final thoughts. We'll read the super chats and then we out. Okay, go ahead, Martin. Interrupted, and then we go to final thoughts from the panelists. Please go ahead.
Bro, so I can snap. Don't say that again. Don't fuck it up this time.
Okay, can I talk uninterrupted?
Go ahead.
Obviously, Taz doesn't respect the space too much, but at least I do to some degree. So when I was talking about cities, I'm talking about Movebound Mississippi, where blacks recently did this. This exists today. They didn't build shit in this town. That's a fact. So when Beans is accusing me of lying and I'm citing specific blacks, now he's saying which blacks. Do I obviously know or keep a tally on which blacks? No, he can't even name this. I can't. That's like the same thing. We can say this knife cuts both ways. If he was to say, well, which whites own the town? I don't know what whites. I just know that whites own this town and shit was built in it. So when Ali pivots and says, well, no, they did this in the past, that's not what I was talking about. When I was talking about a specific town in Movebound, Mississippi, that's what I was talking about. When they did this, I'm using an example of 2025 right now. Yes, I'll agree with you.
That's not what you did.
Black started a town and it was bombed. I'll agree with you. People were disenfranchised. I can agree with you all day. What I'm talking about is a specific city. When we're talking about, hold on, when we're talking about grounds, what was the thing you had, Fatty, where I was on? When we talked about this, I literally brought this up. When blacks brought this space up in this town, nothing got built. I literally said this, which is a fact. Anybody can Google this and look this up.
But bro, I can't understand what you're saying. Can you spell it for me? You sound like you said Mubao. What city is that?
Mubao, Mississippi.
Can you spell it for me?
Mubao, Mississippi.
Okay, Mound, Mound.
Mound, you 1887. I knew your stupid ass, man.
No.
You know what's funny? It's it's like saying Donald Trump.
Well, show's over. Hope y'all enjoyed it. But nah, don't dip yet. We still got them final thoughts coming in.
Y'all really tore it up tonight, huh? But don't dip just yet. Let's hear them final words.
Hey, that's it. Show's done. Now shut the fuck up and let the panelists speak. It's time for final thoughts.
Hold on. One second. Let's get Ted's final thoughts since he's trying to correct him, and then I'll lead to final thoughts, and then we go to podcast, and finally Marte.
Movebound, Mississippi. Okay, so here's the thing, bro. Mound Bayou, for you to say Mound Bayou and when it was founded in 1887, and then made into a corporated city in 1913. I would venture to say it was built considering the upgrade is when they were able to get incorporated. But because you don't know that, you can't even pronounce the name of that city. And in this same video earlier, you the same dude that tried to take shots at
my claim.
You were looking at a whole phone and couldn't even pronounce the words mound value. But you got the nerve to talk to OG that way, bro.
So the only thing I was wrong was pronunciation of a town. Good, great, solid argument there. Great.
The fact that you have no idea, and also the fact that you started in Colorado. I thought your dumb was talking about Deerfield. Since you don't know anything about
I can admit a pronunciation, but it can still be factual that I was right about the city.
Thank you, Fatty. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks,
hey, thank you very much, Sas, for pulling up. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for having the conversation. And once again, let's make big problems, small problems, and small problems, no problems. Mr. Ilkan Ali with the white.
It's Marte being still disingenuous by the arguments he's picking, which is very selective based on how his bias. But it's very ironic that when black people weren't unemployed, they were supported and invested in building the whole entire country, basically, and infrastructure, even with the cotton pushing the industrial revolution. Black people working there, they had no problems with supporting black people with working and separating their families from each other and deleting black people and destroying families, but they were supported by the country. It's ironic now they can't find a way to invest in it, just like Taz was saying, I think Beans was saying, we can invest in trucking, we can invest in automation, we can invest in housing, we can give black people same thing we give homestead acts, and that's another thing that's disingenuous what you're saying as well too. When white people were given homestead acts, they were given 160 acres of land. They were taught what to do with the land, and then they were taught how they could economize with the land. So they were taught what to do with the land, and they didn't know what to do with the land, so it would help the nation build. So if you're saying we don't know, the nation can help the people that they enslaved and use those people to build the infrastructure for free. They can teach them if they don't know, and they can help them invest in the country as well too by giving them reparations that'll help them get residual income that'll help build the nation as well too. And you're being disingenuous, my brother, when you can see that black people were used to build the nation, but now all of a sudden you can't give them money to build the nation, add to the nation, and help build further nation as well too. It's disingenuous arguments that you're making.
Blacks weren't the main builders of America. I'll debate you on that too.
I know.
All right, so
little podcast. Thank you very much once again for pulling up. Let me know if you are willing to do the thing that we're talking about later. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about it. Listen, so I went back and listened to it because I wanted to make sure I wasn't tripping. Yeah, and this guy's just full of shit. He literally said, well, Fatty, you brought it up, but he said you brought up the fact that if black people had this, what they would do with it. And I'm gonna give you an example of them getting some shit and not doing nothing with it. And it's the same thing, like I said, with the white boy. You're not saying this for no reason. You're saying it to make a point. And just because you don't say the point don't mean we don't get the point when we can look at the example that you use. If the example that you use is look at this town where black people were given something and they didn't do anything with it, then the point that you're trying to make is that even if we give black people some shit, they ain't gonna do nothing with it. Nobody is dumb. We don't have to dumb ourselves down and pretend like we don't understand where you coming from just because you studied under the master. Y'all full of shit. All y'all do is lie, make up bullshit ass statistics and shit, gaslight, dodge points, don't answer questions, and debate disingenuously. And so, yeah, anytime you ready, you and your mans can get this smoke. And it's that simple. Period. And I thought we was done after I checkmated your ass first.
You just want to take yourself out. Go
in
ahead.
case anybody missed it. When he said, yeah, that he think it's okay for them to go to the sun to retrieve the money, he's literally acknowledging that he think it's okay to get money out of the other person who didn't have anything to do with it. That's him acknowledging that. So if my son took that $10,000 and now it's his money, he got it now, it's his now. It ain't mine no more, it ain't yours no more, it's his. And you think it's okay for them to go get it. What you gonna argue? Well, after a year it's not okay. After 5 years, not okay. After 10 years, it's not okay. You probably would because you're a disingenuous person. But the fact of the matter is, you damn right. If you had a business and in that business you owed me some money and it's 50, 100, 1,000 years later, and somebody in your lineage still owns that business, they still owe me that money. Cut me a check. Now I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna land my plane. Marte, is one thing I did want to ask you. I'm not asking you to start another conversation, but what about if reparations doesn't look the same for everybody? So let's say I'm a black person and I'm owed reparations, but I got the bag, right? I'm doing good in life. I'm making $250K a year, but I could use a tax break on my business. You a black person, you doing okay for yourself. You making $70,000, $80,000 a year, but you got $100,000 in student loan debt. Maybe we could wipe out your student loan debt for you. Somebody else might need some medical procedures and medicine and stuff covered, right? Would you be okay with reparations looking like that? Not just a blank check and cut the same for everybody, but people actually getting the things that they need facilitated to them in their actual lives. And I want to say shout out to my man Fatty. You did it, bro. You the man. I'm proud of you. And yeah, let's go.
We on the way, and like I said, podcast, don't be summoning the dragon, because Marte actually is not teacher, is actually friends with Andrew. So don't be summoning the dragon because he's one call away. So just be careful.
Listen,
with
man,
it.
I'm ready.
Andrew hasn't had a loss yet. So, I mean, you might be the one to give him his first L in years. Good luck to that, by the way. Yeah. He's debated scholars and professors and lawyers and attorneys. Good luck.
Let's see. Marte is going to see what he wants to debate. Let's let it read for a second. Let's see what we can do with it, okay?
So here's the problem with this. He's using an assumptive claim by saying because an is thing that happened, and I'm citing something that happened, I'm making it a prescription. That's also a fallacious claim. He's also using something that's a false equivalent because it's a concurrent thing that's happened in concession. We could say that a son was given money that was stolen, right? Just like drugs or anything else. We could say this. Police are going to go ahead and fetch these drugs that are illegal, right? But the problem with this is the reason why it's a false equivalency is because now we're asking for something from generations above, a long time ago, that's intangible. Intangible, that's a construct. We're saying at this point it's a construct. Detached lineages. What he used was an example of something that's not a detached lineage, something that's concurrent in events, saying that, okay, since this happened 20 minutes ago, we're going to do this. But what he's comparing this to is something from my great-grandparents. Like, that's literally a false equivalent. My brain hurts at the stupidity of this. So here's the thing that I'm going to say right now. If you're going to have an argument, at least be concise, and at least don't fill it with fallacies and all these contradictions. That doesn't make any sense. But then when you're going to go ahead and talk to somebody, I'm Andrew Wilson's coach, and I'm an extension of the Crucible. So when you look at him, Jake, Rob, Noor, and all them, yeah, if you mess with one of us, you're going to get destroyed. And you're asking for somebody that's never taken losses. Name me one loss that Andrew's taken. You don't want that war. At least take it with me, and I'll debate you on anything else, and you'll get wrecked too, just the same.
Well, I'll gladly take that challenge, but again, we have to do it by the rules that Fatty set, right? So in the debates, you don't get to duck questions. And this is why this is exactly why I might even agree with you that I've actually never seen Andrew take an L, but I've seen him lie. I've seen him gaslight. I've seen him cherry pick.
Lie? Where? To point out a lie.
No, I'm not going to tell you what the lie is because
you can't. He lied, but I can't point it out to you.
Sir, right. I literally have the clip loaded up.
Debate. You've never offered a demonstration.
See what I'm saying? What you're doing right now?
Bill Ali had to pick up the ball right for you, and your logic was failing. You know
what
that, right?
The lie is, right? I'm telling you, I'm not going to tell you what it is. Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what the lie is.
How convenient!
Right here.
You know what the lie is, but I can't tell you.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you. You can run back and tell him what it is, so he can prepare for it. Absolutely not. I'll greet him with the lie when he shows up.
As if the debate's going to be around this lie.
Just to finish what I was saying, though,
that's just convenient.
Right, I've actually never seen him. I've actually never seen him take an L, but that's because I've always seen him debate on platforms where they let him do whatever the fuck he want to.
Cool. If you want a platform,
when you have to debate with some sort of standards and some sort of and a set of rules. And that's
he's on places where there's standards and rules. If you could play by the same rules that Andrew Wilson does, would you be able to destroy him?
Absolutely not. Because the difference between me,
you just contradicted yourself. You said if he can play by the rules,
you said by the rules he plays by. I literally just said that we have to debate by the rules that Fatty said. I literally just said that. I'm not contradicting anything.
Fatty, does Andrew Wilson play by the rules on your debates or any panels that he does? Does he mostly play by these rules?
Depending on what the rules you mean, like non-interrupting, absolutely not. Ad hominem
Which means
sometimes.
everybody else does the same thing, right? It's usually consistent across the board, right?
No, because he has more power, so he can do it more. I would say everybody does it, but he does it on a bigger level because he knows he
You're
can
giving
get
him
away with it.
justification for this?
No, I'm saying no. One second.
Reparations of time.
I'm saying if I, for example, go on Sarah and I'm good friends of the show, and he goes on Sarah and he's good friends of the show, I guarantee you he has way more of a leash than I do, even though we do the same thing. So it's not that we do it. Sometimes we do it too. We are almost getting caught and we try to deflect and go to the opposite. I'm just saying that he can do it more because he can get away with it more. So it's fair.
Hold on. Does that make you the enabler if you allow this to happen?
Deflection.
No, it's my fault. I think it's my fault. No. It's my fault.
Not a deflection. If he allows this to happen, is this not coinciding with the rule?
If I'm the moderator, one second. If I'm the moderator and I don't put my foot down for it,
if he doesn't set rules, what is there to follow? This debunks your whole claim.
That Andrew doesn't follow the rules, so it's too late.
Let me ask you something, right? Hey, podcast. Let me ask Martha.
He's never said Andrew Wilson doesn't follow the rule. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you something real quick, right? Because it depends on the rules. For example, in my show, like I'm trying to kind of go after what Terry's doing.
You mean when you muted him and you broke the contract?
No, I didn't mute him. I actually played the video. No, actually, you know what's funny?
You mute him. What are you talking about?
I did, Marte. You know what's funny? That show was a train wreck because of the things that I agree with Andrew before the show. If I don't mute him, I can mute nobody because it will be unfair to the other people to be muted him.
And why would you make a standard that you can't have consistent with everybody else? That would be your fault, not his, right?
No, it's my fault. It's my accountability. That's what I said. I literally said I went and watched the whole show. And
you're getting cooked, by the way.
I learned. I went ahead and watched.
You just literally debunked your whole claim right now. Conceded that.
You gave me my claim the minute you said if Betty allows him to do it, that's on him.
Let me explain something, please.
So if there's no rules, there's nothing to break.
Let me explain something, please. Let me explain something. It was my responsibility. I literally had to practice in front of the mirror to see if Andrew is attacking a person that doesn't engage, instead of just saying she has the right to not engage. I said, Andrew, I think you and her want to have a debate because it seems like you. So leave it alone. And after the show week or a new week in 3 days, we can actually make you engage because we're one-on-one. Nobody can run away. So it's my responsibility. I didn't have the tools to solve a panel with Tommy, legendary, Angry Man, legendary, Andrew. Like I didn't have the tools. I'm a 10,000 subscriber motherfucker. They've been here for 2 years. I didn't have the tools. It's my responsibility. But one thing I will say this, right, Marte? On my show, and I don't know if this is standard of moderation, I like people to answer questions. When OG was running from your questions, hey, OG, you are not answering his question, OG. You're not answering his question, OG. I'm adapting the kind of Sarah the Raging Tomato. If he didn't catch it, I will stay kind of quiet and let him figure it out. I'm not going to make them enforcing answering questions from each other. But I will say that if there's a moderator that instead of being kind of invisible, is enforcing people to answer questions, and no matter how many times they go around, I think these debates will be very different because a lot of people like to just go ahead and diverge from the point because they can, because they know nobody's going to enforce it. So it's not something that Andrew does on a whim, but if I was the moderator of that January 6th was an insurrection or not, I wouldn't let him get in away with not giving a definition to Destiny. And now we are on a 2-hour show and there's no definition of insurrection because he doesn't have to do it, right? I would say, hey, either we have a definition or it's time to go.
You know what's funny, Fatty? I have a debate with Destiny on the 28th about the insurrection. That's the funny thing about this. So, Beans, right, I have to destroy this Coomer Gremlin. Anyways, by the way, Mr. Beans, I'll ask you a question. Have you ever had seen Andrew in a debate and somebody said, Andrew, I need you to follow these rules? Have you ever seen anybody have to tell Andrew this?
What do you mean? Like inside of the
ask him to follow the rules because he's not following the rules on any debate panel or anything.
Absolutely.
Have you ever had anybody had to give Andrew this order? Have you ever seen this?
Absolutely.
When? What?
I saw the playing with fire, dude, when he was having debates with Jasmine Jafar and all this crowd to say, hey, Andrew, you need to let him finish. Hey, Andrew, you need to engage on these. Hey, Andrew, let me go ahead and like it happened. Like it's correction. I don't know if it's rules, but it's kind of an enforcement of a structure. You see what I'm saying?
Right, but he's not breaking the rules. It's okay to interject and get correction, but he's not breaking rules that would actually take TOS down. Or I would call, like, if we're talking about a distinction of rules, would you consider TOS a rule?
TOS is a YouTube guidelines type of thing.
Right. So there's an overarching rule that we have. Now, me having a little play of misconduct, there's a little room for play with that. So that's what I'm talking about. So when Andrew's breaking rules, like, we need to determine what this is. I haven't seen Andrew break rules when it comes to
he did it on my last show.
What I'm talking about.
When I ask him this, hey, Andrew, I know you're trying to prove a point because I know you, like, you go to an extreme to prove a point. But please don't make racial kind of, because you never used football in the last 5 years, and he kept doing it and kept going there and kept going there. In my opinion, this kind of it's not the rule.
When he's being called a racist, hold on. When he's being called a racist, he can't hit back. What you're saying is that
that's not what I said.
But it's not. See, to me, I think
you can't make rules for one and not for the other. That's crazy.
By the way, I'm debating Destiny 2 on the 28th. Okay, it's not just Marte. So please tune in on the 28th. Team Fatty and the Untouchables meet Destiny. So shout out to the Untouchable Empire.
The Untouchable Empire, baby. On that show that you did with all of them up there you was just talking about, I got it on my reaction. I'm gonna go clip it just so I can make sure I have it. He literally said, he kept dodging the question, Depp kept dodging the question, and then he literally said, I refuse to answer the question. And then he gave some excuse like maybe it was fallacious or loaded. And this is what they do. When they don't want to answer a question, they just call it fallacious or say that it's loaded. Just like he said with my question, oh, it's a loaded question. Wasn't nothing loaded about it, right? You think I'm trying to trump you with something. So
you're creating a false binary. That's what you did.
But it was irrelevant. See, this is what I'm saying. It was irrelevant to the example because what I was trying to do was test your consistency. So it didn't have anything to do.
It's not a good.
See what I mean?
Even know how to do a debate or have an argument?
He said he understood about creating hypotheticals to test consistency, and now he's saying no, that's not a good thing. If the hypothetical,
I can ask a question about a hypothetical, even that's crazy.
He's saying that the hypothetical is not a good one if it isn't 100% analogous with the previous example.
I never said 100% analogous. I never said that.
It doesn't have to be exactly.
You're now making shit up. That never happened.
So it doesn't have to be exactly like it. It didn't need that at all. I just want to test.
I can agree with you. It doesn't have to be like this. But when I ask a question about a hypothetical, that's perfectly permitted, right?
Absolutely.
Fatty's even agreed with this.
Absolutely. But if you ask me, let me ask you this: if you ask me a question and I say I don't know, is that good enough for you?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this: I'll say that. This is the difference between me, you, and your boss. I'll say that.
I actually said I don't know what the name of the town is.
I don't have to do none of that.
I have 5 different examples throughout this whole debate when I said I don't know. When I said I don't know what metric we should use, because when I was delineating between women and men, I said I don't know as long as it's even. I also said I don't know the black people in the town. I also said I don't know what the town was. I've literally said this throughout this whole debate. What are you saying?
That's true, Marte, but you still ignored the question. Here's the thing: the way
I'm
I'm
not going to answer loaded questions.
But right there, you get to call it loaded. That's all you're gonna do. You're just gonna call it loaded. I could say, bro, is this plastic or glass? That's a loaded question. It doesn't matter what we ask.
Brother.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
Friends, let's set it up. Let's set it up.
Yeah,
Marte,
absolutely.
You know,
this is spirited, Marte. I love you, bro. No doubt.
But honestly, saying you cool people with me, but you're gonna get wrecked. I don't say I've never lost.
People in the fight is a fight that we get so exactly.
The Crucible, we don't have any losses. Believe it or not. I can't name one. Not even me.
I think Fatty beat Andrew in that on the religious debate. To be honest,
I think I got him, Marte, on one. You know what I got him? I got him on the invading land is not immoral. I got him on
No,
that.
you lost. That was an L.
You know why I got him on that?
That was an L.
Let me actually tell you why I got him on that. I got him on that because he's a Christian. Y'all follow the 10 Commandments. During these invasions, there's a lot of theft and murder. And actually, what is the one that you want what your neighbor has? What is that one?
Coveting.
Coveting what your neighbor.
So definitely there's a bunch of land invasions that actually have those three, and those three are completely against your worldview, because your worldview doesn't let you murder, doesn't let you covet what your neighbor has, and the murder thing. Because he's definitely, and I don't even want to go to the greed part, which was the third one. But the problem is, I think I got him on the greed, and then he started defining what is greed. Can you define greed? What is murder? Can you define murder? Can you give me one?
Yeah, that's important.
Of when they did this. And my thing is this, Marte. I didn't close the deal because I didn't something obvious. But after I thought about it, I should say Israel and Palestine. There's definitely murdering happening, definitely coveting on.
But did you say it during the debate?
No. But that's what I'm conceding. If I was talking with a regular person, they would just stay there and says, you know what, like you did. That's actually a great point. I'm not even going to lie. He started to do what you guys call stalling, which is instead of going, oh, what is the definition of greed? I don't know what the fuck is this. Is you wanting more than you actually need. It's not survival, it's just you want to take. And we stayed there for 20 minutes. And then because it was a panel, he kind of disbanded because he went back to the weakest person on the panel.
That doesn't sound like a loss, though. That's crazy.
No, Marte. So
no, he said just that particular debate.
You know what? Yes, I've conceded, but that's the thing, though. I've conceded to Ilkhan Ali. I've conceded to you. Even OG, I've given a concession. But when we look at the tail of the tape throughout this whole debate, I've won the racism thing, and also I won this too. What do you like?
You're saying that you said he forsakes battles to win the war.
Yeah, but Marte, teach me right. If that's not the winning play, using your worldview, the 10 Commandments, to prove that actually invading and taking land is immoral because it goes several commandments. If that's not the winning play, what is the winning play?
Okay, if I concede 1 point of a whole argument, does that mean I lost the whole argument?
That's what he's saying, Fatty. He's saying you could have won that part, but what about the entire debate?
Yeah, about the entire. If I say you are debating and saying that is not immoral, but in my opinion, again, your worldview is based on the Bible, 10 Commandments. I ask him, does the 10 Commandments have a role in your worldview? He said yes, absolutely. So isn't that murdering, coveting, and greed like three things that happen when some countries or some lands or some tribes go ahead and invade the other tribe because they want their water, they want their woman, they want their whatever. And instead of, I think that was the winning play. And he stalled me in two things. He stalled me into the define greed, define murder, define this, define that.
No, those are important. We need to talk about definitions.
No. And then he stalled me on the give me an example. And I keep giving an example. For example, in Brazil, Portugal, I know Portuguese history. Portuguese people went to Brazil. They saw there were gold and sugar cane. And they said, you know what? This shit is ours. We're going to take it. And he said, no, I don't accept that. So what about the Trail of Tears and what happened to the natives and all that? I don't accept that. And in my opinion, like a final, like nobody denies that what Israel is doing in Palestine is over excessive, right? People going to hospitals to get food and getting bombarded and they know exactly what they're doing. I think that if I use the Palestine thing, do you think that will be a closing or a winning play? Or do you think that doesn't matter, that is not enough to actually say, you know what, he actually contradicts his worldview. He can't be saying this because what is happening in Palestine, taking land and appropriating the Gaza Strip is actually something that is happening and is immoral. Like, what will be the winning play there?
So I have a answer for you. So let's say that this happens to be the winning play, but the entailment of this means that this thing that he concedes on and says you're right about actually destroys other things that he didn't concede on. So what this is like kind of a domino effect, and this is like how you can win a debate. If you're wrong on one point and then you get disproven on this point, but then doing this, it actually contradicts other things and you are forced to concede on everything else, that's a win. But if you were to talk about this Palestine thing and that debunks everything else, then yes, I would say, yeah, that could possibly be a whole concession of a debate. I would agree. But necessarily conceding on one thing doesn't mean that you lost the whole debate.
What was the premise, Fatty?
The premise was
the premise of the whole debate.
Yeah, basically it was a debate saying invading or taking land is moral or immoral. There was some liberal.
That was the debate?
Yes, and there was some liberal people on the is immoral, and there was Andrew and another dude on the no, it's moral. You can do it. And they kind of were explaining what it is.
Oh, wait, Fatty, you weren't in this debate.
No. I joined the debate, like, you know, when Sarah opens the things.
You mean after we destroyed the people?
Yes. But Marte, this is what I'm saying, right? I'm not going to deny it. I got the upper end because I know more about y'all than y'all know about me. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of easy for me to actually pinpoint the offense and do it. Most people that debate Andrew, and this is a lot of problems with us, and we got this all the time, we're always on defense. Rob used to do that shit all the time. I will be talking about Trump. You'll say, but what about Bernie? But what about Bernie? And my dumb ass, oh yeah, let's talk about Bernie. Oh, he's racist. And you'll say, what about Obama? He had a meeting with Farrakhan. And instead of me dismissing that shit or conceding this to go on offense, I'll be on defense saying, no, but
Fatty, can I offer you a olive branch right now? This is just a suggestion. You don't have to take this or not. But do you understand that nobody from the Crucible has lost a debate and we don't lose? Doesn't that generally happen? So my suggestion to you is why not just take tips from us and just observe this and learn and adapt? I think that this can apply to anybody. I'm not putting you down when I say this.
I won't. I'm gonna tell you why I won't, because I'm not taking tips from somebody who spends 80% of his time debating whores. How about that?
So he doesn't spend 80% of his time debating whores. He debates university professors, lawyers, intellectually. He does Oxford debates. So also, what if he did debate whores? Can you destroy his whole argument? No, you can't.
Let me offer you the same example. Don't be on defense. Just go get the dude and carpet bomb everything. That's all they need to weapon. There's no need for justification shit. Hey, let the man carpet bomb.
All you're doing is proving that y'all never gonna concede the L.
Hold on, Beans. Hold on, Beans. If I debated prostitutes my whole life, but then you couldn't beat me, wouldn't that make you worse than the prostitutes?
Absolutely, but there's no chance that I wouldn't beat you.
Damn, bro.
This is my problem. See, this is what I'm saying. You said this is what you asked me really quickly, Fat. I know you're going to do this.
You mean to tell me you debate worse than prostitutes?
Final thoughts, Fred.
Overtalk me so you can prove what y'all gonna do to try to win, right? This is what you asked me. You said if I had to debate under the standards that Andrew debates over, I'm saying debate under mine. If you can debate under mine, you should be able to thrash me. I'm not worrying about interjections. We know there's a difference between interjections and over talking, right? Over talking is what you've been doing all night long, right? I'm saying debate me on mine though. Answer questions. Don't dodge shit. Don't deflect. See, because I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to be correct. And I'm trying to edify people as they watch us. We're not debating who's better, Michael Jordan or LeBron. The shit that we're going to debate matters. We are the new philosophers. You should care to some degree what you're putting out here, right, on this YouTube shit with thousands and hundreds of thousands of people watching. So I'm saying debate me like a real man. Don't run from no questions, right? Be willing to concede shit so we can move forward. And you and your boy gonna get spanked. This shit ain't even hard. I was an Andrew Wilson.
You're gonna be the first.
Watch this, Marte. Fatty, out of everybody in this space, can you name a person who was a bigger Andrew Wilson fan than me?
I actually agree. But actually, he was on the Discord debating and having the conversation and taking notes and learning and all this shit. He actually said the first time he said, "Hey man, I'm not going to win, but go ahead, do your thing." I know, like, so this is what I'm going to say. And once again, this needs to be tomorrow, but
absolutely
pencil these, clip it, send it to him, and when he has spare time, and he actually wants to,
let me get out of my food. Fatty, I love you, bro. Marte, love you, bro. Love the audience, chat, everybody, man. Salute, appreciate you. Thank you for having me, man. I'll catch y'all
Stop
again.
taking shots at Don Quisha.
No, Fatty, come on, man.
Hey,
Come
can
on,
we all
man.
agree on one thing?
We gotta
I'm
do
a
better.
forever take shots at public offender, and I'm looking for a debate with him. Let's do a 2v2.
Public
I want to
offender
see
is-
it.
I don't think
I wanna
anybody else
debate
can
him
like
too,
me.
man.
Public offender is hurt. He needs time to recover.
Yeah,
Oh, for
well, he
real?
gonna get destroyed. Absolutely. When I
Yes,
see
yes,
his-
hopefully
I
have a
literally
good
told you
recovery.
this is why you don't kick people off panels. You reason with them and you schedule a rematch. There's no kicking people from the like. This is just
That's a fact. I'm glad you said that. That's true.
it's fine. It happened. Pretty deserve it. I don't think public deserve, but we talked with him already. So let him simmer down a little bit and then we'll go from there. But podcast, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much for being here. Salute to you.
Nothing personal, Beans.
Absolutely.
On this place, on this side is never personal. You know why, Marte? Because we come from a place that is nasty, called Fight Club. So we just like we're the rowdy boys. We just fight each other, and then everything is
Yeah.
okay.
You know,
did
funny thing
great,
about
you did great for the 7 versus 1.
that's my favorite, Fatty. I like that.
I know you like to. Since the Sister X, you got addicted to that shit, but we can't be doing the one on 8. And once again, Marte, thank you very much for being a good friend. Even though you're not an untouchable, thank you very much for being a good friend and actually be easy to work with and all that shit. I appreciate you. And
You cool, even though you're not a Crucible crew member. That's fine.
I'm a degenerate secular atheist. So it is what it is.
I'm not
But
saying that this time.
let me wish you good luck for the Destiny thing. I hope you go
You know
first.
what? Let's join forces for once. Untouchables and Crucible against Destiny. I believe he should get destroyed. I agree with that.
I truly there's like 2 or 3 topics on that I don't see how he's going to win, but this is what it is.
Insurrection, he's not going to win that. So he just got caught with a 17-year-old sending pictures. That just happened. I saw the update. So he might pull out because he pulled out of the same thing with Andrew Wilson when something came up with him. So just be on the lookout. If he ducks and dodges and doesn't have this happen, I'll send you everything on X with this just came out.
Jesus Christ. He's
forever in problems, bro.
I don't bring personal shit. I don't know. I am Jon Snow. I know nothing. So tomorrow, friends, if you like this show, tomorrow for conservatives, black conservatives, for white conservatives, we are going to have a blast. So Marte, I appreciate you. All the links are going to be in the description after the show. I'm going to put everything. Marte already has a link, so please go ahead and follow him. He's a up and coming content creator. He has a good following on X. Right now, there's 220 people on X watching Marte. So go ahead, make sure that you follow him on YouTube too, and make him push on this journey. Okay, so Marte, I appreciate you, but I have to say goodbye to you. So, brother,
Eddie, congrats on your channel and all your success too. Thank you for being
very
gracious
much,
and allowing me to fight with your people. So
appreciate you, brother. And remember, don't do logical entanglements about discussions with women because women are not logical.
I agree. We agree.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Peace out,
And I
man.
see you in the future.
Sing the song. Yo, you can kiss your ass goodbye. D-block, D-block, Kiss that shit to me.
Thank you very much. And Carl Anderson, thank you very much for the PayPal. I appreciate you. We are 5 members away from the goal and $60 away from the goal. So if there's a hero, I need a hero. You know what to do.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
I love the show. I love the show. And thank you very much for everybody that pulled up to watch the fight. Ochlomo in the building saying, OG, focus on the fact that reparations is debt owed. Don't get bogged down with racism and Andrew's definition game. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. We have Sean Fuller in the building saying black people can be racist. I agree. Let's go to the next one. Sean, he comes back and he says, "You boomers failed us. Old man, you left the house and made us believe BS. I've seen it. Black people can and are racist, and I'm black man. OG, you a victim." Oh, wait. Is he a victim? Mm, 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 mm. Here we go. See a sign. The next one. Sharon Fuller says, LMIF, laughing my ass off. It's black only places, OG. Cap as fuck. Damn boomer. Man. We have Sean again. It says, explain why the family was intact in the 50s and we had more money when it was Jim Crow, but now we are even more poor and the family is broken up. OG? Please, please, if you're watching this, send $5, $10, $15 to Marte and to OG. See if they supporting us so they can get the lunch tomorrow. I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. If you supported the brothers and OG, so to you, we have 20 to go. I like the Cartier glasses, Fatty. These are Timo glasses and they cost $4. Capping Caveman, $5. Sundowntowns are no longer law, but the mentality of those communities and law enforcement are still the same. Ask Ahmud Aubrey. He ran through one shaking my ass. Thank you very much, Captain. I appreciate you, a new friend of the show. Salute to you. He says, what's funny is ex-slaves owners got reparations. Damn, insult to injury. With Captain Caveman back in, it says they owe reparations poorly from epigenetics. Ooh, he's bringing the smoke. Latisha Vait said, where is my man at Ilcom? Damn, English. Thank you very much. We have John Henry saying, FBA discriminating against Africans coming to the US is racism. Can we agree? Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. My brother Ray Midnight became an untouchable member of the Untouchable Empire, baby.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. We tried to get him, but we can't get him, so we need to get our weight up. There's a lot of people that like to debate. I think Myron wouldn't run away from us. Shout out to my boy Jet Life, the sponsor of the show today. He gifted 5 untouchable memberships.
So, you think you're untouchable?
Damn. And now the scroll bar is not here, so there's no more videos, no more nothing. Sorry, friends. No videos until the end. Fact says OGB speaking fact. Thank you very much, my boy Carl Anderson, of course, with one Untouchable Empire membership.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
Thank you very much, Carl. I appreciate you. Messi Michon with a $10 ball. Salute to you, Messi Michon. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Lady Zarex, of course, another Untouchable Empire executive with the Untouchable membership.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
Thank you very much. And Evan. Shout out to Evan. Evan just like, hey, friends. Intentions matter. I want black people and white people to sit together and not just be racially for the sake of it. Let people earn it. This is what I say when men come to panels to target women to get highlights. I don't care if you come in on the panel and this devolves into a fight, but let people earn it. And Evan being like it, Evan is just a nice dude. Just come in. He wants to have the conversation. He debates about batteries and PlayStations and the sun and the moon. Like, they let the dude just involve. Don't be talking shit just because he's a white guy. Okay, that's all I want. It says Evan says $10, Fatty. No, he says thank you, Mr. Fatty. See, very polite. Nobody calls me Mr. Fatty. Thank you, Mr. Fatty, for testing my argument and making me realize it was not very thought out. Much respect to everyone on the panel and Mr. OG. Great job, sir. Mr. Marte, good to see you. Thank you very much for the $10. it's easy to analyze shit from the empire. What is the position where the tennis players are playing and you are on the eye chair judging the shit? It's kind of easy to do it. I know if I'm on your position, it's going to be difficult. So I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Let's go to King Sony in the building, looking like motherfucking Kevin Gates. He says, "Tell dude, answer the question." He moved the goalpost. Time to move the goalpost. 1, 2, 3, push. King Sony comes back and says, "No black American or white slave, servant, or wait, no black American owner, no black American owned white slaves, servant are not slaves." Thank you very much, Sony. We have T.O. in the building. And he says, "Y'all talking to a motherfucker who believes in the flat earth." Damn, they're talking about you. That's crazy, Reese. And he said, "Chris, get the fuck out of here. Go get some. Go drink some water, Reese." T.O. become an untouchable empire member.
Baby.
And T.O. said he's member for 15 months, 25 months. Let's go, T.O.
So, you think you're untouchable?
We have 5 to go. So King Sony in the building saying not a race, a specific group. We have T.O. back again saying they are not talking about should be doing. They're talking about what the American government is doing. Exactly. We have again T.O. Using your point, Marte, everybody can start at 0. Once black Americans leave the negatives by getting what is owed, it's simple. Yes. And there's the case for reparations. Give them what they owe so they don't have to dig out of the 0. Timo Brown. He says, Andrew Wilson called, drop Mr. Bean. He needs $5 and up. $5 and up, brother. I appreciate you. HQ says, Beans to slay Andrew. Let's go. Hey, podcast wants the fight. So let's run the fight. Is Theo $5 says, Fetty, play the clip, and he drowned out everybody's sound. Fetty didn't mute him. He knows what it is. Everybody knows. And like, I don't have control of my panel a lot of times because I don't mute people. So I have to be reasoning with them. Please, one second. Can y'all hear me? But friends, the same way I say to other people to be mindful and not let the comments bring them down. I do the same thing with my negative comments, especially when it comes to my moderation. I'm not the best moderator, but I'm not the worst moderator either. So what I usually do is I will make sure that I will try to be better. That's all. I'm going to try to be better. I'm not a moderator. I'm a panelist. Everybody knows that. But I think I have enough soft skills and awareness and all these things to do a good job. So let's take time. It is what it is. That was a massive show with there's no way I can control all those egos and microphones and all this shit. But we are getting there. The Untouchable Empire close to 12,000 subscribers. Having one of the best months of his existence. So let's continue to roll. I'll send everybody to Flow State, Team Fetty, and the Untouchables signing out after a great first edition of the Warfare Wednesdays. Peace.
Spartans! What is your profession?
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. The gates are open, the crowd is roaring, and the arena trembles with anticipation. Here, words are weapons, wit is armor, and only the sharpest minds will stand tall. Many will enter, few will endure.
So, LB, I'm going to ask you a question. Let's go to economics.
I'm still talking, boo. It's not as easy.
I am not your boo.
It used to be
LB.
before I let you have your time. I never interrupted your blob face looking for 1 second.
You know what? Your LBs, I'm going to let you eat up the clock. For a second.
It's necessary that
Go ahead and eat. You like to eat since you want to say you just ate. Go ahead.
Now, if you guys could turn with me to your Bibles, Okay, Ecclesiasticus, verse chapter 25 and verse 22. A woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach. Okay, this is in the Bible.
So when we start using the Bible and applying it to certain lifestyles, when do we stop it? You digging these girls down, Mr. Fantastic?
Yeah.
Oh no!
All right, let's do this.
What you talked about?
Let's do this here, man. Let's do this. Do black people suffer from profiling from the police at an increased rate? Right? How does a cop know that I'm a Nigerian American when they pull me over?
When you start talking.
So, exactly.
This thing that goes into my relationship, and you looking on from the outside wouldn't be able to understand. You get what I'm saying?
But that's fair. Like, this is totally fair. But this, I am talking about power dynamics, right? I like what I've been trying to sell to these people, and I trying so the manosphere can actually wake up for the reality of things. That women have the power. They do, respectfully. You can't even tell a woman how to dress anymore. It's over.
Prepare yourselves for Warfare Wednesday.